Good morning. Welcome from Headingley Stadium, day 3, Yorkshire versus Warwickshire in this county championship match, which sees the home side at 269 for 4, having of course lost, 17 overs were left in the day yesterday when they walked off at 5:29 after some pretty steady rain, and I can promise you that it continued. I went to watch the rugby league game just across the way, Leeds against Wakefield last night, and it hammered down for about an hour before that one. So it's taken a bit of precipitation. It was a dry overnight, I believe, but still be fairly slow on the outfield, you would think, and there might still be a little bit of moisture around down there at pitch level. We'll see. Clive Eakin alongside myself, Jonathan Dodge, throughout today. We're hoping for a few other voices to assist, but we'll just play that ad hoc as things go on. Morning, Clive.
Morning. Yeah, it's an important morning for Warwickshire. Obviously, they're up against it a bit in this game. It's really going to depend on how they bat. Even if they have a really good morning and get Yorkshire out for another 50 runs or so, which will take some doing, they'd still have to bat well. Third innings in this game. They did at least get the relief of the wicket just before the close. Harry Brook played very well, and so that will give them a little bit of encouragement overnight. But Yorkshire at the moment in control, you feel.
Yeah, and this man is about to face Adam Lyth, one of the best knocks I've seen him play in terms of contexts of games and in the conditions, and still that.
Very good innings from him. And Dolby toiled away yesterday, well, pretty well really, and finally got the wicket before the close. Been only 53 runs from 23 overs, so good economy rate. Now he's got the wicket to boot, and he's bowling to Adam Lyth. What should get him out early, they'll feel better. That Lyth drops the bat on that, looks to see if there's a single to be had. There isn't. On a cloudy, overcast day, a fairly sparse crowd. It's gone down with each day. Actually, it was a good number in on the first day. Somewhat fewer yesterday, and dropped off even further today. Well, that's just quite nicely poised. It's got the makings of a good game, this. Alan Dolby bowls, and Lyth drops a bat on that, and this time he does find a gap which allows him to score the first run of the morning and take Yorkshire to 270 for 4, Lyth onto 119.
Yeah, simple stuff. They'll just try and get going again, keep it ticking. Harry Duke is a busy little player, plays well square of the wicket on both sides, but very much a push and run feel about his batting. Accumulates them. Played well for a long time last week, and then stepped right across at this end where he's batting now and lost his leg stump.
And Dolby comes into bowl. Just describe this ball. Now I'm going to go off and do my first update, and that's defended solidly by Duke for no run. 270 for 4.
And Dolby getting nice and loose. First 2 or 3 deliveries, Harry Duke wanders off for a bit of a bat twiddle. Certainly a bit of a fidget. 2 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and in front of square leg on the 1, and a long leg down to the short boundary, the northeast stand corner of the ground. As Duke steps across and shoulders arms to this latest delivery. Nick Cook just addresses the bails. So Harry Duke just faced the half dozen since he came in late on yesterday, as Clive was describing. Harry Brook going just 7 balls before what ended up being the close of play. Alan Dolby in and wide of off stump, and Duke happy to have another sighter Will Rhodes, by the looks of things, is not on the field. He looks like he's down just beneath us. So there is a substitute fielder out there. Craig Miles, perhaps, again. At point, by the looks of things. 1 for 54 for Hannon Dolby, who's got one left in this opening over of day 3. In he comes, and Duke shouldering arms. End of the over, 270 for 4. So Adam Lyth, 119 from 287 deliveries, 387 minutes and 19 fours. And I'm sure he would love to pile on plenty more today if he can. As we mentioned, he's in sight of that 12,000 first-class run mark. He's started this match on 11,853. So I make that 11,972 at the moment. And here is Brooks for the first delivery from the Kirkstall lane end today to Lyth, who pushes it to mid-off, where Rhodes, who's gone on the field, does the fielding. Well, Rhodes, not sure why he would have missed the first over. But anyway, he's out there now. So 2 slips and a gully. There's a sweeper at point, about 5 in from the boundary, and a sweeper at square leg, a long leg, mid-on, mid-off, and an extra cover. And Brooks goes well wide of Lyth's off stump. Leaves that one alone, does a bit more fidgeting, bit of gardening. You can get in touch with us at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter. Let me remind myself of Clive's. It is at BBCCWR Sport. Oh, I tell you what. You just get used to one over 4 days, and then you've got to change to you commentate with somebody else.
Spotting, it's a big day for York City today, of course, isn't it? They've got their playoff final today.
Yeah. Here's Brooks again, and Lyth leaves that one well alone. Yeah, Graham Orange is from York. He was saying yesterday he was big hopes for them today. York City fan.
Nice to see them moving back in the right direction after falling somewhat.
And we're back in the day with the Y down the front on the old kits. Remember those kits, 70s kits? Here's Brooks. Lyth back and across, drives pleasantly through extra cover. It's not going to get anywhere close to the boundary, similar to quite a number of shots he's played during this knock. Will Rhodes hauls it in for the concession of 2. So Lyth into the 120s. And Yorkshire 272 for the loss of 4. So closing in on a third batting point, which, well, something have to go pretty drastically wrong for them to not to get there. Whether or not they're able to score quickly enough or good enough to get a 4th in the allotted time remains to be seen. Brooks in wide of Lyth's off stump and is shouldering arms once again. Little bit on the cool side again today. The car temperature gauge was reading 13 when I was driving in. It's overcast. It's not bad in terms of light though. No floodlights on.
According to my laptop, it's raining. Oh. Raining now, it says at the bottom.
Accurate then. Maybe check the weather app, I think, Clive, as Brooks is in, and that's Yorker length delivery wide of off stump. And Lyth, he sort of tried to chop down on it but missed. No harm done. So end of the 93rd, 272 for 4.
Don't do weather apps.
No, I know.
People spend ages on them. Oh, yeah. Look at this, look at that. Well, if it comes, it comes.
It's coming in.
I don't need an app to know it's raining. 272 for 4. And so Warwickshire They were talking last night about hoping that maybe Yorkshire's strength and experience with the batting was high up in the order. They might be able to exploit a slightly more inexperienced lower half, but that might be clutching at straws a little bit. Certainly need to get Adam Lyth out. If he gets set in for the day, he really will be in trouble. And Dalby to bowl to Duke. 2 slips and a gully for him. It's been a too familiar tale for Warwickshire's bowlers. Oh, that one though from Dalby. It comes off the bat and seems to roll down the pads and ends up perilously close to the stumps. It was a decent delivery from Hannon Dalby. They have toiled with the ball this season. Warwickshire just struggled to bowl teams out. The only time really where they had much success was in the home match against Essex. Other than that, it's been a real struggle to bowl teams out. Conditions here a little bit more favourable than many they bowled in this season, but they're still toiling for wickets. In terms of bonus points, where are we? We've got 17 overs to go, including this one. As Handleby bowl. So if Yorkshire just play normally, they will certainly have passed 300 if they're still in by 110 overs. They need to get 78 in 17 overs to get to 350. Not impossible. They won't be thinking about it. Much I wouldn't have thought. Just about possible. Warwickshire need another 2 wickets just to get a second bowling point. And then Dalby from the Howard stand end, the football stand end bowls, and that's defended out to mid-off by Duke for no run.
I checked out the scorecard between Jersey and Guernsey yesterday, Clive.
Oh, yes.
Incidentally, Jersey won by 37 runs for those of you who are hanging on for that result. Jersey 178 for 4, Guernsey 141 for 7. Just thought I'd check out some of the names. I expected to see a couple of Lefebvres in there and that sort of thing. Harrison Carlion, Julius Sumerawa, Dominique Blampied. Not your normal Luke Letizier as well, actually. Wonder if any relation, perhaps.
Probably. Here comes Hannon Dalby. Leans back Duke and plays that to point for no run.
Luke Thomas Bichard. Should we have a look around the grounds as well, early doors? There is some play at Hove between New Zealand and Sussex. New Zealand 6 without loss. They're also playing at Northampton, where the hosts are 31 for 2 in response to Kent's 519 for 9. But, well, unless they bat poorly for the next couple of days, probably got draw written all over it again at Northampton. Placid pitch.
Hannon Dalby bowls, and that's just on a leg stump. I think that might be a leg bye. It's going to be a run onto the total at any rate. Yes, it is. It's a leg bye.
At Taunton, Somerset 211, Hampshire 152 for 5. That's bubbling up quite nicely. At Old Trafford, Lancashire, a huge recovery to 40 for 5 in response to Essex's 391. Division 2, Durham 350, Middlesex 93 for 2, also playing there. And at Trent Bridge, where Notts lead by 88 runs at 348 for 8 in their first innings. And Worcestershire 466 for 4, huge 318 run lead over Leicestershire. And lots of time left in the game. Unless they have terrible weather, they'll be backing themselves now. The pairs.
Hannon Dalby bowls. That's driven nicely by Lyth, but gets nothing for it. It's cut off in the covers. Warwickshire's ground fielding has, for the most part, been decent. They've kept their standards up on that. And it was Nathan McAndrew who made a decent stop there to prevent any runs. So Yorkshire progressed a little bit this morning. They reached 273 for 4. So they've added just the 4 runs so far this morning to take their lead to 29.
Mighty Mariners tweets, morning all, hoping Yorkshire get a good first innings lead, and good luck to the Northern Diamonds later on this afternoon. Yes, our very own Katie Levick in action up at the Riverside. Henry Brooks then from the Kirkstall Lane end. Just checks at the start of his run-up. 2 slips and a gully in place for the right-handed Harry Duke. First ball he'll have faced, I think, from memory, from Brooks, and it's a Yorker attempt as well, and a good one at that. Well played by Duke.
I thought Henry Brooks bowled pretty well yesterday. And got the prize wicket of Joe Root. It was a really good delivery that got Root. And he did ask a few questions. 2 wickets in all for him. It's good to see him back. Missed pretty much the whole of last season with injury.
Been fighting fit at the moment as he comes in and bowls. He's down the leg side on this occasion. Duke has a little flick at it, but good take from Burgess, tumbling away to his left. Still got that sort of heavy feeling about the place at the moment with the grey skies. Pile of sawdust at either end as well for the first time in the match, really, which gives you an indicator of what went on last night. As I say, it was pretty heavy, that rain, for some time. Bright sunshine at the western terrace end of the rugby league ground and a rainbow at the eastern end of it. As the match kicked off, Brooks in and Duke pushes up to mid-on. No run. Coat order for, the vast majority that you can see away down to the left. There's a pair of shorts, though. Somebody's got the legs out. Brave. This time of a Saturday. Good luck to all you club cricketers around, of course. People setting off now, no doubt, to get themselves warmed up for the afternoon action. Brooks in, nicely played by Duke. Said he could play strong on both sides of the wicket, and there is evidence of that. Timed it well through square leg for 4.
Yeah, the thing really has happened for Warwickshire so far this morning. Nothing to suggest I'm not going to spend another wearisome spell out in the field, which has become their theme this season. I suppose the question is whether they'll be batting with any chance of setting the target and winning, or whether they'll be batting to try and hang on for a draw. But, the first innings lead and what Yorkshire do will be the factor in that. But once this league gets up much beyond 100, you start thinking, well, maybe just a case of trying to bat the game out, which won't be easy.
Tom Sibley just been dispatched out to the sort of area through which Harry Duke just played that boundary, and he now gets one outside off stump. Intelligent ball, I think, from Brooks there. Sent the man back, bowled in one just wide of off stump, and he was tempted, Harry Duke.
Yeah, that was a decent ball from Henry Brooks, as I say. He has produced a few. Bowling him in fairly short spells, having to look after him after the injury problems he's had. Rose has to resist the temptation just to keep him on, even though he's probably looking the most likely bowler.
Here he comes again. This time a little shorter and wide of off stump, and an easy lead for Harry Duke to complete that over. 95 now bowled, so 4 this morning, and Yorkshire have added 8.
I think we lost about 16 overs yesterday. I think we had 80 overs in my sums.
Yeah, I noted 17 left in the day on the board when they walked off, but they may not have quite adjusted it because it was the last. I think, yeah, there was a complete over, wasn't there, before we saw them come off. It was 91 bowled.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was 11 point something at the start of the innings, wasn't it? That's what I was working on. So in fact, you're probably right. It probably was 17 overs to go. Now we can get 8 of those overs back at the end of today, if the weather holds. So that means we have lost 9 overs in the match, which is probably pretty good compared to most games up and down the country. Alan Dolby bowls, and Lyth turns that into a bit of space on the leg side to take an easy single. He's made batting look increasingly easy. He had to work for it early on, but worked very, very well. He's really judged the leave exceptionally well yesterday and played himself in. Now is making it look pretty straightforward. He's on 122. Didn't actually, to my recollection, give any chance.
No.
Even particularly close to it, really, yesterday. And Dolby coming to bowl to Duke. And Duke defends it to his offside, to his right. And no run. Warwickshire got to keep themselves on their toes in the field, but they will be. This will be very frustrating for them to say. They've been spent so much time in the field so far this season, not being able to bowl teams out. It's going to be an intensely frustrating game. Cricket, particularly the long form, at least in T20, it's all over pretty quickly, however well you're doing. This is a less forgiving format. Hannon Dolby bowls to Duke, and that's pushed out into the offside. Alex Davis fields. I think they have stuck to their task pretty well. I think Will Rose reckoned it was the best they'd bowled as a unit yesterday for a long time, for quite a while, but they did stick at it. But just not able to penetrate. For most of the day they kept Yorkshire under a bit of control. Also, the latter part of the day, Yorkshire began to get away a little bit. Hannon Dolby, as ever, running in, and Duke leans back and tries to push that through the covers, but Alex Davis, not terribly elegantly but perfectly effectively, makes the stop, tumbling to his right, and so there's no run.
Rupert has emailed in. It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He sent the county championship table from Sunday the 21st of May 1922, precisely 100 years ago today, with Yorkshire at the top of it. Played 4, won 4, 20 points. Only 5 points for a win in those days. Warwickshire somewhere down just below the halfway, with played 3, won 1, lost 2.
Hannon Dolby to bowl to Duke, who leans back, and that's back onto pass. 17 teams in the championship at that point, were there?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Warwickshire were 10th, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. 278 for 4 rather. Not anticipated. Sorry, Warwickshire supporters. You hope they've got a 5th wicket. Maybe I'm anticipating it off this next ball. Who knows? Hannon Dolby goes in search of it to bowl to Duke, and he pushes that to mid-on, and there's no run. So that's the end of another over, another tidy over from Hannon Dolby. That was a maiden, so 278 for 4. Just 9 runs added so far this morning in 5 overs. Confirms what I think we would guess anyway, that Yorkshire's priority is to build as big a lead as possible, not worry too much about where they are after 110 overs. Be interesting to see if they get sort of 5 overs away and feel they have a chance of going for 350, whether they go for it. Well, I'd be surprised if they did.
Yeah, it tends not to be the way of things with this team, I've got to say, that they chase things like that. Here's Brooks bowling to Lyth, who plays fluently but no further than mid-off where Rhodes fields. Mike Clayton has tweeted, "Good evening from New Zealand. Loving the commentary and pictures. Big day for Lyth to put up a big score and show everyone that he's still a force in county cricket." Yeah, good point, Mike. And Lily says, "Morning JD and Clive. Brilliant century for Lyth. Great watching him get to his century live yesterday." Lyth live for Lily yesterday. Brooks short and cut by Lyth out towards the sweeper. Dom Sibley, who's round and fields, keeping them to 1. Adam Lyth rehearses an uppercut shot and he gets to the non-striker's end. 123 for him. 406 minutes at the crease now. Longer than many of those club cricketers in a season that I was mentioning a few minutes ago. Duke 5. He's faced that the mythical 20 ball mark now that they talk about. So he's got an idea of what's going on out there, the light conditions, the pitch, and the bowling of Henry Brooks, who is doing that now, and it's a good delivery that beats Duke on the rise through to Michael Burgess's gloves. Good carry, good delivery, good bowler.
Yeah, a good ball from Brooks. It's twice he's beaten Duke's outside edge now. And a bit of lift there as well. Can he find an edge?
Here he is again. Past umpire Neil Pratt. Back foot this time for Harry Duke, who drops it into the offside, no run. I mentioned Harry Duke last week, batted a long time for his 40. If you just forgive the rustle of paper, I will try and recall precisely how long that was. Yeah, it was bowled by Matt Parkinson for 40 off 202 deliveries round his legs. Last Saturday afternoon in the Headingley sunshine. The stay at the crease will have done him a power of good. And there's any doubt about that. It's probably as well as we've seen him bat for Yorkshire. He gets right over the top of this latest Brooks delivery and pushes it to Rhodes at mid-on, no run. And he's had a couple of 50s to his name last season. Got one, I think, in just his second knock in the defeat at Old Trafford. 52, and then he had got a 54 as well on top of that. So he's had a few runs. As point is sent out deep, so his two scoring shots are covered boundary wise at the moment. Brooks is in, goes full. That's nicely played by Duke. He's got it through the gap, yawning gap, straight mid wicket area. Rhodes is round to field, but they get a couple. So 7 to Harry Duke. I think what we'd sort of say from his batting so far is that he can play around the wicket, but lots of them are nudges and pushes. If you're trying to score runs at pace at this level, then you know there'd be other players in the lineup who you'd be sort of backing to do that more quickly, such as a Don Bess, a Jordan Thompson particularly, of those still to come, a Matthew Revis probably as well. But he's continuing to get a chance at 6, working hard.
Nathan McAndrew has just left the field, replaced by Craig Miles. I would imagine this is the way the one game that McAndrew's got to get his bowling boots on. I mean, you would have thought you could field for 25 minutes with your bowling boots on, but evidently not. He has to make the change. So I would imagine he'll come in for Henry Brooks shortly, which is why a pity, because Brooks has been bowling well. As I say, Melrose has to be careful and look after him. He may do one more over, perhaps. That's a bouncer from Hannon Dolby, which Lyth just leans back and allows to whistle through.
Notts, by the way, are all out down at Trent Bridge, so they take a first innings lead of 98 with them.
Could be a good game, that one. Bit of blue sky in the right-hand corner here. Too much movement with the ball. Just Brooks beating the bat a couple of times. I think that last over, they dropped the man out to point, perhaps sort of hoping that Duke would get a single, but rather annoyingly for Warwickshire, he got 2. I think they would not prefer to bowl to him at the moment, not least because Adam Lyth produces a shot like that, leaning back and dispatching that through the offside for 4. Terrific shot of the day so far. He's on to 127, 285 for 4.
It's up there with one of the shots of the match so far, actually, isn't it? I think just dismissive, cracked it away. Right along the carpet, beautiful shot.
Well, Lyth is playing in such a way that now it becomes a big surprise if he gets out.
He's got the ability to surprise you, though, in that respect, when he looks like he's set for days. But then again, it's the 3rd day on which he's batted in this match.
So they've now got a slip and a gap to about a 3rd slip position, and they put a fielder for the drive in the covers. Hannon Dolby runs in again to bowl to Lyth, who just drops his bat on that into that slip area, hits it straight to the man who just moved, Sam Hain, to move that 3rd slip position.
I think you know, clearly there's always a good ball at this level that might have your name on it, but otherwise, probably the real thing that might see the end of Adam Lyth is his own break in concentration as much as anything, and he seems to be doing that particularly well in this innings so far. 411 minutes.
In comes Hannon Dolby to bowl to him. Oh, it's short. First he was going to leave it, and then he thought, oh no, I'll tell you what, I'll have a go at that. And he tried to almost ramp it over the wicketkeeper. He missed completely. That would have been a soft dismissal if he'd edged that. And
that's the sort of thing you sort of occasionally will see. But he's clearly got to the stage now where he thinks he's seen it well again. There's a lot of confidence in how he's playing. Certainly is if he's playing that shot. He's now got 127 runs to his name, so it's one of those where if he gets it wrong, people are probably going to be less critical than they would if he was on 27.
So Warwickshire aren't exactly trying to keep Lyth off strike, but they are a bit, and they brought 2 or 3 fielders in now to make it harder for Lyth to get a single with 2 balls of the over to go. And he's edged that, but deliberate shot, slightly risky one, but effective, and it's gone down to third for 4 inside the the third slip, I guess. And 4 runs for Lyth, 131 to 89 for 4.
I think that's a beautiful shot, to be honest with you. I think it's a lovely late dab. In control, played it into the ground, and I think you just got to kind of applaud, as I did, just the fact that he managed to, he knew where the fielders were and he steered it into the gap.
Last ball of the over, and Hannon Dolby bowls it, and he hits that into the ground, into the covers, and it's fielded there on the bounce. No Rumley at 2 fours in that over. Adam Lyth is on 131, 289 for 4, so 61 needed if they're to get 4 batting points, and they've got 12 overs to get them in, so it'll be 5 and over. Just when you get an over like that, you start wondering whether that might be possible.
Just gives me the impression, Clive, that having seen him go through all that concentration on the first evening and yesterday morning when it was tough, grinding away, he fancies this now, doesn't he? The way he's just had a go at 2 or 3 of those shots. But it's Brooks bowling to Duke here, who's driven through the covers. It's not going to reach. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they get 2 for it. Nicely played by Harry Duke, but yeah, just get the impression Adam Lyth might be starting to put the pedal to the metal here. He's added 13 this morning in the first half an hour of play. Just giving off the signs of some real confidence. Brooks, though, bowling to Duke, wide of off stump. The batsman allowing that one by.
Quite overcast now, so a bit of blue sky in the right-hand corner. But you'd think these are the conditions that help the bowlers, but just 2 so far from Brooks that have just drifted away slightly and beaten the bat. This may well be his last over of this current spell.
Here he comes, passed on by Neil Pratt then, right arm over the wicket, straightens things up, nicely played again by Duke, who pushes it into that yawning gap through mid-wicket, and they're going to come, oh now then, could be a run-out mix-up here. Came back for a comfortable 2. Lyth set off from the non-striking end for a 3rd, but fortunately for him, Duke also did 2 strides and then sent him back, and he was comfortably home.
Yeah. Well, I was just having a conversation with Duke about that, but I don't think there was a 3rd run there. Even if they had gone for it straight away, I think they'd have been struggling.
Both these Yorkshire batsmen looking to score runs. I think that's the vibe out there this morning, as Brooks is in and Duke solidly behind this next delivery. Pushes to mid-on.
No ball.
Well spotted, because I hadn't.
They don't bowl too many Watch these days. Is that the first in the innings? I think it might be. I'll double check that.
I think you're right. It'll show up on the board in a moment, or usually does.
It is the first no ball of the innings.
Short ball now from Brooks, but that's dying away down the leg side. And a good take by Burgess.
I think it's only the second no ball of the match. And the other one was for height, if I'm...
Yeah, Matthew Revis, wasn't it? Bowled it over
so it's a first case of a bowler being adjudged to put the front foot over the line.
So the lead 49, 293 for 4 with Duke on strike on 11. And Brooks scurrying in from the Kirkstall lane end. Harry Duke plays that top of the bounce into the pitch, no run.
It's been a rough first half hour for Warwickshire. I've seen runs start to come there. Kept Yorkshire quiet for the first few overs, but now Yorkshire beginning to go for it again. They dropped a man out in the deep to give Duke the possibility of a single. They still clearly rather have him on strike than Lyth.
Here's Brooks coming in again, up there to drive and pushed by Duke. Ran about extra cover, but Lamb is round to field. End of the over. 293 for 4 with Duke 11, Lyth 131. I think the thing with Harry Duke, as I was mentioning about his innings last week, is that he's a bit of a nudger and nurdler. There's the odd boundary in there. We did see him score a good 100 actually, where the ball went to further parts of Grace Road in the RL 50 last year. And there was more pace about that innings, but that was white ball cricket. But in this, it was noticeable last week that Lancashire, when he was in, they set a tight ring field, and he wasn't able to pierce it that often or with a lot of fluency, if you know what I'm saying. And credit to them for how they set the field. Now they bowled to it as well, I guess, not just what Harry Duke himself was producing at the other end with the bat.
Heather Knight currently batting for Western Storm in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. 64 without loss after 9 overs, after a bit of a flyer there, as that one is played to backward point for no run. It's a T20 match, but 64 without loss. Heather Knight on 25, playing the South East Stars at Beckenham, which can be quite a high scoring ground. 295 for 4, and this lead creeping up. Warwickshire will be again getting frustrated. As Hannah Dalby comes into bowl to Lyth. It's a bouncer, bit of a tennis ball bounce. Lyth bends his knees, but probably if he leapt in the air, he would have struggled to reach it. 295 for 4.
Sorry, Jeff Greenwood has emailed in. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Says, just what is happening to today's modern fast bowlers. 6 games into the season, Yorkshire are missing Fisher, Ralph and Code, although I understand that he's played for his local club, whilst missing from Warwickshire, Stone, Norwell and Wokes. Also injured, question mark? Yes, I think is the answer.
Yeah, as in comes Hannah Dalby, and that's played to point. There's no run because Stone's been out for quite a while. Wokes, wear and tear of winter has had its effect. Norwell's a bit different because although it is now a back strain, it sort of does come back to the concussion he suffered. He got a really bad knock on the head while batting against Essex, and therefore had to be idle for a while. In that time, unfortunately, his back problems re-emerged. In comes Hannah Dalby, who does play a lot. He gets his injuries from time to time, Hannah Dalby, but he does play long spells and produces long spells of bowling. And that one is pushed onto the leg side by Lyth, and there's no run.
Malcolm Palmer actually has emailed in saying, watching Hannah Dalby, he runs in like he's going to be very fast, but the speed camera has him in the mid-70s. Speed of George Hill, etc. Waste of energy, question mark. Brooks is pretty handy though. Hope the weather holds and we can get a good score. Thanks for the comms.
Well, I think he's been doing it for the last few years and taking wickets, so I think he knows what he's doing in terms of his run-up.
And also, there's just that bit of, it's how you feel and how you want to get to the crease, whatever it comes out like. If that's comfortable for you, that's the way you get into bowl it. That's fine, isn't it?
Into bowl to Lyth again. It's another bouncer. A bit of bounce there, but not troubled Lyth. The end of the over. Possibly. Oh, no, it's not the end of the over. I do beg your pardon. He's got one more ball to go.
He doesn't feel like he's a mid-70s bowler, I've got to say.
Yeah.
It feels like he's a bit quicker than that.
I'm not sure how accurate. Well, I'm not an expert in these things, but I do wonder about the accuracy of those sort of things sometimes.
Charles Kitchen says, morning gents, fingers crossed for a full day's play. I'm surprised that JT doesn't come in at 6. I think he's good enough technically, plus he'd move the scoring along more quickly than Duke. In my opinion, Jordan Thompson is good enough to be thought of as a genuine all-rounder. Anna
Dolby, last ball of the over this time, and it's a good accurate delivery which Lyth plays to mid-off. Kept a bit more be calm that over. Better over from Warwickshire's point of view, but still no success. 295 for 4, the Yorkshire total. At some point, Warwickshire might go towards containment and try and almost keep Yorkshire out there as long as possible and minimise the time they have to bat to save the game. And we're not quite at that stage yet, but with the lead already on 51 and 6 wickets left, it'll start to look as if like how many sessions would Warwickshire have to bat to
save the game?
Save the game. Nathan McAndrew is going to come into the bowling.
What number do you need to bat at to be a genuine all-rounder? You can still be a genuine all-rounder at 8.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
It depends on what's in front of you. There might be a couple of other genuine all-rounders in front of you in the order.
I suppose that perhaps the difference is quotes genuine all-rounder as opposed to a bowling all-rounder. Maybe it's your bowling all-rounder that bats at number 8. Your genuine all-rounder maybe at 6. Yeah. Batting all-rounder bats somewhere in the top 6 and bowls a couple of overs every now and then.
So, Nathan McAndrew, 19 overs, 3 maidens, none for 63 yesterday. Right arm over the wicket from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's a good start because it draws Harry Duke across the crease. Ball that's rising as it goes by, and Burgess takes it in front of first slip. No run. M. Bloomfield has tweeted, Yorkshire's bowling woes. Has Olivier's contract been terminated? Yes. Well, he was released, I think is the expression that was given on the website back in sometime in March. So a couple of months back before the season started. Hence Harris Ralph been here, of course, but not playing. Now then, beautiful drive this time from Duke. McAndrew just offers him some width and throws it right up there, half volley length. And Harry Duke, well, I mentioned not piercing the field quite a bit against Lancashire last week. He certainly found the gap there. That's rattled into the boards at the northeast stand corner of the ground. So 15 to him, 299 for 4, brink of a third batting point. And still just under 10 overs. If they're of a mind to think about a fourth. Here's McAndrew again, this time Duke solidly behind it, pushes it back to the bowler, no run.
Just hasty mathematics, I think Nathan McAndrew's now got 7 for 373 in his first cast games for Warwickshire, so he's averaging over 50. He has not found it easy to pick up wickets.
Here he comes then. Short ball. Can't get rid of Duke with that one. He's right underneath it. I suppose if he could get Adam Lyth out, Nathan McAndrew, you might say he'd go from 0 to hero.
I wouldn't go that far in either respect. I'm not calling him a 0. And he'd have to do an awful lot more to become a hero, I'd say. It's just, as your overseas player, I suppose the expectations are always fairly high in your overseas pro.
There he is again. Duke works that nicely through mid-wickets. Not quite going to have the legs to beat Sibley, who's coming round. sweeping, but he's going to pick up a couple more. So 6 off the over so far. Yeah, I was kind of referring to the number on his back.
So I get that now, yeah.
So 3rd batting point for Yorkshire with those 2, 301 for 4.
You know, every game I spend ages trying to calculate these things, and they put them on the scoreboard for me here to make it far too easy. How many balls for each 50, but 80 balls for that last 50, which is the... Oh, wait a minute, they've only put 5 up there. I didn't see the 6th. I'm going to have to work it out now.
81. It was 81, yeah. 80 for the previous 50.
Yeah.
69 was the quickest 50. And got quite a lot for the first 3 50s. Another lovely shot from Harry Duke. He's been given a big gap through the leg side, and you wouldn't particularly be over enamoured, I wouldn't think, as Will Rhodes. Seeing your bowler bowl it full and on leg stump. He's been picked off for 2 more, so 8 off the over, 303 for 4. Duke moving on to 19.
So,
and,
so it's 300 in 606 balls. So the 6th 50, 81. It was actually 67 balls for the 4th 50. That was the quickest. But they have accelerated over, and the last 100 took just 161 balls. The second 100 took 174. The first 100 took 271. So there's been a steady acceleration.
They've now got it bang on 3 and over.
What are we looking at then? So 47 needed off 9. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility. It's Hannon Dolby to bowl to Lyth. There's a bouncer, which again Lyth ignores.
Yeah, if that's a little bit further up the pitch, and it's a genuine bouncer at the body, Adam Lyth will probably take that on. He plays a beautiful pull shot. There is a man set back for it, but he's even pointed himself just after that delivery in that general area.
Yeah, and he's got 2 men on the leg side, on the offside boundary, 2 men not all the way back because it's quite a long way, but catching towards the leg side boundary. So maybe it's a case of trying to tempt Lyth into something to buy his wicket. Hannon Dolby bowls. That one's pitched up and it's whipped away by Lyth for 4. And the runs keep coming. And Yorkshire are strengthening their hold on this game. Big punch of the gloves between the 2 batters there as Lyth moves on to 139.
He's looking very, very confident. This is the most confident I've seen him look since the start of last season, when he was pinging the ball around to all parts in those first few innings. I know he got 150 at Trent Bridge in the last game of last season, but there's a different feel about this Adam Lyth knock.
I did give him 4 extra runs there. Scoreboard trying to read the 5 on the 9. It's 135 he's on now, and he pushes that one to the offside for no run. So 307 for 4. Warwickshire will hope they do try and go for the 350, and I hope that they might lose a couple of wickets doing it. But at the moment, Yorkshire looking very comfortable.
Yeah, which is a slight surprise given the conditions this morning, and that there was some juice around, quite a lot of it last night. You'd have been quite happy to bowl this morning, I'm sure.
Hannon Dolby bowls. Now that's a good delivery. That's the first time Lyth has been beaten this morning. Outside off stump. And it was close enough for him to play at. Good ball from Ollie Hannon Dolby. Lyth walks halfway down the pitch.
Just having a chat with Nick Cook, I think. Might have been, couldn't see what his facial expression was from this distance, but maybe having a smile at that.
Hannon Dolby steaming in again, and that's played off his pads by Lyth. He will get 1. 5th ball of the over. It's not really what Warwickshire wanted, but it's 308 for 9. More importantly than the bonus points is this lead building up and up, giving Yorkshire. Right now they'll be thinking, can we just bat once? Can we get far enough ahead to give ourselves, say, 4 sessions to try and bowl Warwickshire out 2nd time round and not have to pal up again?
Yeah, you'd have thought so now.
Hannon Dolby comes into bowl, right arm over. Let's play to mid-on. That scenario, Hannon Dolby might be batting towards the end tomorrow, trying to hang on and keep Warwickshire in the game. 3:08 for 4, and it's all Yorkshire at the moment, particularly Adam Lyth on 136, although Harry Duke is also looking pretty accomplished despite a few player misses. He's on 19, and they've added 42 now for the 5th wicket.
Let's pop around the grounds, and starting at Old Trafford, where oh dear, Lancashire 59 for 7 against Essex, who made 391. So Phil Salt still going. He was in there last night, wasn't he? Luke Wood's gone for 21. Tom Bailey also out to Sam Cook. So Cook has picked up 4 of those wickets for just 15 runs. Good bowler, Sam Cook. So Lancs going through it at the moment. McAndrew went through it in the previous over from this Kirkstall Lane end as well. And here he is coming into bowl to Lyth. Good delivery this time though. Leaves the batsman on the rise. No run. In the big second T20 International at Castell, Jersey a 94 for 1 against Guernsey, having been put into bat. New Zealand 27 without loss against Sussex down at Hove in the tour match. Northants 58 for 2, trailing by 461 against Kent in Division 1. Hampshire 182 for 6, trailed by 29 against Somerset at Taunton. Div 2 in a moment, because McAndrew's bowling to Lyth, who opens the face, and he's got that away to backward point, where Sibley will stroll round to do the fielding. Single. Division 2 at Lords, Durham made 350, of course. Middlesex 122 for 3, 228 behind. At Trent Bridge, I mentioned Nottinghamshire all out for 358. They already have a Derbyshire wicket, 4 for 1, trailing by 94 Derbyshire. And at New Road, Worcester 510 for 5.
Azhar Ali made 225 there. He's now out.
The lad can play.
You can follow all these, of course, on the county cricket page.
McAndrew in. Duke dropping into the offside, no run. So here we go. They've blocked that gap through extra cover that's brought him a boundary recently. They've got a short extra cover in place. One slip, gully, point. There's a man at a more orthodox cover who's somewhere between a tight one and the boundary. Matt Lamb is at mid-off, Will Rhodes mid-on, Sibley at deep backward square, and also Hannon Dolby down at long leg. Yorker attempt by McAndrew, not a bad one either. Duke has to resort to just digging that out.
Actually not been a bad over. McAndrew beat the bat of Adam Lyth, first ball of the over. And a good Yorker length delivery. Should be looking to frustrate any ambitions Yorkshire might have of getting an extra batting point. He's got to finish the over off now with 2 more balls to go.
Here he comes, past umpire Neil Pratt. Good length ball, worked again into the leg side by Duke. Good bowling to your field so far this over by McAndrew. James Wood says genuine all-rounders. In 2003, Andrew Hall, first class batting average 35, batted at number 9 for South Africa behind Smith, Gibbs, Kirsten, Callis, Rudolph, Mackenzie, Boucher and Pollock. I'd have been insulted batting behind them lot. That's a very good team on paper, isn't it? Here's McAndrew, short ball, and good over from him this time.
Yeah, it was. Just one run off it, and containment is part of the game now for Warwickshire. As much as I'd like to be just taking wickets, I've got to try and make it difficult for Yorkshire to score runs, and McAndrew did that over. Yeah, so Paul and Steve are on duty on the county cricket page today, keeping you across all that's going on in all the matches up and down the country on the BBC website.
Andy Tolson has mailed in, says, good morning, one and all, from a sunny and warm Montreal, 6:30 in the morning there. Thanks for the fabulous comms. Could you wish all the teams in Quebec Cricket Leagues the best of luck in their games today? There you go. First day of the season over there. I'm sure they're all chomping at the bit after a winter of nets at the Ministry of Cricket and other homeless sports. Okay. I'm sure the Montreal Mavericks, who are playing their first ever game as a team, would love someone to have a Lyth-esque knock. I'm sure they would, Andy. A Yorkie in Montreal. Chris Addy says, I like the Duke approach, JD. I wouldn't be too worried about piercing the field against Lancs. 260 balls absorbed. Lancs scored nearly 600 and couldn't win the game. Good Roses cricket, question mark?
And we're seeing Danny Briggs come into the attack. And first ball, Lyth works onto the left side. Came down the pitch. You might be tempted to have a go at Briggs, but that was well stopped.
He goes on. Sorry, Clive. He goes on, and without going down the let's take some positives route, the experience against a very good bowling attack has got to benefited him. Yeah, I think I was saying that, Chris.
By the way, Western Storm now 95 for 2 in the 15th against Swansea Stars, and Lyth plays that one a little bit dangerously close to short leg in the air, but gets it past Sam Hain and ambles through for a single. 138 to him, 310 for 4.
Sam Fletcher says, hope the Warwickshire fans have had their coffee this morning because it's going to be a long day. What would you say is better for a batter, a good defence or a good attack?
Sounds an obvious thing to say, but you want both, really, don't you? This one, it's almost gets through. I think it was bat onto pad, and so there were not appeals, but shouts of anguish as if to say, oh, that was close, from Briggs.
I would have thought in the longer term, if you don't have the former, you're not going to get much of the latter.
And that one is pushed out to the offside. We're seeing it from Lyth. I mean, he did defend very well early on. But you have to score runs as well, as you say. You've got to do both, ultimately. It's an easy game to play from up here. Danny Briggs was always gone for the little ramp shot there. Duke got it away nicely down a fine leg for 4. That was a good counter punch from Harry Duke after Briggs had him a little bit of trouble for a couple of deliveries, but he's played that very nicely away to move on to 23. And clearly, I think Yorkshire may still have half an eye on this. So probably won't want to gamble too much, but while these two are together, it's 36 more required now. There's 6 overs to go after this one for the bonus points. So it's a run of ball, 6 and over. It's quite a big ask in this context. Briggs comes into bowl and he tries to drive at that. Duke doesn't really get hold of it. Just that 5 runs came off that over rather. There was a single from Lyth on 138 and that 4 from Duke on 23. Just keeps them interested. They need another 36 to get the 4th batting point in 6 overs.
Yeah, won a ball basically, isn't it? When you've got a confident Adam Lyth out there, it only takes 2 or 3 loose deliveries and you're well on the way towards that.
That would be an impressive trick if they were to get 36 singles now for the next 36 balls. That'd be a good way of doing it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but a chit-chat between Sam Hain and Adam Lyth as Hain makes his way into the cordon.
He's probably saying, oh, you've got to go for it, mate. Yeah, you're 36. That Warwickshire will want them to go for it. Hope they make mistakes doing so. Or he might be saying, go for 86, go on.
Yeah, I've always admired that one where you guide it somewhere near the slips,
yes.
just beyond the hand, but if you can just get it slightly wrong. I'm waiting. He's at gully. Hands in pockets is Hain as in comes McAndrew, and Lyth, as he does, he gets into a great body position for that shot when he plays it well, and he carves it away through backward point. He's only going to get 1 because they've set Sibley back.
Yeah, it looks like he felt he missed out a little bit there, Lyth. A little frustrated when he played it straight to the fielder in the deep. So that's the first of the singles, 35 more to go.
Yep, field changes from lefty to righty, of course. A solid whack of the bat, more than a tap by Duke into the crease. And in comes McAndrew. It's short and wide of off stump. And they need more than 1 a ball because that was a dot. A none for 73 into his 22nd over, McAndrew.
Danny Briggs just jogged over to Will Rose and had a word, and it looks like whatever he suggested Will Rose might be taking up, because he's just doing a bit of pointing. And what are we going to get here? We're going to get
Hayne under the lid by the looks of it, yeah. Alex Davis moving to gully.
Yeah.
So Sam Hayne going in a short leg.
He's at a leg gully, isn't he, Davis?
Yeah. I've got my lefts and my rights confused there.
He's now moving to more back of square leg.
Could be under the armpit, this one. Or will he try and take out his middle stump with a Yorker? We'll find out just about now. No, he's gone short, but not particularly well aimed. Duke easy duck underneath it. Nick Cook's just changing his position, going from square leg to point.
I bet he tutted on the way as well. Oh, if you're in my way, I'm going to have to move now. Obviously, Sam Hayne is obscuring his view somewhat.
Can't park there.
Interesting little cameo, this.
Here's McAndrew, and it's full, but down the leg side, and Duke swishes and misses.
So he's bowling quite deliberately down the sort of leg side, a couple of them short, looking to induce, to try and tempt Duke to go for the shot.
Neil Pratt having a word with the bowler as he walks past.
I don't know, he's saying if you bowl too far down the leg side, or if he feels that he's deliberately doing it to stop runs being scored, he could get a bit harsh on the wires, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that last delivery.
Here he is again, short, and again round about leg stump, Duke underneath it, so he's just chewing up a few balls here and just keeping Yorkshire out of sight of that extra batting point. Harry Duke's now faced 54 of them for his 23.
Lyth down the pitch to have a word with Duke. Might be saying, look, don't worry about it. It's not that important, the 350. Don't do anything silly.
Just block it, I'll get him at this end.
Yeah.
Here's McAndrew again. Final ball of the over. It's short again, and Duke this time around about off stump, dropping it into the pitch. So that completes 105 overs of Yorkshire's first innings. 14 of them bowled this morning. They've gone from 269 for 4 to 315 for 4.
Well, if McAndrew's not getting wickets, but if his job in the last couple of overs has been containment, then he's done it pretty well, in fairness. And it has made that fourth batting point look a little bit unlikely now. 35 off 5. And it may be that Adam Lyth will make the decision now just to forget it. And if a couple of bad balls come, he hits them both for 4s, then he might look again. But I wouldn't think he will be overly hung up about it. Briggs comes in the ball, gives it a bit of air. He does dance down the pitch a bit live, but he play it to long on for a single. And one of the crowd spotted. 50 partnership between these two from 93 balls. Good effort on the wicket of Harry Brook, giving Warwickshire hope they might be able to start making some inroads, but it hasn't happened for them this morning. I think I'd better leave it there actually and go and break the great news to listeners across the country, Warwickshire and the West Midlands.
So Duke on strike. Briggs bowls and he pushes that into the offside. They've got the ring tight again. There's a leg slip and an orthodox slip, as well as obviously Burgess with the gloves behind the sticks. Short extra cover, point, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and just a sweeper out a deep backward square leg as this latest Briggs delivery is defended into the pitch by Harry Duke. Briggs left arm round the wicket. Duke finds that gap out square on the leg side and will work it for a single, taking him to 24, the total to 317 for 4. John Logan, good afternoon to you. Says top performance by Adam Lyth, very watchful early in his innings, protecting his wicket and letting the Warwickshire bowlers get weary. Considering the pressure he's been under in the last few games, I've got to say this innings is one of Adam's best in the county championship. I would not disagree. And he's across and turning that one just the onside of straight. Regarding the chart of classifying a player as a genuine all-rounder, my classification for an all-rounder is a player who is a batter who bowls a bit or a bowler who bats a bit. A genuine all-rounder is excellent at both disciplines. Briggs to Lyth, who pushes into the covers and will pick up one to keep the strike at the end of that over. That's 106 bowls, so they've got 24 deliveries to try and get 32 runs if they're going to go for the batting point. It's looking unlikely.
Warwickshire have done a decent job last 2 or 3 overs of containment, probably ruling out Yorkshire's chance.
Stephen says, morning gents, entertaining match and commentary so far, and great to see Lyth back in form. Isn't clean slate Virat Kohli's wife's company? I wouldn't have a clue, I'm afraid. What chance of using that connection, he says. Neil Dutton, afternoon Doidgy, a bit late tuning in today. Yeah, you're clocking in very late. Going to get your wages deducted for that, Neil. McAndrew bowling to Lyth, who drives through the covers. They're going to pick up at least 2 here, you would have thought. Sibley making his way around to do the fielding. And they're going to cruise through for 2. Back to Neil's tweet, which says, a bit late tuning in, been educating my eldest at mini golf. Lyth looking an imperious touch and Duke starting to look inventive. Good day ahead. Make sure you tune in on time in future, Neil.
It's good about that though, inventive.
People messaging in, Clive, nearly an hour after play started, apologising for the tardiness of their arrival. Not sure that's the done thing, is it? As McAndrew's in and Lyth pushes into the offside.
It is a privilege and a pleasure to have them listening at any time.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, thank you.
Well, it's all about how big a lead Yorkshire can build and how quickly they can do it now. Just one slip in place. Warwickshire have gone pretty much now towards containment, which is understandable.
McAndrew going round the wicket to Lyth, who's still able to open up the offside square this time with a solid push out to Sibley for another single. 321 for 4. He's on to 144.
If Yorkshire could bat all the way to tea, say, we'll probably by that time have a lead of approaching 200. So Warwickshire would have to bat the best part of 4 sessions to save the game. If Yorkshire can really get going at some point, they might even be able to get him in before tea with a bigger lead.
McAndrew back over the wicket to the right-handed Duke, goes short, leg side, and another one bites the dust, as it were.
On the other hand, Warwickshire might clatter through 6 wickets quickly and keep the lead down, but it's been another frustrating morning for them thus far. Beaten the bat maybe 3 or 4 times, but certainly haven't had the Yorkshire batters hopping around all over the place.
Duke waits, McAndrew coming in again from this Kirkstall Lane end, and that's worked into mid-wicket, but Lyth not interested in assisting his partner through for a single. Bit of breeze at Headingley again today. Just looking at Matty Lamb's clothing rippling in the Headingley breeze. Still a bit overcast, but bright enough. And that's a misdirected short ball from McAndrew, which even Burgess can't reel in with the left glove, and it's going to be 4 byes. They all count.
Well, again, there was one against Duke in the Warwickshire innings which seemed very harsh on the wicketkeeper. I was about to say, well, I thought McAndrew bowled so far this morning. He hasn't bowled that many bad balls. That was one. But generally hasn't bowled that many. One or two deliveries have asked questions, and he's generally kept the scoring down, but just got a bit carried away at the end of that over. He will, I'm sure, be feeling the pressure. He's the overseas player, a lot expected of him. He's here for quite a very long stint, and it's not really happened for him. When he keeps coming in and keeps working at it. As I say, I think on the whole, that delivery notwithstanding, he's bowled quite well today. Danny Briggs to bowl to Adam Lyth, a short leg and a slip. And he pads up at that one, and just because he didn't play a shot, Danny Briggs thinks, well, I might as well ask. Both arms in the air, how's that? Not out, comes the answer. And, of course, Briggs knows he turned that sharp and it was going to hit middle stump, but he couldn't convince the umpire of it. That one, he dabs at Adam Lyth. That is one particularly noisy aircraft going overhead. Briggs, left arm over, it's whipped away by Lyth. That's a decent shot. It won't go all the way. The sweeper will get to it. They probably should have got two there, but they discussed it for a bit too long, and so had to settle for the one. And Lyth on 145, 326 for 4. I think we can say now probably that well, I suppose a couple of quick boundaries come, but 24 required now from 15 deliveries for the 350. I don't think it's going to happen. Briggs comes in to bowl to Duke, who plays a 4 defensive, just to underline the point. At that one, it comes off a bit of the inside edge onto the onside. Now York should be thinking now, let's build and build and build. And grind Warwickshire and frustrate Warwickshire and then make them have to come out and bat and try and win the game that way. It's pushed out to the offside, there's no run.
Yeah, just trying to pile on the agony, I think, today now.
Yeah.
I think it is just a bat one scenario, if at all possible.
That one's left outside off stump. Briggs has headed hands as if that was close. It was a quicker ball, but it missed. Yorkshire looking for their second win of the season. Warwickshire, like Yorkshire, have got one win. Yorkshire are still unbeaten. Warwickshire have the one defeat to their name. Quite a lot of draws this season. Somerset is the exception with 2 wins and 3 defeats in their 5 games. And Hampshire 3 wins and 1 defeat in their 5. Quite a lot of draws around elsewhere. Surrey cantering away, 3 wins from their 6th. They're not playing in this round.
So it's going to be McAndrew continuing. See what approach he takes to Adam Lyth here. Been trying to pepper Harry Duke with some misdirected short stuff largely. Nothing that's troubled him yet anyway. But Lyth on strike on 145.
You say it's misdirected. He stopped him scoring runs though.
Yeah.
Which I think is part of the aim.
But he's kind of set the trap for the under the armpit delivery and possible catch and not come close to that aspect of things. So Lyth, 453 minutes out there in the middle. McAndrew round the wicket to him. He chops that into the deck on another day. When it's not your day, that might have rolled onto the stumps, possibly. Chopped into his foot by the looks of it.
Looks like he hurt himself a little bit there. Yeah, it's taken the odd bump and bruise during the course of this innings, but I suppose that's inevitable when you're out there that long. Just stretching it a little bit there.
McAndrew then, back at his mark, and in he comes again. Past umpire Neil Pratt, and wide of off stump. Lyth carves at that one. He's got an outside edge, and he's been comfortably caught by Michael Burgess. So that is the end of a very, very good innings indeed by Adam Lyth. 145, which I make his 7th highest score in his entire first-class career. And I think in the circumstances and given the pressure he was under, having not scored so many so far this year, that is a tremendous effort in the context of the game. But it'll start to move a little bit more quickly one way or another now. He faced 330 balls. He was out there for 456 minutes. And he hit 22 fours. But he's gone.
Yeah, the crowd actually, which has got a little bit better as the morning's gone on, and giving him appreciative applause. He raises his bat. We can forget the last shot, which was pretty ugly. It was a terrific innings from Adam Lyth. Really, really impressive. How to build a 4-day match innings. Masterclass in that. And just got tempted. And I keep saying about McAndrew, I think he deserved that this morning. I think he's done all right, and he's finally got the wicket. And Burgess has got his 4th catch of the innings. Trying to cut it at Lyth and edged it. And he goes. We're talking about bonus points. Of course, Warwickshire are now 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. So now do Yorkshire, and you do see teams do this. I think Warwickshire have done this once this season, actually go out of their way to try and prevent that from happening. Let's not give our opponents a point. Let's just make sure on the next 10 deliveries we don't give away a wicket. And then once that's out of the way, we can go for it again. But Don Bess is the new man in.
Yeah, you'd think that might be part of the thinking, because that's more likely to happen than Yorkshire getting another batting bonus point here. So let's just starve you of a point if we can.
Absolutely. So McAndrew 1 for 76. Yeah, not great figures, but probably be a bit better this morning. And he has got 8 wickets to his tally now in the season. So it's just he's had to work very hard for them and pay quite a heavy price for them. 2 slips and a gully for Don Bess.
Yep, scratches his guard. He'll probably play a few shots. But he'd just like to get things ticking, I'm sure, in the first place. And there may be that consideration for stopping an extra bowling bonus point for the champions, who have McAndrew bowling then 2 slips to the new batsman. And he comes straight and pushed up to Lamb at mid-on. No run.
Partnership of 60 for the 5th wicket in 19 overs. So that's a pretty good contribution between Lyth and Harry Duke.
Yeah, still to come. Jordan Thompson next in. Matthew Revis can bat. Tom Loughton as well. And then Stephen Patterson. So there may still be runs to be had there. 82 in front as it is at the moment, so handy in these conditions. You wouldn't expect 82 to be match winning, but I suppose you never know in cricket. As McAndrew's in and Best drops that into the offside, there's no run. It'll be after a pretty ordinary batting display.
Warwickshire fairly attacking at the moment. They want this 6th wicket. Once 110 overs are up, I wonder what their plan will be.
McAndrew then sets himself, comes in once again, and Bess right behind it. Don Bess looked like he was going to make a century here a few weeks ago. Kent match, I think it was, and got out in the 80s. When, as you might imagine, was looking pretty well set. Capable player. Some might call him a genuine all-rounder. Others may call him a bowling all-rounder. Here's McAndrew. It's short of length and guided wide of gully by Best to get himself off the mark with a single.
Yes, I think bowling all-round is probably about right. Good cricketer. 327 for 5. One more over for Warwickshire to try and get 4 wickets to get maximum bowling points. But if they can't get that, they might settle for 1 and get a second bowling point. Clearly, no chance of Yorkshire getting the 350. It wasn't really ever on. They got to a stage where it was about 5 and over, and they had a couple of good overs, and you thought, well, just maybe. But Warwickshire did try and make it difficult for them to score runs for 2 or 3 overs, and at that point, they took the fairly sensible decision to not worry about getting that 5th batting point. Best on strike to Danny Briggs, and I guess Bess will be happy enough just to keep this over out and prevent Warwickshire getting a second bowling point. Round the wicket comes Briggs, and it's defended by Bess. Maybe a hint of turn, which Bess will watch with interest, no doubt, but out the offside for no run. If Warwickshire don't get the second bowling point, they'll finish with just 2 bonus points from this match. Quicker ball from Briggs. It's played a mid-on, there's no run. So if they were to lose it, that'd be a pretty poor haul of points to bring away from Headingley. Briggs bowls, and that's hit in the air, and it's caught. Warwickshire do get the second bowling point. Danny Briggs was tempted Dom Bess there, who went for the shot, didn't time it, and it's gone straight to Nathan McAndrew, who's taken a very easy catch at backward point. And something to give Warwickshire a bit of cheer on the first morning, because with just 3 balls to spare, they have secured the second bowling point. Who knows at the end of the season whether that'll make any difference, but it'll make them feel a bit better now. And also, of course, dents Yorkshire's ambitions for how big their first innings lead will be, somewhat. Bess, the second batter in the innings to be out for single figures, the other one being Joe Root, who was out for 8. Bess goes for 1. And the first time in the innings, really. I mean, even when Joe Root was out, they'd added 27 for the 3rd wicket, so it's the first time that 2 wickets have fallen in pretty quick succession in this innings. And so Jordan Thompson now comes to the crease, with Danny Briggs merely needing a hat-trick now for Warwickshire to get a 3rd bowling point. That would be quite something, wouldn't it? Anyway.
What have I missed?
You've missed Dom Bess being tempted to go for an attacking shot and clipping it straight to Nathan McAndrew at backward point, and Warwickshire securing the 2nd bowling point. That will probably clinch in the championship at the end of the season. 1 point out of Yorkshire. So 327 for 6. And there's a slip and a short leg. Danny Briggs comes in. That's played out to the offside. 2 bowlers have got their first wickets of the match this morning. And they're sounding a bit more chipper in the field now, Warwickshire, for the time being. As Briggs bowls, that's played off the pads by Thompson, and they do get through for the singles. It beats the inner field, so Thompson's off the mark. 328 for 6. So the all-important lead now, what is it, 84. Briggs with a leg slip and a slip in place, and Duke plays that down by his toes, no run. So successful over for Danny Briggs, and 110 overs are up, so Yorkshire get 3 batting points, giving them a total of 6 bonus points in the match, and Warwickshire get 2 bowling points. They finish with a mere 3 bonus points. So if it is a draw, Yorkshire will still have outpointed Warwickshire to the tune of 3, but they'll be hoping to outpoint them to the tune of 19 by winning the game.
McAndrew then going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. Jordan Thompson is taking his guard with his back to the Howard stand. He'll be able to see a few of the fluorescent jacketed stewards dotted around amid the crowd. Looks like one of them's having a good time watching play. No crowd trouble down there. Can't sit there. You can't stand there, mate. It's a yellow area, I'm afraid. Here's McAndrew bowling full to Thompson, who hits that quite hard, but straight to Matty Lamb. Can't stand there. There was something going on last night when I got onto the concourse, as I was within the bowels of the Howard stand, waiting to go watch the rugby league game. Not quite sure what was kicking off is probably too strong a word, but there was a difference of opinion between a couple of supporters and about 8 stewards who were around. Here comes McAndrew, and Thompson pushes that back into the bowler's follow through, no run. And before I, just literally sort of 5 seconds having a look, and when you're trying to work out what the exchange is, and one of the stewards moved me on and said, I think you better go. You don't want to be standing around here just in case anything else develops.
I must admit, being a steward is not a job I'd relish. This just seem to be on the end of everything, stewards, don't they?
Somebody was not a happy chappy for some reason. It all seemed to die down when I got a few yards away. Anyway, maybe it was me that were not happy with McAndrew's latest delivery. Is wide of Thompson's off stump, and he leaves it.
People don't like to be told what to do these days. I'm sure I'm the same. Sometimes you think you want to object when you're asked to do something, but perhaps sometimes you should say, okay, if that's what you're asking me to do, then. Anyway.
I think sometimes it's just the apparently ridiculous things that you are asked to do.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying, really. Perhaps sometimes you just have to accept, even if it does seem daft.
Short ball, attempted pull by Jordan Thompson on another day. Might have got a feather on that to Burgess, but he didn't this time. It was climbed a long way on him. It was probably head height as it went by, and possibly even higher. So he's still on 1. It's that thing of, I think the thing that sticks in the craw is usually there's route A to where you need to be, and you've got to walk 700 yards to get to the same point within the stadium, because you're not allowed to walk in here. You know what I'm saying. McAndrew, driven by Jordan Thompson, and will get 4. Just to the onside of straight, over pitching the bowler, and Jordan Thompson dispatching.
Yes, undermined is reasonably good work this morning, McAndrew, with an over pitch delivery there. Well, it's just got us now. Try and make it as hard for you. Obviously, they want wickets, but they've got to make it as hard for Yorkshire to score runs as possible. They want to either bowl them out or force them to stay out there for as long as possible. You see what I mean? What they don't want to do is to see Yorkshire rattle the scoreboard along.
Here's McAndrew. Ball angled in. Good delivery this time, which holds its line on Jordan Thompson, who has a little flick at it, but end of the over. He's on 5. Yorkshire are on 332 for 6. And I make that a lead of...
It's an awkward number, isn't it?
Yeah.
244. 86, isn't it?
88.
244.
Yeah,
you're right.
To get to
right.
2, you had 8,
yeah,
don't you? Okay, it's a long time since both of us did maths at school, I think, Glenn.
I'm quite good at arithmetic most of the time, but anyway. Briggs comes in to bowl. You do want teams to be bowled out for 250 or 300 or whatever. It does make life a lot easier.
Was it still called arithmetic when you were at school?
Is it not now?
Maths in
Well, but arithmetic is a particular part of maths, isn't it? Briggs comes into bowl, and that's played out in the offside. He's appealing here, actually. We feel that it hit the pad first, but it's not out. I think I wasn't that great at other aspects of maths, but I was quite good at arithmetic. Briggs comes into bowl, and that's left outside off something. Well, it looks like from the reaction of the bowler and wicketkeeper that might have been quite a close leave. I'm sure Duke will say, nah, it's between my miles, but they reckoned it brushed the varnish. Briggs in again, quicker ball, and it's worked out nicely onto the leg side. And Thompson ran that first one hard, thinking there might be a second, but realised there isn't, so it's a single for Duke.
I've just been waiting for years for the rain rules to involve sine, cosine and tangent so that, you know, I could put that into practice, because I always knew at some point in my life those things would be relevant.
Briggs left arm over bowls, and that's a quicker ball, which arm ball, but she just about gets bat on there, Thompson, and plays it down into the ground to slip. So Briggs working hard, he's got 1 wicket. He's trying to take another, gives out a bit of air. It's whipped away and just above the reach of mid-on. It's going to go for 4, but it wasn't a shot he was entirely in control of there, Thompson. But he gets it away, 337 for 6.
That was an I'm not going to let you bowl to me sort of shot, wasn't it? We know he can play with some flash and dash, Jordan Thompson, and yeah, as you say, just cleared the field. But if x equals -2 and y to the power of 4 is what Yorkshire scored between overs 87 and 91, what will the total be on a Tuesday?
What are you talking
well, you know,
about?
it's like that maths that we used to do. What's all that about? I mean, I got a qualification in it.
Yorkshire here.
I got a qualification in it, but what does it mean? What did it mean? Just teach me what I need to know about cricket numbers for cricket scoring, please. McAndrew, ball short of length, pushed up the pitch by Duke, no run.
I expect your school probably thought that not every member of the class is going to become a cricket commentator. Some of them might become architects or...
is that what you need it for, that?
Well, quite possibly. I think you have to have civil engineers, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Requires those sort of calculations.
Any civil
Maths
engineers
teacher?
out there? Tell us, do you
Maths
use
teacher?
sine, cosine and tangent?
You might be maths teacher.
Well, that's true.
But you weren't talking cosine and tangent.
Well,
in the
all
last
the rest of
conversation.
it, the general gist of it, you know what I mean. McAndrew, short ball, and Duke ducks underneath it. Still got the same field setting that he's been applying throughout recent overs to Harry Duke. Leg slip, short leg, orthodox slip.
It's my age that I was in the first... I was in the last year to be made to buy a slide rule, and the first year never to use it. Slide rules just about went out as I started secondary school.
But you still got the ability to use that, so you've seen it. You know, when you say a slide rule decision as part of your commentaries, which I'm sure you've used at some point over the years.
I think I have, actually.
Short ball from McAndrew dot. You know what it means.
I know the Sam Cooke song. I know don't know what slide rule was for. Wonderful World, great song.
When I was there, we'd started using calculators, but they were massive.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You had a bag for your calculator and a bag for the rest of your school gear. A bit like the early mobile phones. 337 for 6. As McAndrew turns, makes his way in round the wicket again to Harry Duke. And this time he's flicked nicely off the legs. It was aerial, but clearly beyond the grasp of Sam Hain, who watched it go by and Sibley fielded for the concession of 1. Sally M says, good morning, up early as I'm selling at a craft show today. It's outside and the temperature's supposed to be hitting 86 Fahrenheit, 30 degrees centigrade.
Where's this?
Over stateside.
Oh,
just saw the Lancashire score. Why couldn't Yorkshire skittle them like that? Maybe it was all those drop catches. Are they all out? Let's check back. McAndrew bowling to Jordan Thompson, who's tucked up slightly but finds the room to get the ball away into the offside, and will pick up a single for his pains. 94 for 8, Lancashire. So a big recovery from, what was it, 30 odd for 5?
Slightly surprising because Essex haven't looked that strong this season.
No.
The one team that Warwickshire have beaten.
Here's McAndrew. Bowling to Harry Duke, who turns that into the ground, and Hayne fields at short leg, end of the over. 113 now bowled in this Yorkshire first innings. A 95-run lead means they're 3-3-9 for 6. Darryl Neal says, poor from Yorkshire again this time. The third time this season they've refused to go for an extra batting point in favour of extending the innings when it's been well within reach. Third time they've lost wickets in that period. The other two didn't end in wins. Hope this is different. Disagree.
I totally disagree, I'm afraid. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, of course, but I just think that's a very faulty analysis, that. I think as Danny Briggs comes in to bowl to Thompson, and that's played to short. I mean, to call it poor from Yorkshire. Come on.
And then Chris Whittaker, silly cricket from Bess, gift wrapping a bonus point for Warwickshire. Where's the match awareness? Yorkshire frittering a dominant position.
Well, that one's carved away into the offside, and it's so well stopped. There's no run. I've got a bit more sympathy with that view. I mean, again,
didn't see the dismissal, so I can't comment at all on the shot.
I get the point that perhaps Bess should have just not been tempted and just seen that over out and gone for his shots next over. That one is played to point. There's no run. There was a brief period where Yorkshire at 350 looked possibly on. It was never that close. There was a brief period we thought, well, a couple of good overs and they might get there. But you've got to give Warwickshire some credit as Briggs comes into bowl. And that's hit in the air, but safely. He's got enough on that, Thompson, I think. He has. And that's gone through for 6. It's the second 6 of the match, according to my memory. I haven't looked it up, but Michael Burgess hit 1-6. And Jordan Thompson has launched that one over long on for 6. Yeah, a few shots like that, they might have got to 350. But Warwickshire were quite deliberately making it difficult by a lot of short deliveries. A lot of deliveries where they might have tempted Yorkshire to go for shots, and they might well have lost wickets in the process. And they could have got to, say, 350 and 110 overs, but been 9 wickets down by then, and ended up with a pretty modest lead. So I think I've played this absolutely right myself, notwithstanding Bess's dismissal, as that's played down the pitch as no run, which he probably did get wrong, to be fair.
As one of our correspondents said yesterday, in the title wins of 14 and 15, it was secondary to winning games of cricket.
Absolutely. That one is almost gets through inside edge down to fine leg. But a successful over because he got a 6 from Thompson. He's on 16 in Yorkshire. I've got the lead into 3 figures now. They lead by 101. They're 345 for 6. That makes the calculation a little bit easier.
Lily says Adam Lyth batted fantastically. Great innings. Hoping that Yorkshire get a big lead.
Absolutely accentuate the positive, for goodness sake, because there's plenty of positive there in the Yorkshire innings.
Malcolm Palmer, high again. Great knock by Adam Lyth. Now we need to crack on and get a bunch of runs. 250 lead to bowl at would be nice. 250 lead to bowl at, that would be nice.
Yeah. Not impossible, but they'll have to go some.
Yeah, me. Well, I suppose set the bar high and all that. McAndrew then. In he comes, bowling to Harry Duke, who's on the back foot, and that's a lovely shot by Harry Duke, just using the pace of the ball and some timing, and he's got it away through the covers for a very pleasant looking 4. He's on to 30 from 75 deliveries, 349 for 6. It's a useful lead, 105. You wouldn't think match winning, but certainly useful, Clive, in the context of this match and what we've seen in terms of bowlers getting what they have out of the pitch.
Well, I mean, even if they lost the last 4 wickets quickly now and the lead was something like 120, how long would Warwickshire have to bat for? They'd have to bat till pretty close to the close tomorrow to save the game.
Duke waits, and McAndrew in, and nicely handled by Harry Duke. That's ball short of length, but it's played into the deck beyond leg gully. They've not gone through for a single. McAndrew bowling over the wicket this time at Duke rather than round as he has been. Russ Harker mails in from Berlin and says, I'm an aerospace consultant for 40 years. I use maths every day, but I still can't work out what umpire's call's all about.
I'm a defender of umpire's call as well. I do understand the reasoning behind that.
McAndrew to Duke, played nicely, timed well. They're going to get at least 2 here, possibly 3. Matty Lamb is chasing it down through straight mid-wicket, and they're going to settle on the 2. 32 to Duke, 351 for 6, and the lead advancing to 107.
That 350 seems to come quickly. Let me get on the I'll get the cosines out. I'll work that out, shall I?
There you go. 80 balls. No.
No, you see, they only display the first 5, don't they? You see?
Well, they had the 6th one last time, but okay. Yeah, showing 81, the 6th one. Short ball here from McAndrew. Duke ducks under it.
Where are we? 114 times 6. I'll add 4 to include the no ball. 688 balls for the.
What's the square root?
50.
Square root of that, please?
Probably is one, but I don't know. Lost 2 wickets, of course, for the 6th 50.
What is it cubed? Here's McAndrew bowling to Duke, who's solidly behind that on the back foot. No run.
Cubed 3, isn't it? Square root's 2. Cube is 3. I still remember some of it all. So that 50 did come in 82 balls. So they've been pretty consistent, actually, since they had that slightly whirlwind 50, which they got in 67 balls. The next 3 have all come in around about the 80 ball mark. So ticked along nicely.
McAndrew at the end of his run. Still bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Duke, who pulls that unconvincingly, you've got to say, beyond Sam Hain. Don't think he timed that one at all, but he's got a single for it.
Yeah, I think he's probably realising 2 men on the boundary. He tried not to give it too much. Didn't need to make a slight risk of playing it to the close infielders, but he was anxious not to hit it to those men on the boundary. Yorkshire still moving on like it's been, despite those 2 wickets, which gave Warwickshire a little bit of a cheery moment. They got their bowling point. It's still been a pretty good morning for Yorkshire, and they have maintained their control in the game. Danny Briggs will bowl to Harry Duke. Round the wicket, and inside edge goes to square leg. There's no run. Do we have a slightly later lunch today because the extra half hour? I should know by now, but I keep forgetting.
I was trying to find out what the... Oh, in fact, right on cue, I have a text from Yorkshire scorer John Potter. Thanks, John.
This next one is hit into the ground, back to the bowler, no run.
Lunch 1:10.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Tea 4 o'clock, close 6:30 or after 104 overs.
So the extra 8 to make up for time lost yesterday. It's pushed out in the offside, there's no run. Of course, you can't do that in the final day, so any time that we were to lose now would be lost and not be retrievable. Briggs round the wicket to Duke, who leans back, cuts that. Good looking shot, and he's a good shot. He's timed that nicely. It's a chase on for the fielder. In fact, it does go all the way for 4. That was a really good shot from Duke. Lamb looked like he might be able to cut that off, couldn't, and then chased it, and just the ball kept running away from him. 4 runs to Duke. Playing well here. He's on 37, 356 for 6.
Yep, second successive week. He's putting together a useful knock.
Briggs still with a slip and a leg slip in place. Forward defensive there by Duke. And these are valuable runs for Yorkshire. We'll have high hopes of winning this game. Let's play back to the bowler for no run. 356 for 6.
Yep, Jordan Thompson at the other end, 16 off 17. Three of his scoring shots have been boundaries. 6-4-4, 94.11 is current strike rate. So if he really does get going, then that could advance things more quickly, and the run rate continues to just edge up. 3.07 now. So handy lead. You get it beyond 150, you're thinking very useful lead. 200 plus, you'd be strongly backing yourselves, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, as I say, they're back to tea and basically give Warwickshire 4 sessions to have to survive.
So here's McAndrew round the wicket, bowling to Jordan Thompson, who pushes back into the offside. There's no run. Partnership already worth 29. They haven't been together too long, 20 odd minutes. The previous wicket fell 109.3 overs. We've had 116.1. Andrew gives the ball a shine. In he comes. Nice easy run up. It's wide of off stump and looks like it left Jordan Thompson, who did play at it. And did the usual batsman thing of indicating which way the ball had gone. Andy Tolson says, I have to agree with you guys about chasing the 350 batting point, but Bess's wicket was soft. As mentioned, just 3 balls to negotiate, so deny Warwickshire another bonus point. Let's hope the joke about Warwickshire beating Yorkshire to the championship by a point doesn't end up being prophetic.
Oh, I don't know. I think it'll take a lot for both of them to stop Surrey, I reckon.
McAndrew short, pulled by Jordan Thompson. Is that a good catch?
It
It is a great
catch.
catch by Will Rhodes at mid-on. Jordan Thompson got plenty on that. He's standing there. He can't believe it. Don't think I could either, but Will Rhodes has taken a stonking catch, not stinking catch, a stonking catch there at mid-on. And Yorkshire are 356 for the loss of 7 wickets.
I think that's one the batter has just to put down to a bit of bad luck, really. Yes, all right, he hit it in the air close to the fielder, but like you, I was looking towards the boundary to see the ball clatter into the boards, but Rhodes clung on to it. Terrific captain's catch. Just fighting back a little bit here, aren't they? I mean, whatever happens, Yorkshire are going to be in a strong position at the end of this innings, but Warwickshire just reining them in a little bit with these wickets. Thompson did score 16, so he made some sort of contribution in 20 balls. And McAndrew has his 2nd wicket. And
Matthew Revis, new man in.
We do lose a score on the scoreboard, don't we, on wickets fall? Which is
Yeah,
slightly
take it off fairly quickly, yeah.
356 for 7. So that means, well, 3 wickets for 30 runs for Warwickshire.
Yeah, it could be more from Matthew Revis. He's done well in the 3 matches he's played so far. 31 not out, 50 against Kent here, and 47 down at Chelmsford against Essex. So, and bearing in mind, of course, that he did make his first-class debut as an opening batsman as a youngster a few seasons ago. He can play.
112 the lead now.
Yeah, they'd want a few more than that. Like I say, if they can get it north of 150, they'll think job very well done, I think. But from the position that they've been in at times this morning, might just peter out. That might just be a fillip for Warwickshire if they can keep it to a more manageable lead. Of course, with every wicket, the game moves on a little bit more quickly as well. So Revis has taken his guard. He's got 3 to come in this McAndrew over. He's now got 2 for 90, bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, and gets a good delivery first ball, which cuts him in 2. Good take by Burgess, diving to his left.
Well, that was a good delivery from McAndrew. He has produced a few this morning. couple of bad ones, but perhaps not as many as he's been guilty of at times. He's produced some very good ones. I think he's deserved his 2 wickets today. A bit of luck with that last one because it was a bit of a freak catch really from Will Rhodes.
Here's McAndrew then once again. 2 slips for Revis, who's driving firmly at this one to Rhodes. Just took that brilliant catch. Stinking catch apparently, according to your commentator. Mid-off, no run. Tim Atkinson says, apropos your maths chat and the email from the aero engineer, the eternal confusion in my case isn't umpire's call, but why any LBW decision is made on any criteria other than whether the ball would have hit the stumps. All that outside the line, etc. is impossible to understand and totally unnecessary in my humble opinion. Here's McAndrew wide of Revis's off stump. He's survived those 3 balls. That was an easy leave. It's certainly, when you first learn about LBW, I remember thinking, why is it just, why is it not out when it's going to hit the stumps?
I suppose, I don't know what the thinking of the lawmakers was, but I guess it's prevent the umpire from having to assume too much. So you take the view, well, if it hits them on the pads outside off stump, yeah, it might be hitting, but then you're having to make an assumption that the way the ball is moving, whereas if you take that out of it and say, well, if it hits the pads outside off stump, you don't have to give it out. This next one from Briggs. The bit about, of course, pitching outside leg stump possibly discourages negative bowling a little bit. But yeah, it does take a bit of understanding. Briggs comes in to bowl. Let's play to mid-off, there's no run. But I suppose you've got to have something to discuss in your umpire courses, and you've got something to teach them. Briggs, look, it bowls a quicker ball, arm ball, and he just gets bat on that Duke. He's looking increasingly important for Yorkshire. He's on 37, and ambitions to add some more runs to the league could depend quite a lot on him. Slipping a leg, slip in place, and he just opens the face of the bat, doesn't quite get it away enough though. It's fielded at backward point, there's no run. So what's the lead? Lead 112. Still got 77 overs left in the day, plenty of time left in the match. That's 4 defensive, there's no run. We discussed before we came on air, the only scenario that we can get a 3-day finish here as Briggs comes in to bowl will be if Warwickshire have a really traumatic time with the bat and get skittled out for not very many. And that could still happen. 3:56 for 7 Yorkshire, 20 minutes from lunch. Duke on 37, Revis yet to score.
That's the point. We probably need to disappear, one of us, into the press room and make sure we can get some lunch today. Because it will all have disappeared probably long before now, Clive.
I always do find when lunches arrive at press boxes, you get people from you haven't seen where they come from coming to collect their lunches.
Yeah.
Anyway. Henry Brooks back into the attack. Bowled quite well this one. Beat the bat a couple of times. I think he's probably been the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers in this match, this innings. 2 for 83.
Here he comes then. First ball of this spell, bowling to Revis, who's pushing into the offside where it's fielded by McAndrew. No run. Mentioned McAndrew. What has he got on the board at the moment in terms of figures? It was 2 for 90, I think I said. So yeah, 2 for 90 it remains after his 28 overs and 4 balls. So feeling a little bit better about life. Clive was saying, hasn't sort of gone big in the wickets column so far this season. Now then, that's a good delivery from Brooks, and Revis played it pretty well in the end. It was aerial for quite a while, but I think he will give him the benefit that he tried to play it with softer hands maybe than might otherwise have been the case. Could have flicked it to a fielder. has a look at his splice as he gets down to the non-striking end, but he's off the mark with it. Tom Lowton will be next in for Yorkshire. Stephen Patterson bringing up the rear. And Henry Brooks making his way in past umpire Neil Pratt once again. Duke pushing forward into the offside, no run. 37 off 92 for him. He's been out there precisely 2 hours of batting and hit 5 fours during that time. There was mention by Otis Gibson last week that he might be due a rest, so there were possible indicators that Jonathan Tattersall might get another opportunity. Brooks in and bowling to Duke, who turns it to mid-wicket, no run. Not sure whether that was discussed with Harry or whether there was no decision made in the end and just we keep him going. Either way, he's scoring a few here for his county for the second match in succession. 357 for 7. In comes Brooks again. Short this time, and Duke underneath it, although he did leave the periscope up there with the duck. That was above his head height. (15, 16, 17 minutes in fact to go before lunch. Count them up. Rumbling Tums in the con box. Brooks turns. Comes again to bowl to Duke. Good delivery, which Harry Duke is up on his toes to play. Then kind of drops his hands underneath it, but I think the ball had already gone by. It was the end of the over. Brooks 25 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 84. He's worked hard for the Bears, who have Yorkshire 357 for 7, a lead of 113.
And it's 88 for 3 this session so far in 28 overs. So reasonable scoring rate by Yorkshire, some success for Warwickshire, probably a more even session this one, but we still have time left in it. Danny Briggs will continue from the football ground end. With a short leg, or short square leg, and a slip. So he catches. Oh, let's bring another one in. Looks the thing. The man on the back of square leg boundary is coming in a bit. He's sort of halfway in. That's lobbed in the air past short leg. Be cut off at mid wicket. No run. Batter is Revis. Briggs around the wicket to Revis, right-hander. He plays that onto the onside for no run. Sam Hain has made the mistake of being good in that position, so he's constantly fielding in close, and that one is played to mid-on. There's no run. Dare say he was initially put in that position as sort of the youngest member of the team, but rather foolishly turned out to do it rather well. So. Yeah, has stayed there. That one is almost gets through Revis as he plays a forward defensive to it. Briggs has come into the game a bit today, which should be interesting. We seem to see whether Don Bess has much of a role to play in Warwickshire's second innings. Briggs around the wicket, bowls, and it's driven to mid-off. Elegant enough shot from Revis, but doesn't get past the fielder. One more ball of the over to go. And the field spreading out a little bit to give Revis potentially the opportunity for a single and keep him on strike. And he lets that one go past, padding up to it, a few oohs and ahs again. It misses, and it is the end of a decent over from Danny Briggs. And Yorkshire 357 for 7. They lead by 113 on first innings.
Yep, at Jonathan Doidge, at BBC CWR Sport, if you want to get in touch on Twitter or clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Got Malcolm saying, I think your earlier correspondent can now see why Harry Duke is preferred in the order to some of the others. He can bat. He's on strike here, facing Brooks and turning that one backward of square leg for a single. He goes on. I worked as a building surveyor all my working days in the UK and never used any maths more complicated than long division. And Simon says, afternoon from a Yorkshire supporter living in Coventry. Any update on Gary Balance's upcoming availability? Cadmore set for T20 return, and when is David Willey set to return? Short ball here from Brooks, lovely shot by Matthew Revis, punched off the back foot, square on the offside for 4. Difference in height, palpable, isn't it, between these two? Must be about a foot going on for, and what is a particularly short ball to Harry Duke is more manageable to Matthew Revis. David Willey will be set to return, presumably, for the T20s, as he is the T20 captain, on the back of the IPL. Now then, Brooks straying down the leg side and Revis missing. I always get confused as to who's playing for who. RCB, I think, David Willey. Not sure what their playoff challenge is. Have to have a look at that. Tom Kohler Cadmore, I believe, not 100% certain, but I believe he's playing club cricket today in his bid to get himself right for the T20 campaign as well. Of course, Tom has had experience in captain in white ball cricket for Yorkshire. Brooks wide of off stump and Revis watches it go by. And Gary Balance, same situation as has been discussed previously. Just not playing at the moment. Taking time out from the game.
Mentioned Coventry there. Wish Coventry Rugby good luck today. They got the Championship Cup final away at Ealing. Shame it's not at Coventry. I think they would have got a huge crowd at the Butts Park Arena, but they're going to Ealing Trailfinders. And you describe this ball.
Brooks to Revis, drops it into the offside, no run.
And I know you won't want to tune away from us at all, but if you did want to follow that Cov Rugby game, it is live online, also on BBC CWR's digital DAB frequencies, on BBC Online as well. So good luck to Coventry this afternoon away to Ealing Trailfinders.
Two devices, Clive, obviously. Keep up to date with both.
Indeed,
yeah.
Indeed.
A modern way of things. Brooks in, and an edge from Revis, but played with softish hands, so it goes on the deck to Sam Hain at second slip. Dot ball to complete the 121st over. Duke 38, Revis 5, Yorkshire 362 for 7, leading by 118.
They would have settled for that certainly at the start of their innings. Might have hoped for a bit more during the course of it, but if you said to them at the start of the innings you'd be over 100 ahead at the end of first innings, they would have been very happy. So we don't go to lunch just yet because of the extra time. We're adding on to the end of the day to make up for time lost yesterday. I will have to depart to do an update, but let's just see Danny Briggs bowl this delivery to Duke. Gives it plenty of air. Duke drives it, bounces just short of the fielder in the covers, and there's no run. I can do one more. You can hear me over the aircraft, and that one he leans back was a bit short, and Duke was able to lean back and just play that out to the sweep on the offside for a single. He's on to 363 for 7.
Revis on strike. And still 4 to come in this Briggs over then. Round the wicket. Pushed back to him by the batsman, no run. John Hanson, good afternoon to you. Says, if I were in charge of cricket, I'd scrap the county divisions, have them all play each other once over the summer and use the smaller grounds. Briggs to Revis, dot ball. I would have 7 regional sides: Northern England, Midlands, Southern England, Wales, West, Ireland, Scotland and Netherlands. They'd play 5-day matches together, home and away, using the test venues in the main. Briggs again to Revis, who pushes back to him, no run. One-day cricket should be played by seniors rather like senior golf or tennis, which would, I am sure, be most popular. John's take on the structure of domestic cricket and beyond, I guess, if you're including Netherlands and Ireland and Scotland in that. Revis pushing back to the bowler. Final ball of the over. It remains 363 for 7. He goes on. Harry Brooks having a great season for Yorkshire, and I so hope he actually plays the forthcoming test matches and does well. One advantage of my programme is that there would be a true intermediate level to play in. Brook could just be transferred to Northern England to play mini test matches, which of course could prove very popular if BBC TV covered them. In fact, they might prove more popular than some test matches. I'm sure the vast majority of your listeners would agree, and whenever I sell a second-hand book on cricket, there is universal agreement. I have in front of me Fire and Ashes, how Yorkshire's finest took on the Australians, which is excellent. I can guarantee that if we implemented the above, we'd soon be competing with Australia at test level. In addition, each touring team would play each of the regions in turn before they played the full England side. With sadness, John. Brooks bowling to Duke, who pushes the ball back past him. And there's no addition to the score. Henry Brooks continuing to work hard for his team's cause here. And of course it's having to be that way because Warwickshire scrapping away for these final 3 Yorkshire wickets. Brooks in, it's up there wide of off stump, and maybe a tempter for Harry Duke to have a go out and drive, but he doesn't take it on. There'll be thoughts now with 6 minutes to go of let's just not lose another one before lunch. Come back out together and see what we can put on in what should probably be Yorkshire's final full session of batting, you would have thought, either naturally because they've only got the 3 wickets left, or because they were thinking about trying to get Warwickshire into bat again. Brooks turned square on the leg side by Harry Duke. Sibley Fields, they get 1. Duke onto 40. Same score as he made against Lancashire last Saturday. Although nowt like as warm as it was 7 days ago. Lead 120. Brooks checked in the start of his run-up because Harry Duke was standing, strangely enough, on the wrong side. Here comes Brooks over the wicket, worked nicely off his legs by Revis, down to long leg for 1. So Duke on 40, back on strike. 2 left in this Brooks over.
It's almost as if we're waiting for the next key phase of the match now, really, which will be when Warwickshire get to about second time round.
Here comes Brooks, short ball. Duke has dealt with that well throughout, really. Just drops the knees, sways away.
It's been a mixed bag for Warwickshire with the bat this season. They failed to save the game against Somerset, where they probably only needed to get into the final day because it rained pretty much all day in the final day, and they didn't manage that. But they have amassed some big totals on batting-friendly pitches. This will be more of a test for them.
Here's Brooks. Duke has a little flick at one that's fading away down the leg side, and that will be a dot to complete that over at 365 for 7, a lead of 121. Great British Bake Off trending on Twitter.
It is.
You a fan, Clive?
I'll call myself a fan and watch it sometimes. I've watched it for a while.
You a baker?
Not
No,
really.
very domestic.
No. Cook a bit, but not bake. It's Danny Briggs to continue to bowl to Revis. It's a slip and a short leg, and that's on the leg side. And Revis has hit it off his toes very nicely through mid-wicket for 4. Just straying down the leg side there, Briggs. Nice shot from Revis. His second boundary. He's on to 10. And it's 369 for 7.
Yeah, nicely played. Timed it well.
All valuable runs for Yorkshire. They've been really ahead in this match almost from the word go. Can they turn that into a victory though? That one is turned onto the onside for no run. 369 for 7. Warwickshire got through the first 10 overs in the first innings without losing wickets, but then 4 went down quickly, and from then on in, you felt Yorkshire being ahead of the game. That's a forward defensive by Revis to the offside for no run. Warwickshire still very much in it when Yorkshire were 109 for 3 when Joe Root was out. Yorkshire were probably still being regarded as ahead, but it was close at that point. But that partnership between Harry Brook and Adam Lyth changed the game, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run, and turned it from one where Yorkshire sort of had their noses in front to one where Yorkshire were the dominant force. Briggs bowls and a forward defensive by Revis. Again.
Going to get another over here, aren't we? Because only 8 minutes past.
Yeah. One before lunch, and that one is played into the ground. There's no run.
So one more to come before lunch. 369 for 7. Healthy lead, and Brooks is going to finish off the morning from the Kirkstall Lane end. 1 or 2 people already drifting out to go and get a bite to eat, perhaps, or maybe a pint, something like that. It's not really a day for sitting out there with a pint, is it? It's
Rob Yates looks like he's going to bowl the last over before lunch. So 34 overs will have been bowled in the morning session. Obviously that's a 10-minute longer session than normal. Not bad number of overs. Obviously Danny Briggs bowling a good chunk of those has helped.
Yeah, 1 for 36 for Briggs. Yates 2 overs for 9 yesterday. Comes in, right arm over the wicket. Throws that one wide of off stump first up. A yelp from somebody out there in the Warwickshire fielding
Sure why. It might have turned, but it turned miles past the stumps.
Went past at least 5th stump, didn't it?
It didn't look terribly threatening from here, I have to say. Maybe they saw something we didn't.
Here's Yates again then. Tosses this one up a little more. And Duke opens the face, runs it out into the offside, no run. Oh, he's looking for a run, Harry Duke, isn't he? Doesn't matter what the situation. Probably had a chat with each other and said, we'll make sure we get through this next over. And he still pushes and still thinking about a run.
He's had a good morning.
He has. Again, floated up there by Yates. Turned to short mid-wicket there. Sam Hain doing the fielding. He's now moving. And he's tucking the cap in the back of his pants and going to put on the helmet and come in at silly mid-off. Tight ring to this field. As Yates bowls again to Duke, pushes firmly into the deck, it bounces back off Hain. Just the 2 to come in the session then. Yeah, Yates again, driven more firmly this time by Duke, straight through the legs, I think it was, of Hain. He was trying to take evasive action.
Exactly 100 runs scored in the session now for 3 wickets.
Final ball of it, Yates to Duke, who blocks it solidly, and that is that then for lunch on day 3. Yorkshire 369 for 7, with Harry Duke on 40 40, and Matthew Revis on 10 after 125 overs of their first innings. Clive and I will both take a breather, just as the players will, for a spot of lunch, and we'll be back in 40 minutes time to bring you ball by ball coverage of what else unfolds in this match during the afternoon session. But from us two, bye for now. Welcome back from Headingley Stadium then. Yorkshire versus Warwickshire, day 3, session 2. Yorkshire 369 for 7 at the break, having scored exactly 100 runs for the loss of 3 wickets during the morning. Clive Eakin of BBC Radio WM and CWR, and Jonathan Doidge with you, I was going to say throughout this afternoon session, but Clive's got a bit of work to do elsewhere as well, so you're going to be stuck with me, I'm afraid, for some periods during the rest of the day. Only
some brief bits, I won't be away for long.
It's appreciably better as well, isn't it? I think this last half hour or so, bit of blue sky above, light's good, no sun shining just yet, but it'd be better feel to it from a batting point of view than it would have been for most of that morning session. Duke on 40 and Revis on 10, and it's the latter who'll be facing the first over of the afternoon from Danny Briggs.
So 70 overs left in the day. Still plenty of time left in this match. Excuse me. Yorkshire, obviously, no great thinking about a plan needed. They just want to build as big a lead as they can. And I suppose if it starts getting close to tea, then they will start thinking, well, do we get them in? But with only 3 wickets left, they won't be thinking too much about that. They may not need to. It's a 4 defensive by Revis. Onto the offside, there's no run. Danny Briggs continuing. 24 overs he's bowled. He's got 1 for 66. What's a particularly important wicket as the sun comes out here, and that's hit into the ground back to him. Particularly important because it came in the 110th over, and it got Warwickshire their second bowling point when Dom Bess was induced into a rather rash shot. As around the wicket comes Danny Briggs. Well, that one turned away from Revis, who stretched for it.
Yeah, not too far away from a little top edge.
In again, quicker ball that time, defended by Revis for no run. And gives that one a bit of air, and that one is attempted stumping by Burgess, who appeals, but square leg umpire says not out. But that turned away from Revis, who played forward at it. Burgess took the ball cleanly and whipped the bails off. One of those ones where the third umpire would now be looking from several different angles to see if the back foot was out, but the square leg umpire did not see enough to give that out. And then he follows that up with a bit of a gentle full toss, Danny Briggs, which is clipped away for 4 by Revis. Got that one wrong, Briggs, and Revis on to 14, 373 for 7.
Yep, Yorkshire getting going then for the afternoon session. Elsewhere, New Zealand 109 without loss in the match at Sussex, down at Hove, having decided to bat. No surprises that they would. Jersey made 168 for 8. Guernsey 93 for 7, in a bit of trouble there with just 2 overs to go. I think that one's done. Kent and Northants down at Northampton, the home side 118 for 3 in response to that 519 for 9 that Kent put up. So Northants in a bit of trouble there, and have got a fair old fight on if they're going to try and save that game successfully. Somerset made 211, of course. Hampshire have a lead of 69. They're all out at 280 down at Taunton. So a useful little lead without knowing quite how well it's playing or otherwise down there. And looking at the scores, it looks like there's something in it for the bowlers. It could be still prove to be a match-winning lead if they can chip away at Somerset second time. Nathan McAndrew going to open this afternoon session from the Kirkstall Lane end, and the sun now does poke its head between some clouds. And here he is, right arm over the wicket. Duke pushing into the offside, sets off for one, as is the norm. Alex Davis fires that back in, and that's been... And is there an injury here? Backing up under the helmet has been Sam Haynes, been in at short leg.
I think he just hurt his hand a bit. I don't think he's getting much sympathy from his teammates, but it was a bit of an unnecessary throw, to be honest, because the batter had clearly decided not to go and was always going to be safely back. But Alex Davis still hurled at the stumps, and Sam Hain, to his credit, backed up well, but to some cost in terms of stinging his hands.
Yeah, certainly looks to be going through the pain barrier. He's at short leg, the best part of 2 strips away from Duke, and nearly got peppered by this short ball, which was pulled by the batsman for a single out to Sibley, sweeping in the deep on the leg side. Scores elsewhere. Well, Lancashire were finally finished off for just over 100, 103 by Essex, and they've asked them to follow on their 2 without loss second time around. Second division, Durham 350, Middlesex 182 for 4, still 168 behind. It's got all the indications of petering out, hasn't it? Unless they can take a few quick wickets, and Durham do manage a sizable lead. At Nottingham, Trent Bridge, Derbyshire 44 for 2 second time around, still 54 behind and in a spot of bother. 2 slips now in place as Revis faces up and McAndrew goes short, and the batsman happy to duck underneath that. And to complete your lot, then you've got the game at New Road, which sees Leicestershire 27 for 1 second time around, 402 runs behind. I think that is only going to go one way unless there's some pretty terrible weather.
Should mention South East Stars have beaten Western Storm, including England captain Heather Knight and their team, beaten them with an over to spare by 7 wickets in the Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup at Beckenham.
Here's McAndrew again, pushed into the onside this time by Revis, no run. Up at Chester Street, the Diamonds playing the Vipers. That's starting in 33 minutes, 2:30, as is Lightning versus Thunder. Central Sparks versus Sunrisers down at, is that Edgbaston?
I think it will be, yeah.
Yeah.
Or it might be the Edgbaston Priory ground, but...
Which I sort of asked in that because I wasn't sure whether or not it was going to be there or not. It says Birmingham as the venue. McAndrew in, and shouldering arms is Matthew Revis. 14 off 36 so far, either side of lunch. Yorkshire's lead is not showing on the scoreboard, but is appreciable at at
130 is actually a relatively easy one, that one.
Is it? I wasn't even thinking what Warwickshire had put on. I was just looking for a figure. The over rate +5 is appreciable as well. Yorkshire have been up to +7 at Northants a few weeks ago, and regularly been in the black in that respect. But a good effort from Warwickshire, whose final delivery of the over from McAndrew is rising wide of off stump, and Revis leaves.
Yeah, they are at Edgbaston, the main ground. Take on the Sunrisers, Central Sparks. So, 374 for 7. And we're going to see Danny Briggs continue. Longish spell from him. Rob Yates had a 1 over spell before lunch. He's not come back on. He'll be bowling to Duke. And he's in. Duke hits that into the ground. It was wide-ish. He's going to go, well, it might have been a tight single, but it wasn't picked up by McAndrew. Didn't manage to pick it up off the floor. Had he done so and thrown with one movement, it could have been tight. It would have needed a fairly remarkable piece of fielding, which we did not see. Briggs comes into bowl. It's driven. McAndrew this time does stop it cleanly, and Revis had not gone in search of a run. She might well have got, but didn't go for it. 375 for 7. Here's Briggs and the wicket to Revis, who drives that. Briggs fields off his own bowling. Slip and a short leg. Bowls and it's played back to him defensively. by Revis. He's getting through his overs quickly. He's in again. That's a bit of a short one. We missed out there a little bit. Revis could only guide it to a backward point and can't get a run. Last ball of the over. And Briggs to Revis, who defends. 1 run off that over, scored by Harry Duke, is on 42, and Yorkshire 375 for 7. Lead by 31.
Yep, just getting themselves going again following the lunch break. 3 extended sessions, of course, today, with a bit of time to make up from yesterday. 2 hours and 10 minutes for the first 2 sessions, and session 3 theoretically that as well, but may go on a bit longer, we'll see. Duke. Gives about a bit of hammer into the popping crease. The block hole, pulled this short ball by McAndrew. Has he got anything on it? It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand end, and he has got something on it. Michael Burgess made a vain attempt diving away to his left. So just a little tickle from Harry Duke, brings him 4 more, 42 to him now. Make that 46. 379 for 7. So Duke on the brink of a half ton. And here comes McAndrew. Up there and pushed by Duke to mid-on. Lamb doing the fielding. Partnership already worth 23. There's a little bit of discussion going to take place here between Sam Hain, who's come out from his position at short leg, and Will Rhodes, pointing out in the general direction of the western side of the ground. Dom Sibley has been set back there for quite some time. He'd be the better part of 10 in from the boundary and in front of square. Not too far off, being directly behind Sam Hain. Duke just walking away. There's a delay between deliveries here. Now Sam Hain has taken off the helmet from short leg. And he's coming out to a slightly shorter than normal short leg, square leg. Half a dozen strips or so away from the batsman. And McAndrew bowls to him, bowls well to his field, because that's turned straight to Sam Hain along the deck, and there is no run. 379 for 7, halfway through the over. So the field a bit in and out at the moment. Harry Duke has, as usual, run it around pretty well, but he's also hit 6 4s in his 46 so far. Probably a little bit higher percentage boundary count than we normally see. McAndrew in, Duke top of the bounce, pushes it into the offside.
It's really a question of when this innings ends. Then Warwickshire get to bat. The fact the sun's coming out, and there's been a bit there today, but not a huge amount. Might give Warwickshire some encouragement and back themselves to bat long enough.
Here's McAndrew. Duke works it square on the leg side. Sibley round to field. They pick up another 1. So they want wickets, Warwickshire, yeah, but there's also that feeling of whatever Yorkshire get, they want to keep it ticking slowly, just to eke out some more time in the game. Every passing delivery edges us closer to the end of day 4, I guess, and so less time to have to bat.
Yeah. Still attacking the Revis a little bit with 2 slips. A lot of fielders saving 1, try and Keep Yorkshire peg down.
There's McAndrew again, and Revis leaning into that and dropping it out to point where there is no run. So he's 14 and Duke 47, and Yorkshire 380 for 7.
I don't have to worry about the over rate. They're +5s. If only they were given 5 points for that. But, no worries about over rates for Warwickshire. So I think Nottinghamshire had some points docked, didn't they, for slow over rate in a recent game?
Not sure. Yeah, I was just saying Yorkshire were +7 at Northants. I think +5 as well at Chelmsford, and up as well against Lancs, I think, last week.
So 380 for 7. Briggs into bowl. Duke drives to the fielder for no run. So he's closing in on a half century here. Harry Duke, the Yorkshire wicket keeper. He has a leg slip and a slip, and he defends that again. It's another dot ball. Briggs the wicket bowls, and that's guided out to the offside for a single by Duke. He moves on to 48. One more run, 381 for 7. And, that's a forward defensive. There's no run, so I'll make it a bit of a nonsense of Warwickshire's 244. Feel like enough at the time, and that's proved to be the case. Briggs bowls to Revers, quicker ball, nearly gets through, but Revers managed to keep it out and gets a single down to back of square leg. And Briggs back to his mark. Bowls, and that's played out to the offside. There's no run. .362 for 7. If Yorkshire do get to 400, it'll be the 4th innings of 400 or more Warwickshire conceded in their 6 games this season, so it has become something of a recurring theme.
Yorkshire went through it last week, 566 Lancashire, having put them into bat.
That's nothing. Warwickshire conceded 597, having put Northants into bat. 597 for 6.
566, that's luxury, lad, luxury.
.382 for 7. McAndrew bowling to Revis. Short ball, ducks underneath it. I remember batting. No pads. Bowler had 4 balls, bowling them all short at my head. Luxury, this lad.
I love the fact that that sketch is associated with Monty Python, but I love the fact it was actually written by Tim Brooke Taylor, the late, great, very funny man.
The goodies and the beanstalk, remember that? McAndrew bowling to Revis, who pushes back down the pitch, no run. Two slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on, straight mid wicket. Alex Davies, still Sibley, out enjoying the countryside in Leeds 6. Holihan and Dolby down at long leg. McAndrew's up there full and turned out to Sibley, who keeps them to 1. Revis moving on to 16. Yorkshire to 383 for 7. That lead 139. Get in touch with us at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter, at BBC CWR Sport. Email bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com.
Feels pretty well spread out now for Duke. Here's a slip in place and 5 saving 1. The rest on the boundary.
McAndrew bowled him. He's taken out Harry Duke's off stump. Whether he got a tickle on it or not, he's looking at his bat as if he might have done that. But either way, he's out just short of what would have been a third first-class 50. But it's nonetheless been a real good effort from Harry Duke, who faced 123 deliveries for his 48 runs. But he's become a third victim of Nathan McAndrew in this innings. And 6 fours included, 158 minutes he was at the crease there. Harry Duke gone for 48.
Once again, Nathan McAndrew, gone quite a long time without getting the wickets, getting wickets in clusters. It has been the way it's gone for him so far since joining Warwickshire. And that was a good one. Knocking his stump out of the ground, the first bowled that Warwickshire have had. In fact, the first wicket that's not been a catch in this Yorkshire innings.
Batting number 10 for Yorkshire, Tom Lowton.
So because they took the score off the board so quickly, didn't have a chance to tell you what it was.
It's actually written on there now, though, my eyes. I need 383 for 8. So they added 27 useful runs.
.4 overs they've had Warwickshire out there in the field.
So together for 14 overs. So not spectacular scoring. Warwickshire have done a reasonably good job of keeping the runs from flowing. Yeah, scoring rate had actually got up to 3 and over. It's actually dropped slightly short of that now. So when you expect sort of this part of the innings with the lead on the board that they might accelerate a bit, Warwickshire have not let them do that.
Tom Lowton, then the new man. If these things do matter in sport, then he's at least got some positive memories of playing against Warwickshire. His debut, made 50. More than 50, but you know what I'm saying, a half century. And McAndrew to bowl first delivery of this innings to Lowton, who turns it out to mid-wicket where Sibley feels no run. So just...
Actually 3 wickets now to McAndrew, 3 for 97. So again, they haven't come cheap, but he has got notched a few now.
In he comes then. Right arm over the wicket to Lowton, the tall figure of Tom Lowton, who's shouldering arms to the final ball of that over. So yeah, 31 overs for maidens, 3 for 97. Yorkshire 383 for 8. A lead of 139, and things now starting to wind up to a natural conclusion in this Yorkshire innings.
Indeed, and still 64 overs left in the day. Lots of work for Warwickshire to do today once they get in. And Danny Briggs continuing his lengthy spell to bowl to Revis. Again, a short leg and a slip there. Sun momentarily disappears behind a cloud, but it's mainly blue sky overhead. That's defended under the offside for no run by Revis. Now short leg is switching to go and field at short cover. As Briggs comes into bowl, and that's defended. I must say, Sam Haynes walked from one position to the other. Was a sort of, do I have to type walk. He's now standing with his right foot almost on the pitch. So he's very close. Short cover. That's nicely clipped off his toes. It's half stopped though, so Revis only gets a single for his efforts. It's on to 17, 384 for 8.
Sam Fletcher says, I think getting bowled out for Yorkshire is a good thing, as they won't have to make a decision on when they should declare. There's been the usual debates about that this year, Clive. Went on too long at Northamptonshire. Oh, that's just my opinion.
Well, this Breeze comes into bowl. Let's play back to him. Mike Atherton actually made this point. Obviously, he's been a captain and a commentator, and the general rule is captains nearly always declare about half an hour after all commentators say they should. That's generally the way it goes. This next one, he guides down to towards third there for 2 runs. Does Loughton, and it's 384 for 8.
I do get the captain's point of view, obviously, because they're the one making the call, and there are those occasions in cricket where they get it wrong. There's a famous one at Lord's, wasn't there, back in 1984?
It's clipped off his toes by Loughton, and he's going to get just the 1. They might have had 2 there, but they didn't go for it. Settled for the 1. That's the end of the over.
I think they've turned the volume up on the passing aviation. Dean Southall says, nice to see Lyth get some runs. Fine century. Good to see a nice first innings lead. I guess we'll try a decent lead and then declare and hope to bowl them out cheaply. Well,
8 wickets down, matey. Don't worry about the declaration just yet.
Disparage maths while I'm listening at your peril. Guess what I have a degree in? Basic maths comes in useful more often than you think. I've worked with computers most of my life here and abroad. Also run my own craft beer shop where maths also comes in handy. Alan Turing was a famous mathematician who helped break the Enigma code by designing a basic computing engine. This, of course, helped us in World War II to win and found computer science. Short ball McAndrew to Lowton, who turns it square on the leg side to Sibley, no run. Where would we be without computers today? He goes on.
Point.
Come on, Yorkshire. My first comment from the city of Doncaster. He says,
of course, yeah. Was that one of the 8 that was made a city? Congratulations. Warwick missed out, which I was a bit disappointed about.
Here's McAndrew, it's wide of off stump. Lowton leaves. Yeah, what were the other 7?
I don't know.
Chelmsford.
Milton Keynes was one, I think. Chelmsford was already a city.
It's already a city, was it? Yeah, there was just talk of that the other week when I was down there. As if it was relatively recent. They do call the racecourse Chelmsford City Racecourse.
Well, the football team's Chelmsford City as well.
.387 for 8. Lowton on strike. Oh dear, I think I've just lost all earwax for life with the blast of feed from the studio. Goodness gracious me. Not on for about another 12 minutes, but there you go, just to make sure we're awake. I think I've now got tinnitus. 387 for 8. Rev is 17, Lowton on 3. He's faced just the 8 so far. Here's McAndrew, goes short. Lowton ducks underneath it. Nice enough.
Sorry, when we're talking about declarations, obviously at the moment Yorkshire got nowhere near enough to ensure they won't have to bat again. So there's so much time left in the game that it'd be pointless for them to come out at this stage unless they felt conditions were particularly favourable at this point in time for taking wickets, because
yeah, and you wouldn't say especially so with the sun shining.
no.
Here's McAndrew again, throws one up fuller of length, and Lowton again flicks it to leg. No run. These two, I'm sure, will have batted together quite a lot of times in the other teams here. Seconds. Point just being sent back deeper, and Sibley also now being asked to make his way out from being on the one in front of square to sweep. Here comes the Aussie again. That's wide of Lowton's off stump. And he leaves. So he remains 3. The score remains 387 for 8. The lead remains 143.
I suppose the one thing is that what they don't really want to do is just sort of hang around without adding runs. So always easy to say sitting up here, but you do need to try and push the score along. They're not gaining a great deal by just being out there and not scoring. Plenty of time left in this match though, 62 overs left today, full day tomorrow. See, all results possible. Warwickshire win is somewhat unlikely now. I suppose not completely impossible, but need something fairly extraordinary. Again, short legs with switch to short cover as Briggs bowls to Revis, who defends that. Slip in place as well. Briggs bowls, yeah, just turns the face of the bat and runs through for a single. Does Revis, getting the ball just behind square, and he's on to 16, and the score to 388 for 3. 144 now the lead. The psychological marker, they get it to 150. There's a 4 defensive by Lowton. No rum. I had said if they're back to tea, they'd be about 200 ahead. Now they're back to tea. You'd expect them to be a bit more than that. But with only 2 wickets left, they've got a lot to do to get there. That's pushed out to short leg for no rum. Bowls, and again he opens the face of the bat, runs it down towards third as Lowton this time, and he's going to get 2 runs for that. 390 for 8. Lowton on to 5.
Yeah, played it quite nicely. Just open the face, run it down.
Briggs bowls that one. It started wide and turned a little wider, and Lowton stretched for it a little bit. End of the over, 390 for 8.
Yeah, clearly not read the strength of the turn, had he? Stepped away to leg to give himself a bit of room, and then got lots of room as it turned away from him. Might have had a little prod at it, but no harm done. McAndrew going to continue with that 3 for 97 to his name. Got through some graft here as well. 32 overs in the innings so far.
Wickets to fall today. Yorkshire got through the first hour and beyond without any damage before wickets started to fall.
Here's McAndrew. That's dropped into the offside by Revis. No run.
Adam Lyth was first to go. Excellent 145, trying to drive at Nathan McAndrew. He edged and Michael Burgess took the wicket, ending a 5th wicket partnership of 60 with Harry Duke. And Don Best followed the next over, which gave Warwickshire their second bowling point as he clipped one straight to McAndrew at backward point off the bowling of Danny Briggs to go for 1.
Here's McAndrew, short and left by Matthew Revis, who's been watchful here, hasn't he? He's batted for precisely an hour either side of the lunch break. 18 of 55.
Jordan Thompson was the other batter out before lunch, brilliantly caught by Will Rhodes mid-off off Nathan McAndrew for 16. She got to lunch at 369 for 7. They've lost just 1 wicket since then. Harry Duke bowled by McAndrew for 48. That was 383 for 8.
Further discussion between Rhodes and the bowler. No changes to the field immediately, but here comes McAndrew again over the wicket. Worked nicely to leg by Revis, who draws in Sibley from the boundary to field, and they get a single. 19 for Revis, 391 for 8, lead of 147. Lily says good 48 by Harry Duke, enjoying seeing Matthew Revis and Tom Lowton batting together. Chris Whitaker, afternoon. What do you make of the Yorkshire side on the basis of the first round of championship matches? Early days yet, but currently fourth, which feels about right. Exciting to see the continued development of younger players, Hill, Duke, Revis et al. Yeah, I think it's about right as well. Might have been slightly better. Yes, nicely played stroke by Lowton, flicking McAndrew off the legs. Good piece of fielding by Sibley out just in front of square leg. I think it's probably about right. Yeah, there might have been a place higher. Just referring to that declaration at Northampton, which didn't give themselves enough time to bowl out the opposition second time, as it turned out. Easy with hindsight and all that. That was probably the one. And then you'd have backed him to beat Kent all day long, wouldn't you? 114 off 20 overs, 21 overs with 10 wickets in hand, but bad light ruined that one. So yeah, it could have been a place or so higher, maybe two. Pushed into the offside, this latest McAndrew delivery there by Lowton. There's no run. So it's not been a bad effort at all, particularly considering missing personnel on the bowling front in particular. 391 for 8. McAndrew coming in again to Lowton, who's shouldering arms to the final ball of that over. So 3 for 98 now from 33 for Nathan McAndrew. Tim Ward says, hi guys, great comms as usual, making a slow day recruiting for Yorkshire Wildlife Trust. Pass in pleasant fashion. York is well endowed with batters this year, but bowling is thin. When is Ben Code due back? Well, we're not sure 100% on that front, sorry Clive, but you would think the natural aim, given that he doesn't tend to play much in the way of T20 cricket, Ben, would be for the Hampshire match, middle of next month.
So Briggs is coming into boulder Revis. Clips it off his toes, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Alex Davis for no run. Gives that a bit of air, and it's lofted up and played to mid-off. Again, it's a dot ball. Revis remains on 19. Well, the Yorkshire bowling did do pretty well in the first innings in this game. Will be interesting to see whether they got enough to bowl Warwickshire out a second time. Briggs bowls and he pads at that Revis. It goes past his pads and past the stumps into the gloves of Michael Burgess, who does the obligatory ooh to suggest the ball was millimetres from hitting the stumps. That one is played back to the bowler. Now short cover switches to short square leg. It's another forward defensive by Revis. Runs not exactly flowing for Yorkshire at the moment, but they're eking them out slowly but surely. That's a push out to the offside for no run. Over completed, 391 for 8. Lead is 147 approximately.
Yep, there's probably been more fluency in Matthew Revis's batting than Tom Lowton's when they've had opportunities previously. Not really seen Tom bat for long enough. to have a proper handle on his abilities, but of course he did get that half century that I mentioned down at Edgbaston, the final game of 2019, on his debut. So it'd be good for all concerned if they saw him back for a while here. Barring, of course, Warwickshire. Change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. Rob Yates coming back on. Update time here for Radio Leeds. Good afternoon, Liz. Pretty good, thank you. Yeah, and Yorkshire are in a good position. They're 391 for 8. It's their first innings. I know we're on day 3 and all of that, but they lead by 147 runs. 2 young players who've got plenty of promise out there at the moment. Matthew Revis not out 19 and Tom Lowton not out 5. They resumed the day this morning, 269 for 4. Adam Lyth had 118 of those. He went on to make 145 before he was the 5th man out. Excellent knock, just about as good as I've seen from him since I've been sitting in the commentary chair. Don Best made just the 1, Jordan Thompson 16, and Harry Duke patiently put together 48 as well. He was the most recent man out. Had his off stump taken out of the ground. So yeah, strong position. I think they're probably going to end up being bowled out just by the natural course of things as opposed to choosing to declare here. But either way, they've got a healthy lead and they'll be able to put some pressure on the champions and try and turn this into a second win of the season at some point tomorrow. No, it's not that warm. No blanket needed in the comm box. But the windows are closed, but there is a low window open outside, which I've got the effects mic trailed, and yeah, you do feel it on your feet, I've got to say. So my tootsies are a little bit on the cold side. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, remember those late '80s hits, of course, and what was it called? The one he had a few years ago when he released his 50 album. Yeah, apparently so. I'd quite like to meet him, but really good voice. There we go, end of the over, 391 for 8. Rick Astley, in case you were wondering. Matthew Revis, 19, Tom Lowton, 5. Nice bloke, apparently. Rob Yates got through his over. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. And it's going to be, for the first time in this afternoon session, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's going to take over at the Howard stand end from Danny Briggs. 29 overs, 13 maidens, 1 for 68 for the former Yorkshire player. Matthew Revis scratches at his guard. Field placing as follows: 1 slip, that is Yates, Sam Hain at gully, Sibley at point, there's cover, mid-off, mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and then 2 men set back on the leg side, 1 at deep backward square and 1 at long leg, as Hannon-Dolby is in and wide of Revis' off stump, first ball of the over, and there is no run. Breeze feels like it might have, or looks like it might have got up a little bit more out there. Hannon-Dolby in again. Revis just pushing that to mid-on. No run. Plenty of arms folded out there in the crowd. Coats on. Plenty of hats dotted around as well. Hat warmth, I think, today, rather than shelter from the sun, although I've had a bit of sun. Dolby in past umpire Nick Cook. Wide of off stump, nicely played by Revis off the back foot. Half fielded by Dom Sibley. And Loughton, who was running towards the danger end, said, yes, Matthew Revis, you can go, and I'll get you home for a single. And that's what has happened. So Revis 20. Yorkshire 392 for 8. The lead now 148. So Loughton, no change to the field for another right-hander, another tall right-hander here. 5 for Loughton as Hannon Dolby's into him, and he's got an inside edge on this. Is that caught behind? They're asking for a caught behind, and he's gone. It's a good catch as well by Michael Burgess, diving to his left. An inside edge from Loughton. I think the question was probably whether or not it carried, because it was on its way down as Burgess was diving across, and with his back to us as well in the commentary position. Difficult for me to make any assessment on that, but certainly he claimed it, and I'm guessing that Nick Cook thought also it had carried. It didn't appear to refer to Neil Pratt. So Loughton gone for 5 from 25 deliveries, and Yorkshire lose their 9th then. As I keep saying, just the natural course of things looks to be the way that Yorkshire's innings is going to come to an end. Stephen Patterson is last man standing for Yorkshire. Well, not quite, I guess, with Revis at the other end, but last man in. And they are 392 for the loss of 9 wickets. So still a healthy lead. 137.4 overs in, so all sorts of things at play here. Kept the Warwickshire fielders out there for a long time. They've posted a sizable total. They've got a healthy lead, and they've still got 1 wicket left. And if it is a going day for Stephen Patterson, then with Revis at the other end, who's seen plenty of it out there now, hasn't he? He might be able to open his shoulders. There's a chat taking place between the pair of them right this minute. So just for confirmation there, Tom Loughton was caught Burgess, bowled Hannon Dolby for 5. Ollie Hannon Dolby now with 2 for 69 to his name, and coming into bowl to Patterson, who he goes short to him first up. Interesting he did that, but hadn't put a man in short, because that wouldn't have been too far away from, say, a Sam Hain under the helmet, as we've seen quite a bit in this innings. And Stephen Patterson would be uncomfortable against a short ball, if you've watched him play regularly. Does like a bit of room to free the arms. And Dolby then, little step at the start of his run, and he comes wide of off stump. And Patterson, well, doesn't convince anybody who's trying to leave that. He offered the bat at it and then pulled it away. It was away from his body. Wouldn't have had much control if he'd got a tickle. Survives though. 2 deliveries to complete that 138th over. So Hannon Dolby 30 overs, 13 maidens, 2 for 69. Yorkshire with just the 1 wicket left, and that lead of 148 runs, which in the context of the match, and considering Warwickshire were bowled out for 244 first time, is appreciable, I think you'd have to say. Rob Yates is going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. Man running on from the side with his woolly hat on, brings on a helmet and something for Dom Sibley, who's just shadow batting up at mid-on, mentally preparing for what he's got to do next for his team. Meanwhile, Yates has ball in hand and in he comes. Bowling to Revis. Pushes into the offside where Alex Davies fields, coming in from short extra cover. There's a man set back at point. Nathan McAndrew and Dom Sibley are a little bit deeper than orthodox mids off and on respectively. Sam Haynes at a straight mid wicket within the wicket ends and also walking in as Revis steps away and pushes this latest delivery back to Yates. There's a man at a more orthodox mid wicket on the one. Looks like Matt Lamb is 5, maybe 10 metres in from the boundary square leg in front of square, and also Hannon Dolby 45 behind square as this latest delivery, short and wide, is hammered at Alex Davies by Revis. Fielder up to the job and quickly ships it back to the bowler, who's in again. Revis this time chooses to use his feet and have a bit of a dance, but he can't get it into an area where he thinks there's going to be a run. Yates again, right arm over. Revis steps back and again hits it straight to Alex Davies. There is a big gap to Davies's left through the covers. If Revis can get it through there, clearly trying. Now then they're bringing in the two sweepers from square. Sibley also coming in about 10 metres to a more orthodox mid-on. Yates floats one up, Revis pushes, he's taking on the single as well. Patterson's got a bit of a dash to go down the far end and gets there. Burgess whips off the bails. It was McAndrew with the throw, so a completion of 139 overs. Yorkshire edged that lead up to 149. Revis 21 and Yorkshire 393 for the loss of 9. Ken's been in touch. Hi JD and friends. You folk tell us the bowling rates +5, and similar to my mind that should mean that they bowl more than 96 overs by the scheduled 6 PM close, or more than 32 overs in a 2-hour session, but that never seems to happen. The quoted +3, +5, etc. is a mystery. Yorkshire don't seem to show any urgency. Time is ticking away in the game, and they need to either get runs or get bowling and take Warwickshire wickets. Just occupying the crease isn't progressing the game. And I've just checked the fixtures after this. Yorkshire's next home championship game is at the Scarborough Cricket Ground. Yippee, counting the days, he says, as Hannon Dolby bowls to Revis, who plays that into the offside. And there's no run. So pretty clear from that scamper of a single final ball of the over that they don't want to expose Stephen Patterson. If possible here, he's going to let the batsman do the job. Matthew Revis. Alan Swinburne says, I can't see the point of our batting, propping and patting when we could be attacking the Bears on their second innings. Why are we so negative? And Dolby short, pulled by Revis. That's not too negative because it's 4 through straight mid-wicket. And very nicely played it was too. Straight out of the middle of Matthew Revis's bat, takes him on to 25, and the lead past 150. 397 for 9. Dismissive from Yorkshire's number 9 as he is in this innings. Hannon Dolby in, and Revis drops that square on the offside bowler as well. He's made the full distance down to field the ball, but he can't prevent the one. So they've got 5 in the over so far, 398 for 9. And Stephen Patterson then going to have to face a few from Ollie Hannon Dolby. Sam Hayne is taking the helmet now from behind Michael Burgess. So a little bit of horse bolted about it because, of course, just about Stephen Patterson's first delivery was dropped out to whereabouts. Sam Hain has gone and positioned himself now. Not to say it can't happen again, of course. So a few changes in the field. Second slip has come back in, Will Rhodes, to accompany Rob Yates. Hannon Dolby with a real feeling of urgency about his run in here, and Patterson steps away and carves it away through the covers. Extraordinary shot from Patterson. Likes to play with a bit of room, and he gave himself room by stepping away, and he's going to get 3 for that. So the 400 is up. 401 for 9. Applause rings around Headingley. And Yorkshire 157 ahead now. That 8th 50 took a lot longer. 151 balls, so nearly as long as the previous 2 50s put together.
Looking forward to this ever since their great win at Jersey. The final of the Championship Cup is going to be a big ask for them. They're up against the Championship champions in Ealing Trail final.
More discussion taking place here. They're trying to work out what they're going to do to either get Revis out or keep Patterson on strike for long enough to get him out. Hannon Dolby sets off in then. Bowling to Revis. Short, pulled by Revis. And that's going to be 4. And nicely played as well, Matthew Revis. He kept his eye on the ball all the way. Not always the easiest, is it, for taller players to play the short ball? You can name quite a few that you've seen playing cricket over the years that have struggled against it. Maybe helped by Hannon Dolby being not the quickest, not slow either. But yeah, the key, he watched it all the way onto the bat. There are 2 men set back, and he just split the gap down towards the scoreboard at the northeast stand end of the ground. So a productive over for Yorkshire here. I make that 2 4s, a 1 and a 3. So a dozen from it. And Dolby then, last ball of it now to bowl to Revis. The field closes in, and Revis just goes, all right then, I'll smack you over the top. And that's 4 runs over mid-on, and a very productive over indeed for this Yorkshire final pairing, who've now put on 17 between them. Revis on to 34, Patterson on 3. 140 overs gone, 409 for 9. And the lead has just rocketed up to 165. So a bit of head scratching and a bit of chat now in the middle between Will Rhodes and a couple of his Warwickshire teammates. Ollie Hannon Dolby's got a little bit of thinking to do for a minute or two. He's got the double teapot on. So often this happens, doesn't it, in cricket? Difficult sometimes to get those last couple of wickets when one of the players can particularly bat. You can't get him off strike. Yorkshire had it to some extent, I guess, with Michael Burgess in the Warwickshire first innings. Then he was able to manipulate things and manoeuvre it around and score a few fairly quickly towards the back end. So change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. Left armour Danny Briggs coming back on to bowl a bit more tweak. 30 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 80 so far for him. Not been expensive. 2.67 runs per over is below the run rate as Patterson tries to mow him out of the ground first ball and doesn't manage to do so. They've just dispatched Yates out to sweep on the cover boundary. They've also got a man set back square on the leg side. Patterson misses one down the leg side. Burgess also misses it, and it's run away down to what would have been third man. Hannon Dolby having to make good ground to come round and see that. And they got through for 1. fact, just checking with the scorers as to what, see if they received the signal there. Patterson on to 4. Revis back on strike. And a firm push at this next Briggs delivery. That's a good piece of fielding. It would have been probably a 1. Dom Sibley's been sent out beneath our commentary position. He'd be 10 in from the Kirkstall Lane end boundary. And McAndrew is on the boundary at long off. And that's a beautiful shot from Matthew Revis. Used his feet really well, got to the pitch and has got that away. That's great placement. There's a man at short extra cover, Alex Davis. It had gone to his right and to the left of McAndrew on the boundary edge. That's a cracking shot, and it brings him 4. 38 now to Revis. 7 of them have been boundaries. 419 for 9. Briggs in again. And Revis works it to mid-wicket. Hayne across to do the fielding. Sibley coming up from long on. Try and keep Revis on strike, and instead he pings the ball out into the deep on the offside where Yates feels they get 1. They have Patterson on strike. He's got 1 ball in the over to survive. So good delivery to finish off the over from Briggs. Patterson does pull his bat inside the line. Like there was a little bit more pace about it, but he survives the Yorkshire captain, so he's 4 off 5. Revis 39 off 80. And 420 for the loss of 9. Yorkshire then 176 in front. Matthew Revis is playing rather well here.
That's a good partnership, isn't it? Before these two came together, they were just scratching around a little bit. Yorkshire weren't really sure what they were achieving because they weren't really scoring runs. But now, this last pair are rattling the scoreboard along and putting extra pressure on Warwickshire when they come to bat.
Came together at 2:37, so only been out there 16 minutes, the pair of them. Puts 28 runs on.
I have been here for the last 25 minutes. I've just not said anything in case the listeners wondering. No, I haven't really. Yeah, so it's all a bit frustrating for Warwickshire, but good stuff from Yorkshire. So we've got 1 slip and everyone else is on the boundary pretty much. Wicket keeper, of course. In fact, he's going to stand up now, Michael Burgess, who has taken 5 catches in this innings. I think he's certainly a little bit ahead in terms of the Warwickshire's player of the match vote at the moment. Hannon Dalby into Matt Revis, who drives that. And an easy single with the field so spread out. He's on to 40. Patterson on strike. I'm not sure really there's great need for Warwickshire to do that. Revis is quite happy to take a run. Every run helps. Patterson will just have a go. So I'm not sure that I'd be giving him a run like that. But anyway, what do I know? But Sam Hayne is positioning himself at square leg. We've got a slip in place. And now 5 in, saving 1. Couple on the leg side boundary for the mistimed hook. No one on the sweep position on the offside. Hannon Dalby looking for his 3rd wicket. Patterson makes room and carves it away for 4. I'm not sure he knew exactly where he was going, but he hit it hard and hit it well. And I'm not sure, not for me getting this quite right with this final wicket pair. Patterson is on to 8, 425 for 9.
Just saying, when you were off commentary, Clive, it is difficult for these last wicket, for the fielding side quite often, because you get, well, maverick shots like that. Yeah. The first ball that Stephen Patterson faced from Hannon Dalby, he got it spot on, but he just didn't have Sam Hayne where he is now, and that would have been pretty much dropping into his hands. And then they brought him in afterwards, and he's not bowling the same ball since. He'd be uncomfortable getting a few short ones, as anybody who watches him play regularly would know. They'll have played against him enough now as well, surely, to know that.
Patterson well, I'm sure, but Well, Hannah Dolby in particular, even played with him. No, it goes for a slower ball this time, which Patterson can't quite get away. Tries to cut it past Dom Sibley. That might not have been a bad idea from Hannah Dolby. That could easily have induced the mistimed aerial shot, but Patterson dealt with it quite well.
If he could bowl a half-decent Yorker, he'd be in the game, wouldn't he? Because Pato is stepping away to leg. He's showing all three stumps, and that's, as you know, very difficult to keep out if you are stepping away to chop down on it. So it might be something the bowler wants to try, or a bit of chin music again.
Alex Davis is coming in about, where's he going to stop? Five pitches away, sort of point. Dropping a bit further back. So he's basically an extra fielder on the offside, saving one as Hannah Dobby comes in. He does bowl a bouncer, which Patterson rather took his eye off and took a sort of vague swing at and missed. It was going down the leg side. Michael Burgess takes it. Do sometimes think, again, so many times I've talked to Ashley Giles, and he's quite illuminating. You learn things from him. I remember being at the game, I think it was at Cardiff with him, and Warwickshire in a similar position where they were trying to get numbers 9 and 10 out. And it wasn't really happening. He was saying that the problem is the bowlers tend to try almost too hard, and you forget he's a number 11 for a reason. Just bowl normally, as Hannah Dobby will come into bowl, and he's hit that one away and almost hold out to mid-off, but didn't get hold of it. And that's the point. He bowl, just don't think about it too much. Just bowl normally. He might hit a couple of shots away, but eventually he's going to miss one, because that's why he's number 11. Sure enough, after the interval, that's exactly what the Warwickshire bowlers did, and they got the wickets very quickly. Sometimes you feel they're almost trying to be too clever.
Yeah. A few words from Mr. Burgess behind the stumps, I think.
It's all going to be about how Warwickshire bat anyway, eventually. The sun now shining as Hannah Dolby comes into bowl, and that's a short delivery. Patterson has pulled that away for 4. The back of square leg. Hannah Dolby turns away in disgust.
That's a very good shot, Clive. That is a very good shot. He kept his eye on it for as long as possible. That was straight at his head, I think. And, I mean, by the Stephen Patterson standards, that is a very good shot indeed. Anybody would have been proud of the way he played that.
Well, he's scored runs against Warwickshire before. I've seen him do it. I remember a relatively low-scoring game here, when it looked to be fairly even until Patterson. I can't remember where he came in at 9 or 10 or 11 or whatever, but the last 2 wickets added big runs and turned the game in Yorkshire's favour. So he's done it before against Warwickshire.
Yeah, this is going to hurt, isn't it? 37 runs for the last wicket, and Pato living dangerously, but then suddenly comes up with something like that. When you think, you know, there's starting to be a bit of frustration out there. We've seen Hannah Dolby with the double teapot on at the end of the previous over when Patterson got him away for a boundary. There's been a bit of chat from behind the stumps. So Warwickshire just a little bit niggled. Nathan McAndrew coming back on to try and finish it. It's been a good day for him. 3 wickets. 33 overs, 5 maidens. 3 for 98. Just going through the little couple of practice deliveries. Oh, look at this. We've even got.
I was going to say,
we've even got a picture of Fergie,
yeah,
the golden voice, on the big screen. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that.
That's nice to acknowledge him.
Yorkshire 429 for 9, leading by 185. I keep saying to him, I wish, but you get the voice that you get.
They've put on 37th this wicket now, these two. These are really annoying runs from Warwickshire's point of view.
And here's McAndrew, field dispatched. Revis on strike, gets that away fine, but one of the dispatched fielders, well, he's been there for a while when the seamers have been on, is Hannah Dolby, returns it for the concession of 1. So can McAndrew get it right here against Patterson?
Have a run on us, Matt. Okay, thank you, I will. I don't get that. I really don't get that.
Revis 41 off 82. In danger of getting close to his highest first-class score in his obviously relatively short career so far. Patterson's had a score of 60 plus. And he will chip in a few times a season with scores in the 20s. So what are they doing here? They've got a sweeper out at point. They've got, in fact, he's just been moved around in front of square, more or less. That is Stephen Patterson's strong area. They've got a man backward of point as well, covering all possible angles. And what does he do? He bowls in one on leg stump. And he's turned away for a single out into the deep. Go figure. Go figure. Patterson on to 13 from 11. 4:31 for 9.
Another run again if you want, here, Matt Revis. No problem.
Yeah. Everybody sent off to all parts of LS6 with the exception of keeper and slip. McAndrew, prolonged debate with Sibley. Here is McAndrew. He's held back this time and smashed away by Revis. Wide of long off for 4 more. He can play that shot. We've already seen it in a previous over where he got it in the gap between 2 fielders to really good effect. He seemed to have absolutely loads of time with that one. And he's on to 45.
And still able to get a single if he wants it after this ball. I know it's much easier to play the game up here, but this seems a bit muddled to me from Warwickshire.
Andrew to Revis, goes short, and he ducks underneath it. Yeah, his highest first-class score so far is his only 50. It was exactly 50. In the only innings Yorkshire had here against Kent. Made 47 at Chelmsford the week after, was rested last week. So he's proving of value. And got to say, just from what I've seen of him in this form of cricket this season, we know he played well in the RL 50 last year with both bat and ball. Short ball here, tries to take it on this time and misses straight through to Burgess. But from what I've seen of him this year and the way he's bowled and clearly the way he can bat, he does look like that, you know, having brought him through steadily over the last 3 or 4 seasons, he's going to make the grade and could be a significant player, I think, for the county going forward. And I wouldn't expect him to be batting down here in the longer term. But if he did, that would be an indicator that they've got a heck of a strong batting lineup.
Keeping men back on the boundary in the offside, this can only be, with this last ball, the overs, there can only be an attempt to trap him, and hope that he holds out there.
McAndrew short, and Revis gets a nick on it, does he? No, he's wafting the bat as if he might have done that and got out, but he'd missed it, so he lives to fight another delivery. But I think he's just a bit miffed with himself that he had the opportunity, because it was wide enough, wasn't it, Clive? If he'd have just laid the bat on it, he probably could have run it somewhere for a single, maybe even a boundary. So 4:35 for 9, 191 up.
This pair on doing some of the good work for Warwickshire. Had fought back a little bit, having not got a wicket in the first hour. They took the next 5 wickets for 65 runs, but this last pair now adding 43. And 52 overs remaining in the day. Knock off a couple for the change of innings. So Warwickshire will have to bat all day, and they'll still be probably behind going to tomorrow's play if they last that long. Danny Briggs, who's got 1 wicket so far, is returning to the attack. Patterson facing. Having a big chat. Again, fielders spread out on the boundary. They're banking on Patterson holding out here. I think Steve Patterson's quite enjoying himself. So, it's kind of mid, off and a mid on, quite close. Always gone for a little tap shot and missed it completely. In fact, they're appealing for a caught behind here, but not out.
I think he whipped the bails off, didn't he?
Oh, the field for stumping, yeah.
Burgess just asking Neil Pratt if he's been for a sight test recently. Surely, umps, surely.
Next one is played very watchfully onto the onside by Patterson. 4:35 for 9. Can they get the lead up to 200? Briggs, Bowles gives it a bit of air. It's gone for the dab shot. There's an appeal for LBW. Not out is the decision of Nick Cook. It did not come off the bat because he signalled leg by. Must have been close. Maybe outside the line. 4:36 for 9. Now more field changes as Revis comes on strike. 3 balls left in the over. There's a slip and a almost leg gully going in now. And he's got launched that high, and he's got that over the heads of the men on the boundary for 6. And that completes a 50 partnership for this last wicket and a half century for Matt Revis, who holds the blade of his bat and acknowledges the applause in a rather impressive way to bring up the half century of 87 balls, 8 fours, and that was his first 6. Matt Revis 51 not out.
And his highest first class score into the bargain. As I was just saying, Clive, I think he can play. I think they've found somebody that they can play regularly now with both bat and ball.
He leans back and carves that one out into the offside for a single. Potentially gives Patterson 1 ball left this over to face. This will be really frustrating, Warwickshire. They must have thought they were nearly there. Yes, we're going to face an awkward deficit to have to try and make up, but if they got the last wicket quickly, they would have felt reasonably happy with their day's work, but it's all going a bit wrong for them now. Briggs bowls, Patterson chooses to leave that, and there's no run, and it's 4:43 for 9.
199 in front then. So we're actually going to have to score 200 to make, well, 199 I suppose, to get Yorkshire to bat again. And the golden voice just going through the Revis stats there. There we get them again. 52 off 100 from 104 minutes in the middle. 88 balls, 8 fours, and that's 6 to bring up the 50. Second 50 of the season. And given that he was brought in as a bowling all-rounder this year, these have been very valuable runs, in particular in this match, in the fact that it's looking increasingly like there's going to be a result. Probably not so much in the others, in the sense that they were looking less likely anyway, but nonetheless.
I think the one encouragement from Warwickshire's point of view, seeing how Duke and Revis have batted, they've got to feel that this pitch doesn't have too many demons in it and back themselves to bat through.
McAndrew to Revis, steps away to leg and punches that to one of the sweepers, and of which there are many. 200 lead is the round of applause. 4:44 for 9.
I suppose, do Yorkshire start thinking about whether to get Warwickshire in before tea? I mean, it's a long way to go to tea, mind. Half an hour.
Can't imagine it yet. 50 minutes, it's 4 o'clock, isn't it, tea?
Oh, yeah.
So a long way to go yet. They might. Depends on the rate at which they score, but I just think they're going to carry on at this point. Could easily end this ball, you never know. No slip in place, I think, for just about the first time in the match. And Patterson steps away, and he's got that one aerial. Has he got it for 6? He has. Stephen Patterson has uppercut Nathan McAndrew for 6 down towards the old Taverner's stand. Goodness gracious me. 19 off 16 for the Yorkshire captain. He'd probably have to go back a fair way to find his last 6 in red ball cricket. I'm sure John Potter will be all over that at the moment.
.450 up.
And a lead of 206. McAndrew goes Yorker length and succeeds. And Patterson has gone and will run off the field with his team in a very healthy position here at Headingley, because at 11 minutes past 3 on day 3, and after 144 overs and 3 balls, Stephen Patterson has been bowled for 19 by Nathan McAndrew. Matthew Revis not out 53 from 89 deliveries, and Yorkshire 450 all out, 206 runs ahead in this one. Let's have a look through that Yorkshire first innings card then. Adam Lyth caught Burgess, bowled McAndrew for a superb 145. George Hill caught Burgess, bowled Brooks 25. Will Frayne caught Burgess, bowled Rhodes 31. Joe Root, guess what, caught Burgess, bowled Brooks for 8. Harry Brook caught Yates, bowled Hannon Dolby for 82. Harry Duke played well today, bowled McAndrew 48. Don Bess less so, caught McAndrew, bowled Briggs for 1. Jordan Thompson made 16 before being caught by Will Rhodes off Nathan McAndrew. Tom Loughton caught Burgess, bowled Hannon Dolby for 5. And then Stephen Patterson bowled by McAndrew for 13. No, for 19 I should say. Yeah. 19. Matthew Revis not out 53 from his 89 deliveries, and Yorkshire 450 all out in the 145th over. The Warwickshire bowling figures, sorry, my scorecard's about 3 balls behind, which is why I was having to hesitate there. Ollie Hannon Dolby, 32 overs, 13 maidens, 2 for 94. Henry Brooks, 27 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 91. Nathan McAndrew, 35.3 overs. Come on, internet, where are you? 35.3 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 116 in the end. He'll be much happier bunny, I guess, on the back of that. Will Rhodes, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 36. Danny Briggs, 32 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 88. And Rob Yates, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. So a lead of 206, and Clive, a lot of work for the Warwickshire batsman to do.
Yeah, and that last wicket stand didn't help. 59 added for the last wicket in entertaining fashion. I'm just looking up other scores, by the way. I've listened to this. Katie Levick, 2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 12 for the Northern Diamonds. We have Southern Vipers 76 for 3 at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be tough for Warwickshire. They've got to have to bat well, but you know, they have to back themselves. I've seen how Yorkshire managed to bat on here, make 450. They've got to back themselves to, well, they're probably going to have to bat for roughly 4 complete sessions, I would think. Maybe even a bit more than that to make the game absolutely safe. And they're starting 206 behind. I didn't see how many overs were left in the day when we... let's have a look, see if I can get that.
The thick end of 50, I think, still.
So, you know, they're probably still going to be 50 behind if they are still there at the end of the day. So, lunch tomorrow, edge ahead. Yeah, I mean, they would have to get beyond tea tomorrow, I think, before they could start thinking of handshakes. So, it's going to be certainly an ask for them.
Yep. You want to take a little breather, I think, between innings?
Okie dokie.
We'll do that. We're back with you soon, folks.
Well, welcome back to Headingley, where Warwickshire are about to start the third innings of the match, their second innings. And they started needing to make up a first innings deficit of 206. Yorkshire all out for 450. Scores elsewhere. I haven't mentioned Surrey actually playing a Sri Lankan development 11 at Guildford. Sri Lanka's made 372 for 9 before declaring. Surrey 48 without loss. New Zealand 175 without loss against Sussex. 53rd over.
Opening bowling for Yorkshire from the Kirkstall lane. Jordan Thompson.
What else have we got? We have got in the Women's Charlotte Edwards Cup, Southern Vipers 79 for 4 now against Northern Diamonds. Katie Levick has got another wicket, 3 for 14. I'm sure it was the inspiration of commentating alongside myself and Doiji that's Katie taking wickets. Thunder 129 without loss against Lightning at Leicester. Central Sparks 102 for 2 against Sunrisers at Edgbaston in the 15th over. Here, Jordan Thompson's going to open the bowling, open it to Alex Davis. Yorkshire attacking with 4 slips. Plenty of runs to play with. And the first delivery comes off a bit of an inside of the bat from Davis onto his pads. There's no runs. Amy Jones 48 for Central Sparks, 48 not out. So they seem to be going quite well there at Edgbaston. As Thompson turns to bowl to Davis. It's just on leg stump. Davis turns it round to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Where had I got to with these scores? And so now onto the County Championship. Northampton 186 for 4. Still 333 behind Kent at Northampton. Oh, wow. Somerset 57 for 7 in their second innings at Taunton. Still 12 runs behind Hampshire. Hampshire look a decent side this year. Hello. Thompson bowls. That's hit uppishly but safely for 4 by Alex Davis. It was in the air for a while, but it goes past mid-on and he gets 4 runs for it. Keith Barker, formerly of Warwickshire's Parish, and one that rather got away, 5 for 22. As Hampshire head for victory against Somerset.
You wouldn't want to argue with Keith Barker, would you?
Well, you wouldn't, although he's a lovely bloke.
I've not met him, but I mean,
but in terms of
he's a physical specimen, I think is what he'd say.
As Thompson comes into bowl, and that's a wildish delivery. That was a bit of a gift, to be truthful, and Davis has accepted it and swatted it for 4 through the covers. Successive boundaries from Alex Davis. And Warwickshire looking to set a target. 8 without loss. So I got to that one. Then Lancashire 41 for 2. Following on, they're still 247 behind Essex. So like a couple of likely results there. Less likely at Lords, where Middlesex are 253 for 5. 97 behind Durham. He's in the second division, of course. Thompson comes into bowl, and that is a good delivery. Whether Davis played that, I'm not sure, but it rose and drifted away. It was a good delivery from Thompson, taken high by the wicketkeeper. Worcestershire heading towards victory, you'd think, at New Road. Leicestershire 101 for 4 in their second innings, still 328 behind. Worcestershire declared 577 for 6, and that's earlier today. So South East Stars beat Western Storm in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy at Beckenham. 8 without loss, Warwickshire. So they've got the lead down to less than 200 with deficit. Thompson bowls on. That's an edge from Davis. He manages to play it with soft enough hands to keep it down and hit him quite high on the bat, and a tumbling stop in the gully area, but a false shot at the end of the over. He got a couple of boundaries that over, but some encouragement for Thompson at the end of it. And Warwickshire at 8 without loss.
Yeah, just some bite off the seam perhaps. Bit of kick off the pitch. But either way, a little bit of discomfort for Alex Davies. Dom Sibley then to take strike to the first ball of this Warwickshire second innings from the Howard stand end. Stephen Patterson looks like he's going to open the bowling.
Ever Warwickshire needed Sibley to finish 7 not out after 4 sessions. Now is the time.
Well, he could still do that and they lose the game.
Yeah, but I'm backing him not to if he finishes 7 not out at the end of the end of 4 sessions.
So here's Yorkshire's captain then, right arm over the wicket to Sibley, who walks into the shot and pushes it to Revis at mid-off. No run. 3 slips in place here. Root at first, Lyth at second, Brook at third. We've got George Hill at point. There's a yawning gap through the covers before Revis at mid-off. Mid-on is Jordan Thompson. Will Frayne, straightish mid-wicket. Short leg under the helmet, looks to be Don Bess. Tom Lowton down at deep backward square leg as Sibley steps into this next shot and again pushes it to Revis, and again no run.
Well, he's out for single figures in the first innings. I actually thought Dom Sibley was looking quite good out there. He didn't look in any trouble until Patterson got him LBW, but you get a sense of whether a batter is sort of struggling or whether he looks comfortable, and I just thought he was looking comfortably enough at that point.
Patterson running towards us then in the Headingley sunshine. Again, Sibley, as is the way of things, walks into the shot and pushes it to mid-on, where this time Jordan Thompson does the fielding.
Yeah, shuffled forward there, Sibley.
Having a chat with Bess, because they'll know each other from England duties, of course, during the last few years. A pair of them out of favour at the moment.
Yeah, probably saying to each other, you've seen the shower they've picked for this game, honestly.
Yeah. Patterson in Sibley again stepping into it, but then shouldering arms this time.
Yeah, looked close-ish that, didn't it?
I remember being down at your place for that last game, that washed out game in 2019. I think Dom Sibley, I think I'm right in saying, had just been picked, hadn't he, for the tour that winter, yeah. Remember you going out and doing an interview with him?
It's a point actually made in Wisdom, which is worth repeating. I'll come to that in a moment.
That's Patterson to Sibley, who again goes through that trigger movement of walking forward and defends into the onside.
Well, it's a fair argument, obviously, to say that county cricket's failed to bring players through that are not good enough when they get to play for England. Yet a lot of these players actually started pretty well with England. Dom Sibley did, Zach Crawley did, and quite a few others. Rory Burns made scores quite early on. It's only after they've been with England for a while that they started to struggle. So is it county cricket or England doing something wrong?
Patterson to Sibley, turns it to mid-on, no run. End of the over, so, well, it's a great surprise to you all, I'm sure, to see Stephen Patterson's opened up with a maiden at the Howard stand end, Warwickshire 8 without loss.
Such a good cricketer, Stephen Patterson, and Warwickshire will settle for keeping him out, I think. Confirmation that tea will be taken at 4 o'clock. Unless Warwickshire are 9 wickets down by then. That would be a little bit pessimistic from a Warwickshire point of view. 8 without loss. And 198 behind. So 46 overs left in the day. Unlikely to get rid of that deficit by the end of today, so they've certainly got a bat through today and well beyond. Davis clips that straight to mid-wicket score. What a horrible shot. Thompson gets his wicket and he's clipped it straight into the hands of mid-wicket. Tosses the bat in the air in frustration, but that was a really soft dismissal from Alex Davis. He's gone for 8 and Warwickshire 8 for 1.
Yeah, tremendous start for Yorkshire, and the man that makes things happen gets things off to a good start with them with the ball. And it was a poor shot, wasn't it? Just seen it back again on the on the replay, and he just sort of softly middled it really to Will Frayne, and as easy as you like. Warwickshire 8 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, well, that's not obviously what Warwickshire needed. Is what Yorkshire wanted, of course, but puts Warwickshire under pressure straight away. Obviously thought it was there to hit, but didn't get it enough. So Rob Yates marches out now, and Yorkshire 9 wickets away, potentially from victory.
Big job for, just the pressure ramped up on the shoulders of somebody like a Dom Sibley, increased with that, and he may well need that 7 not out. Rob Yates, though, is going to try and accompany him to something tangible here for Warwickshire.
Well, they need a partnership, clearly. Okay, Yorkshire taking the opportunity to have a little drinks break out there.
Well, they must be thirsty after being out there for 2.1 overs.
Yeah, thirsty work. Taking these wickets.
Maybe it's just some tactics being run on from the side, Clive. Lads, come in. Here's what we need to do. Take another 9 wickets.
Well, it was the first ball of the over, so Yates has 5 balls this over to negotiate potentially. Three slips and a gully in place. Given Yorkshire a real lift, they will be wondering whether they can win this today. Thompson bowls, Yates leaves it. Again, that one, was an easy leave for Yates, but that one seemed to lift sharply, taken by Duke at head height. And it's 8 for 1. In comes Thompson. It's left for no run.
Jordan Thompson spoke to us a couple of nights ago after the Warwickshire first innings. Asked him if he was feeling jaded, he and Stephen Patterson, after bowling, taking the lion's share of the seam bowlers' work throughout this season. They've had to do, they've played every game. And he said, well, maybe, yeah. He was offered the option to have rested this game if he wanted, but didn't want to.
That one's a little wild, a little wide, taken by the wicket-keeper. No need for Yates to worry about that one. Eight for 1, Warwickshire. All out for 244 in their first innings. That was disappointing, really. Although it was a little bit of a recovery, having been 43 for 4. Thompson against Yates has not been in the best of form this season after a very good season last season. He plays that one to mid-wicket. And no run there.
Strengths, Rob Yates? Strengths with the bat?
I mean, he has a variety of shots. He's an all-round good batter. It has to get himself in. He's at his most vulnerable. I know that's true for all batters, but with him, it seems to be the case more than many that he's vulnerable early on, but if he can play himself in, go on to make big scores. He leaves that one. There's a few oohs and ahs from Yorkshire, but Yates leaves it happily, and he negotiates those 5 balls. 8 for 1 after 3 overs. Warwickshire, they need 198 more to make Yorkshire bat again.
Took Adam Lyth, who is excitable at slip, a long time to take his hands off his head. I think the suggestion was that it might not have been too far over the top of off stump, perhaps, when it went through. So Sibley to face the Yorkshire captain. Fresh from a little dart, got himself warmed up with a few runs between the wickets and got the arms winging around, flailing a few boundaries, including a 6. And now he's at the Howard stand end, just waiting for Sibley to finish off doing his impression of Alan Titchmarsh. Bess under the helmet at short leg. Will Luxton is just wandering off the field down beneath our feet, and one of the Yorkshire players, I think Harry Brook, has got the helmet on. So that's why we've got a slight delay in proceedings. It is Harry Brook who's running on with it. With something. Is it a second helmet, perhaps?
The Yorkshire fan has shouted "get on with it" to Nathan McAndrew when he turned and spoke to Will Rose. It's strangely quiet now. It's taking rather a long time. Two close-in catches on the leg side. Interesting.
Patterson then bowling to Sibley with Duke standing up, and Sibley driving beautifully just to the left of Patterson for 4 runs to the Howard stand end of the ground. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, not a bad way to respond after those 2 fielders put there, but interesting. Presumably this is specifically for Sibley. But yeah, lovely drive there from Dom Sibley.
Unusual for the Yorkshire skipper, but having put the men in, one of the best of deliveries, wasn't it, really? And great shot from Sibley, just full face of the blade. Can't find the ball.
No,
yeah.
Match drawn, lost ball. Never mind. See you next week.
Not seen a ball change, that win there.
Looks like it's gone underneath something. 2 players just disappeared behind the advertising audience, bending down, trying to stretch underneath something. They might have to get a replacement ball.
There'll be a steward out in a moment saying, no, you can't go in there.
Yes.
Have you got a pass?
They obviously know where it is. It's just trying to actually reach it. That's the issue. 4 fielders have gone. How many Yorkshire fielders does it take to find a cricket ball?
It's a bit like in your local cricket match. You should send the opposition. Or can some of the non-batting side please go around and try and find the ball for us?
I think Pratt's coming up. I think we should have done this a bit earlier, actually. Just let's get another ball on and get on with it. Because there's clearly an issue there. In fact, I don't think they've managed to retrieve it, so it must be somewhere unobtainable.
I think the snappers could get a few interesting shots with 4 men off round the side looking for a ball if they're around in that area. Bit of fun. Somebody's sprinted off, another one.
Yeah, a couple of members of the ground staff have gone to that side to try and help out. Meanwhile, there's another box of balls come on. Yes, always opening the box very carefully. Pandora's box of cricket balls. Of course, it's a relatively new ball, so we're looking for a shiny one in that box. We're only in the 4th over.
They look like fake notes to me, I think. Clive, what do you think in the briefcase?
Have we got it? Oh, I think we've got it. Nick Cook is looking at it to see if it's damaged. I think they have retrieved it. Well done.
It might be just maybe a bit wet. Something, if it's landed in something that held a bit of water from last night, possibly something like that. But they're carrying on.
I'm just going to have to leave you for a little while.
Patterson then to bowl to Sibley. There's 2 men in close on the leg side. Then here comes the Yorkshire captain. Good delivery as well, which has the beating of Sibley and balloons up into the offside off his pad. There's a... it's not an all-in appeal in the sense that they went big, but I think they all started to go in, as it were. The presence of Harry Duke has just dragged Sibley back. You'll recall I was saying that he was walking into most of those early Patterson deliveries. He's having to stay at the crease, and he's driven nicely again here through the offside. He's not got as much on it as he did with the one that went for 4, and it's just going to be held up inside the rope by Jordan Thompson. They're going to get back for 3 instead. So Stephen Patterson has gone for 2 scoring shots, a 4 and a 3 in his 9 deliveries. 15 for 1. Sibley with that 4 and 3 is on to 7 then. That brings Yates on to strike against Patterson for the first time. Helmets have been placed carefully on the Headingley turf behind wicketkeeper Harry Duke, and 3 slips and a gully back in place, plus a ring field. And here comes Patterson round the wicket to the left-hander, who's dropping that into the offside, where Best fires it into the gloves of Duke. Tell you what, he threw that pretty hard. If Harry Duke hadn't been on his guard, it could have been disappearing over the boundary by now. Here's Patterson coming in again. Past umpire Pratt. Wide of off stump, and Yates will be happy to have as many sighters as he can get. Long time to bat, a very long time to bat here for Warwickshire. 191 runs to rub off before any chance of setting Yorkshire anything. Patterson round the wicket. Yates dropping it into the offside where Frayne will field, and that will complete over number 4 of this Warwickshire second innings then, at 15 for the loss of 1 wicket. Patterson 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. Let's just check in again on the scores elsewhere. New Zealand 193 for 2 in the match against Sussex. Down at Leicester, the Thunder 152 for 5 against the Lightning. In the women's T20, Central Sparks 153 for 4 against the Sunrisers at Edgbaston. And somewhere in there, the Diamond score will be as well. Yeah, the Vipers batting 116 for 9 against the Northern Diamonds as Jordan Thompson's in. That's turned backward of square by Sibley, and he'll pick up a single. And well, wouldn't you know it, my commentary colleague Katie Levick, 5 for 15 from 4 overs. Well done, Lev. Super effort. She'll be back in on Wednesday for Yorkshire's opening T20 game here against Worcestershire. Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, has switched to bowling round the wicket, and that's wide of off stump. And Rob Yates happy to watch it go by. Back with the fellas, and down at Northampton. Kent 519 for 9, of course. You know that. 195 for 4 Northampton reply. So a lot of work for Kent to do to take 16 more wickets by the looks of things in what remains of the match, but 324 runs still to play with as Thompson's coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end again. It's up there to drive. Good delivery. He thought he'd got, the batsman had got something on it, Jordan Thompson, and was about to wheel away in celebration. He didn't. Might have been bat hitting ground as it went by. It was quite a full delivery. At Taunton, Somerset 65 for 8 in their second innings against Hampshire. Goodness gracious me. They're still 4 runs behind. And only those 2 wickets left. That's going to finish today, isn't it, you think? Here's Thompson again, very wide of off stump and kind of been far off being given a wide that. Nick Cook thinks better of it. Over at Old Trafford, Lancashire, well, they continue to struggle. They're 54 for 3 second time around. So trailing by 234 runs with just 7 second innings wickets left. Keaton Jennings was bowled by Jamie Porter without scoring second time around. 19 for Luke Wells, another victim of Sam Cook. Simon Harmer among the wickets as well. Second time around he's got Josh Bohannon. So the top 3 all gone. Croft and Villas together at 54 for 3 Lancs. Meanwhile Jordan Thompson bowling another dot, which Yates leaves. In the second division, Middlesex now 273 for 6, trailing by 77. That's still their first innings down at Lords. Derbyshire struggling and looking like they're heading for defeat against Nottinghamshire. They're 124 for 5, 26 behind, still with just those 5 second innings wickets standing and plenty of game time left for Nottinghamshire to win that. Thompson wide of off stump, Yates leaves, end of the over. 5 now gone. Second time around for Warwickshire, they're 16 for 1, 190 behind. And completing our look at the scores elsewhere at New Road. Leicestershire 125 for 5 in their second innings. That's a deficit of 304 runs. It's not going to happen, is it? I think that could well be an innings defeat for Leicestershire against Worcestershire. Meanwhile, back here, Yorkshire in a very strong position. Sun is shining, so conditions a little bit better this time round for the Warwickshire batsmen than they were when they won the toss on the first morning and batted. Stephen Patterson bowling to Sibley, with Duke still standing up, and Sibley turns that into the leg side, and there's no run. Patterson again in towards Sibley, high back lift, and just turned slightly there. That's dropped back into the pitch, but it looked as though he was trying to turn it leg side. 8 off 12 deliveries. Dom Sibley been out there for the 26 minutes that the Warwickshire second innings has lasted thus far. Patterson to Sibley, who flicks it aerially. That's gone between the two men. Harry Brook was the closer of the two. He's just in front of square. And it was fielded in the end backward of square by Tom Loughton on the boundary edge, and they got 1. But that will keep Stephen Patterson interested. None for 8 for him. Halfway through his third over. Patterson coming in and bowling to Yates, who drops out into the offside. No run. So 3 slips in a gully. Bess out at point to the left-hander. Frayne in the covers. Thompson mid-off. Revis mid-on. Loughton mid-wicket. And Yates pushing forward to this latest Patterson delivery. And there's no run. Just feeling like it might be a little bit warmer as we get towards the back end of the afternoon. Taking a while to get there though today at Headingley. Fairly dull start to proceedings, but it's got better as the day's gone on. And a fair bit of blue sky overhead. Patterson to Yates. Shuffling forward. Harry Duke, by the way, standing back when Yates is on strike. And that was a dot ball to complete Stephen Patterson's third over, then 1 maiden, none for 8. Warwickshire 17 for 1. That's a deficit of 189. So Jordan Thompson going to continue from this Kirkstall Lane end then. And he comes, bowling to Sibley. Oh, I think they nearly had an LBW there. The entire cordon, hands on head. It was a straight delivery, which he whipped off the straight to square leg and picks up 1. 17 for the loss of 1 wicket. Sibley on to 9 there. Yates yet to get off the mark. Has now faced 16 deliveries for his naught. Time obviously not a problem. Here's Thompson bowling straight at Yates, who gets solidly behind that. And there is no run. Alan Swinburne tweeted, "Oh yes, that's the way, boys. Over 400 is great." Lily said Matthew Revis and Stephen Patterson were bowling well on respective tweets. And M. Bloomfield has just let us know, yeah, just mentioned it, that Lev has just taken a 5 for. Congrats once again to Lev as Thompson's in, and Yates just leaning forward and
that's what you get, Doiji, when you sit beside 2 great cricketing experts for a day and absorb all our knowledge. She then translates that into a 5-wicket haul. So I think we'll take credit for that.
Yeah, we obviously told her exactly how to bowl it and where to bowl it.
And she did the exact opposite probably, and that's how she's got her 5 wickets.
Here's Thompson again, turning and coming in towards the Warwickshire left-hander, who is right behind that one, pushing to Loughton. Up at mid-off, no run. Neil Dutton says, "Seen how well Katie Lev did on the field after a commentary stint with you. Any chance I can sit in for an hour or 2?
I see.
Hopelessly short of runs at present. There's no chance.
We could start charging for this, don't you?
Yeah, Neil, there's no way you're coming in this commentary box because you'd be late, clearly. Late tuning in this morning. Just turn it when you like, Neil. It's fine. Here's Jordan Thompson. He's up there with a thought of a drive for Yates, but no, it was wide of his off stump, and he's still not tempted yet. He's yet to score from, I think that'll now be 20. It is.
Well, obviously scoring runs helps for Warwickshire, because the quicker they score them, the quicker they get rid of the deficit and then start reducing the amount of time they have to bat. But it's not the priority. The priority is keeping Yorkshire's bowlers out.
Here's Thompson then to Yates, who's forced to play at this one and drops it out to Loughton in the covers, and there's no run, and the first priority is keeping them out until tea, which is just 5 minutes away.
Coventry Rugby winning at half-time, which is a terrific effort at Ealing Trailfinders, 10-6, as they bid to win the Championship Cup. That's live on BBC Online at the moment. 18 for 1, I should say, Warwickshire here. So trying to settle down after the blow of losing Alex Davis early on for an all-boundary 8. Sibley has already improved in his first innings score. He's on 10. And in comes Patterson to bowl to him. It's a play to mid-on for no run. Patterson got Sibley in the first innings. That will be a big prize for Yorkshire, particularly if they can do it before tea in the second innings. They've got, as long as, well, I don't know, I was saying 2 overs. He'll have to get a move on actually to get that second over, won't he? Should do it. Patterson comes in to bowl to Sibley, who turns that round onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah, one of the problems Stephen Patterson's got is that he's so dry when he bowls that he gets through his overs probably at least as quickly as many seamers on the circuit. Doesn't have a ridiculously long run-up.
Still got those two fielders then close in on the leg side. One slip in place and Adam Live. Wicketkeeper standing up as that's played back to the bowler by Sibley along the ground. He goes on walkabout. And it's still 18 for 1. Patterson. Big new stand at the football stand end behind him bowls, and it's worked out to backward point by Sibley, who doesn't look entirely satisfied with that shot. He's rehearsing it. He didn't make the most satisfying clank on the bat as it rolled out to backward point. But no danger.
Yeah, it sounded a bit woody.
Yeah. Surprising really on a wooden bat. Patterson then. Right arm over. Sibley defends that solidly, and that's off to mid-off. Again, there's no run. Warwickshire, you feel will have to bat till at least tea tomorrow, I would say, before they can start to think that they are close to salvaging the game. So a lot to do. Patterson bowls, Sibley plays it to mid-on, and there's no run, end of the over. Tight over, but not one that brings success on this occasion. 18 for 1, and we will get time for one more over before tea.
$188 runs, still a lot to wipe off. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge at BBC CWR Sport, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Jordan Thompson from the Kirkstall Lane end then for the final over of session 2 on day 3. Round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who tucks that away into the leg side for a comfortable one. Gets him off the mark at last on his 22nd delivery. And Warwickshire 19 for 1.
The first session of the day produced exactly 100 runs. So far, the second session of the day has produced exactly 100 runs with 5 balls to go. He'll ruin it now and get a single.
Thompson in, Sibley leaning forward but then shouldering arms. He'd probably be happy to do that for the next 4 anyway, just to make sure he's still there.
We've had 4 wickets fall this session.
Three slips. Root, Lyth and Brook, Hill at Gully, Bess at point, Lowton at mid-off with a big gap through the offside as Thompson coming over the wicket bowls to Sibley, who tries to flick it one going down the leg side, no run. Crowd just a bit of hush, enthralled out there, somebody filling out the scorecard. A couple of people having a chat and not having a look at the cricket at all. Other people transfixed. Feet up on the seats in front. Oof, getting told off by the stewards as Thompson's in again. Sibley keen for a single here, drops it into the offside. That would have been reckless running, surely, to give away a run out at this stage. But they've survived. It was Yates running to the danger end. Lowton missed with his attempt at a underarm direct hit.
I'm guessing it was Yates that called that. It was he that would have been in trouble.
20 for 1, 2 left in this Jordan Thompson over. The only man to have taken a wicket in this Warwickshire second innings so far. Alex Davies caught fraying ball Thompson for 8, and Yates back on strike and solidly blocking this Jordan Thompson delivery. So Yates waits. Thompson sets off in once again. And that could be out, is it? It is out. Final ball of the session, and Yates has just, well, bottom of the bat by the looks of things. And wasn't aerial for that long, but that is an excellent catch by Tom Loughton, who's got something underneath it with a tumbling catch at mid-off. And Yates gone for 1, and Warwickshire in trouble at 20 for 2 then, with a session left today, and whatever Yorkshire need to bowl them out second time. They're 186 runs behind at 20 for 2. And that is tea.
That is a massive, massive blow for Warwickshire to lose out the last ball before tea. And poor Rob Yates is just not quite finding his form so far this season. Sort of very young man. It's kind of third season syndrome for him. He's been around for a couple of seasons and done very well, but this season he just can't quite get on any sort of run, and to lose his wicket like that. Very good catch, as you say, by Loughton, but he won't be happy with the shot. Yates, and well, you do now wonder whether Yorkshire fancy their chances of winning this today, maybe even with still some 40 overs to go. But Warwickshire are going to need something pretty special to save the game from here.
So, tea, 9 overs in, Warwickshire 20 for 2, Jordan Thompson 2 for 12 from his 5 overs so far. We'll take a breather just like the players. I'll be back with you when they return for the final session on day 3. So back out they go for the final session on day 3, and slight change to the Yorkshire score. There was an announcement made, I think we heard by Howard Ferguson here at the ground, suggesting that there'd been a recalculation and that Yorkshire's score had been reduced by 1 to 449. Just checking out that that is what we heard correctly, but on the scoreboard the Warwickshire deficit has been altered now from 186, which it was showing, which is what I gave out when they walked off at tea, and it's now 185, so I can only think that Yorkshire's first innings total has been revised to 449. Not sure what the 1 run was deducted for, maybe artistic impression. There is no Yorkshire score showing on the board. Clive's back with us for Stephen Patterson's opening over here.
Yes, exciting news that for Warwickshire as Patterson comes into ball, and that was Sibley almost fell into that trap set for him. The 2 catches on the leg side, and he steers that towards one of them. It bounces in front of him. But it does appear that Yorkshire's score has been recalculated, not sure why. But instead of making 450, it turns out they made a mere 449. Giving them a first innings lead as Patterson comes in. And that is appealing for an LBW here, not with a huge amount of conviction. It hits Sibley highs to the point where it might have hurt him a little bit as he wanders away. So 449, a first innings lead of 205 as it turns out. So Warwickshire now have a mere 185 to get to make Yorkshire bat again. A strong leg side field set for Sibley. Patterson's got 2 slips in as well. Comes into bowl, and Sibley turns it around on the leg side. Again, there are oohs and ahs, but he's got that well clear. The 2 close fielders in as the sweeper comes around and fields, and it's 1 run. 21 for 2, Warwickshire. Still with a mountain to climb. First job is to even take it into the final day. 38 overs left today. Potentially an extra half hour if they're in trouble at that point. Couldn't take the game against Somerset into the final day when, had they done so, even if they were 9 wickets down, they probably would have got a draw, because I don't think they would have got any play on the final day due to rain. I don't think that's the issue here. But Sam Hain, who did score a double century in his last game, is now about to face his first ball. He turns up around to mid-wicket. There's no run. A wicket fell with the last ball, and it really was the last ball before tea. It wasn't a case of them coming off mid-over because a wicket had fallen. And Robbie Yates out, continuing his difficult season. And Thompson with 2 wickets to his name. And Yorkshire potentially 8 wickets away from their second victory of the season. Patterson to Sibley. And that one comes up in the air, and short leg dives forward and couldn't quite reach it. I think it was possibly
Brooke.
Bat onto pad, and Brooke lunging forward. I don't think he could have got there. He certainly tried. I mean, he's standing about almost 2 pitches away, and by the time the ball hit the ground, it was still almost on the pitch. So that's how far forward he had to come to dive forward and try and take that. That's for Sam Hain. So the trap set for Hain as well as for Sibley. And Hain nearly falling into it. Patterson must fancy his chances here as he bowls, and Hain steers out. And the U's and R's are not quite so justified there. He hits it all on the ground. Yes, it was on the leg side, but it was perfectly safe. But they're encouraging each other. So 1 more over gone, 21 for 2.
I think Adam Lyth wakes up on a morning, looks at his digital clock and goes, "Oh!" if he gets it, if he gets the time right. He's So excited about life. Robert Winterset says, ask Pato to hold a few wickets back, please. I plan on coming tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I know. Warwickshire got some work to do to take it into a final day, as I say. And they've got the batters to do it, potentially. They do bat all the way down. So all is not lost for Warwickshire by any means, but it'll be a good draw now if they get it. It'll be a good effort. Unless a thunderstorm comes now for 5 sessions, in which case they'll be very lucky.
Yeah, it's looking very likely that, Clive, as the sun shines brightly at Headingley. Now, Jordan Thompson going to start from the Kirkstall Lane end for this evening session, bowling to Dom Sibley. 3 slips, gully point. Gap through the covers. Lowton wide at mid-off. Patterson mid-on. Frayne mid-wicket. And deep backward square come long leg as well. Looks to be Matthew Revis as Thompson's in and Sibley solidly behind it. Malcolm Palmer says, Tomo. Hi, Doige. Is Tomo holding his pace back a bit? I hadn't noticed that. No, I don't think so. Maybe for an odd delivery. Both wickets from catches in frontish. I agree, by the way, about the speed camera figures. They make Hannon Dolby the slowest of the Bears seamers. A bit unlikely. Be interesting to see what Dom Best can do. And well done to Katie Levick, eh? Absolutely. I'd just say to Clive, after that last wicket was taken, when we dropped the microphone, more in a moment, because Thompson's bowling it to Sibley, who's leaving. But it just felt like Rob Yates was thinking it was up there to drive, and then there was like a split second in his head which maybe thought, last ball before tea, don't do it. So he's maybe slightly not going through with the shot. If he had done, he might have got it, away for runs. But it felt the way that Tom Lowton took the catch as well, it was dying on him, and he wasn't deep at mid-off, as if he had caught it towards the bottom of the bat. So there wasn't a lot of willow power behind it. Thompson in, short and wide of off stump. Sibley leaves.
Might have stopped them a little bit. Some from this end have during the course of the match. Why 2 shots like that? But yeah, it was maybe the shot of a batter who's just a little bit short of confidence at the moment.
Right, the reason Howard Ferguson, PA now, so thanks Howard for messaging with regard to the revision, is that when the ball hit the helmet, the batsman ran, and it was incorrectly awarded as 6 runs instead of 5. So 1 taken off. Thompson in. Sibley does play this time out to gully, no run.
I missed that when the ball hit the helmet.
I did as well. Got to say, when did the ball hit the helmet?
Missed that completely. Oh, there we are. Oh, good job we're paying attention. On that, on that note, I'm going to have to leave you for a bit. I think Coventry might just miss out on this cup, but I'm going to find out. Actually, you know what? I think I'm a bit early, actually. I don't think I need to go yet. On reflection, so it's a bit of time to go in that game.
Thompson coming in over the wicket. Sibley once again able to leave. Batting conditions appreciably better at the moment than they were when Warwickshire were in first time around. They've still lost the 2 wickets here, but much brighter skies. It's taken a long while to get warmer, but it is now starting to feel a bit warmer here in this last hour or so. Sort of tell by the fact that you can't feel the breeze on your ankles through this window that we've got beneath our feet, as you could earlier. Thompson in, Sibley flicking to leg. Frayne fielding another dot to finish the 11th over. Warwickshire 21 for 2.
I have to say the box we've got at Edgeworth at the moment has the potential for being the coldest box on the circuit. I did a whole day with my coat on earlier this season against Essex.
Not the same as normal then? We've been moved?
I don't know you were last there, but we're in the bigger box now. Yeah, various
left
reasons.
or to the right
of it's box 6. Or was it 5, 6? Anyway, still a great position, I have to say. But it's bigger box, but it's cold. The windows don't work very well. So
wrap up then.
Yeah. 21 for 2, Warwickshire. 37 overs to go today. Still trail by 184. Does that not make the whole Yorkshire innings void? Because if the batters cross and it shouldn't have counted, then they should have crossed back. So I think we might have to.
Yeah, it should be an appeal.
Take a few more runs off, I think, for that. In comes Patterson. to Hayne, takes a little shuffle forward, works it onto the offside. Patterson's trying to lure them into the leg side, but Hayne got that one safely into the offside, no run.
Was it the one fairly late on, bowler from this end, whoever it was? And do you remember the ball skewed out somewhere over down towards the Taverner stand? Sort of felt there was something a bit unusual about it.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was towards the back end of the innings, I think. It's the only incident I can remember that might have resembled it.
Patterson right arm over bowls, and that's pushed out again. He gets them on the leg side, all right, but Hayne plays it down, and there's no drama. So he's got those two fielders at one's very square, about 2 pitches away, and one a little bit further forward, just in front of leg. Probably not wearing. Oh, that's better. I was going to say probably not wearing his helmet legally right now because it was sort of perched on the top of his head, but he's popped it down now. Wicketkeeper's now come to stand up to the stumps. There's 2 slips in place as well, and then there's a field a bit further back at mid wicket is also in play, and maybe a mid on as well. Hayne turns that one round to the short forward, short leg, who fields it cleanly. That's Brook. And Warwickshire been stuck on 21 for a while. I mean, there won't be. Well, the problem is, of course, though the priority is to stay there when they're not scoring runs. It means they have to stay there that little bit longer. But at the moment, they're just battling for survival a little bit. In the sunshine at Headingley, Patterson in, and Hayne defends that solidly to mid-off. It's another dot ball. Yorkshire bidding for victory here at Headingley. (21 for 2). Partnership have added just 1 run so far. Been in since tea. Patterson bowls and Hayne plays that down well, quite high in the bat, onto the onside for no run. So what have we had? Oh, we thought this is the 3rd over since tea. Just 1 run added thus far. That was a single for Dom Sibley. He's on 12. Patterson into bowl to Hayne, who turns that around and beats the fielders inside on the leg side and will get 2 runs as a result. So they get off that 21 mark, 23 for 2, Hayne onto 2. Feels like a big partnership this for Warwickshire. 2 batters who've proven they can bat long and keep teams out. Both in decent form this season. Sibley's been a little bit up and down, but he had that terrific effort of carrying his bat against Northants. Hayne's been good. So you feel like these two have to at least take a decent chunk out of this Yorkshire lead if Warwickshire are to salvage anything other than defeat from this game. With that, I probably will have to disappear just for a bit.
So on the BBC emails, 2 tickets for ABBA next Sunday going around the 5 Live staff emails. Yorkshire at home, though. It's a long trip down from after a match against Leicestershire. Jordan Thompson in, and Sibley pushing up to mid-on where Patterson fields. And there is no run. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want your email reading out. I know some people do send me private email messages, but they usually, well, they always end up in junk, so quite often don't see them until days afterwards. So BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or at Jonathan Doidge, or at BBC CWR Sport. The first ball of Jordan Thompson's, not the first ball, the second ball I should say, Jordan Thompson's 7th over has just been pushed back to him by Sibley. Dot ball, still 3 slips and a gully in place. Lovely evening down here. All seems fairly quiet out Headingley way at the moment. Not a lot in the way of passing traffic on Kirkstall Lane. Thompson in, and Sibley flicking that to leg where Will Frayne does the fielding. No run. John Logan says, hi JD, regarding the 1 run deducted from Yorkshire's first innings to reduce it to 449, I remember that 5 penalty runs were awarded to Yorkshire after the batter, can't remember who it was, inside edged the ball off Briggs's bowling, which deflected onto a helmet positioned behind Burgess. The ball skewed towards the gully area and the 2 batters ran 1. I guess this was the run which shouldn't have been awarded, as the 5 penalty runs superseded it. Update time. A up, Liz. It's A up. It's going right. To be fair, they've got 2 Warwickshire wickets. Yorkshire were eventually bowled out for, well, we thought 450. They've revised that to 449. I won't bore you with all the details, but 1 run was deducted for something that happened. So Matthew Revis made his highest first-class score. He was not out on 53. Stephen Patterson had a bit of fun late on with him before he was bowled by Nathan McAndrew for 19. He was the last man out. And then Yorkshire dismissed opener Alex Davis with just 8 runs on the board for Warwickshire. And they have a 3rd wicket here. And that is a big wicket as well, because it's former England opening batsman Dom Sibley, who's just lobbed one up to point and gone for 14, caught I think by Dominic Bess it was, yes. So 25 for 3 Warwickshire. They've also lost Rob Yates to the last ball just before the tea break. And they're in a lot of trouble, Liz. They're 180 runs behind, and Yorkshire needs 7 more wickets to win this match. Yeah, just been saying actually on commentary, much better the feet. I don't know if it's something about having so much sunshine in the last couple of hours. It was a bit parky earlier on, but we've had quite a bit of sunshine. Yes, definitely feeling appreciably warmer in the com box, I'm pleased to report. So no hot water bottles or blankets needed just at this moment in time. Speak to you next week. There we go. The lovely Liz Green, and walking off, Dom Bess was indeed caught by... Sorry, Dom Sibley was indeed caught by Dom Bess. To get that the right way around, and Will Rhodes has got one heck of a job to do now in that captain's role. So 25 for 3. And the wicket falling. 5 deliveries into the 13th over. You can probably hear me writing the notes. I'm still trying to catch up with that. When you've got an update on these things happen, always the worst time. But there you go, they got it live, and Sibley caught Bess, bowled Jordan Thompson for 14 off 37 deliveries. Warwickshire in trouble, and Jordan Thompson, well, my take on this would be that this is due reward for a really good first innings that he bowled. He went for a few just late on when Michael Burgess was slapping the ball around. I thought he bowled better than his figures suggested, and it's almost like a bit of karma here, isn't it? 3 for 14 off 6 overs and 5 balls. So Rhodes joins Hayne on 2. 1 ball left, and Jordan Thompson coming round the wicket to the left-hander to bowl it. And it's a good delivery, straight on the money. Rhodes takes one hand off the bat, the bottom hand in playing it. And warm applause for Jordan Thompson, and that's thoroughly deserved. 3 for 14 off 7 for him. Warwickshire 25 for 3. And well, Clive mentioned a time or two. You never know, might have to claim the extra half hour. Not totally beyond the realms. Still 35 overs remaining in the day's play. And they've taken 3 wickets in the first 13 of them. Patterson to continue. No let up from the Yorkshire captain. His mate's taking the wickets, but he knows what that's all about. Swings and roundabouts some days. Still 2 men in close catching positions. Bess is just backward of 90 degrees square, and Brook just in front of it. Root first slip, Lyth second slip, and Patterson running in to bowl to the right-handed Hayne, who's dragged back into his crease because of the presence up at the stumps of Harry Duke. Pushes that back up the pitch. And there's no run. Lily says Jordan Thompson's the man that makes things happen. Happy to see Yorkshire pushing for the win. Here's Patterson coming in again. Hayne deflects that not far from the grasp of Don Bess, who makes a good stop. The ball was travelling, and that was just, would it make the hands and stick? Well, I think it might have just bounced anyway, short of him. So I don't think you can call that a chance. But it just shows Patterson's ball into his field, and also Don Bess has got fine reactions in there as well, bringing in an extra man in on the leg side. Joe Root just gesticulating and clearly having a bit of a say in this. So George Hill has now come across. There's an enormous area between mid-off and second slip where there is not a single fielder on the offside, and George Hill at a straight mid-wicket. So Sam Hayne facing again, and that is towards the inside of the bat, and Patterson bowling to this field really well. Yorkshire players falling all over the place to try and get hold of the ball. Bit of pressure on Hayne. They clearly think they've got something here, with the batsman wanting to turn the ball to the leg side. Ken says, I believe the 5 penalties were when the score was around 420. I couldn't reconcile a score on the stream with Cricinfo. Patterson to Hayne. Plays it into the pitch to Hill. No run. Ken goes on, the latter is showing 4 runs off over number 142, but only recording 9 off the bat. The umpire did get on his walkie-talkie during that over. Okay. I was about to say, well, ultimately it's only 1 run, but how stupid would that be after what happened here between Yorkshire and Northamptonshire last year? It's got to be right. And hopefully now is. Patterson is in, short ball this time, and Hayne sways out of the way of that. It's the lesser spotted bouncer from Stephen Patterson. Here comes Patterson then, running in towards Hayne, who's thinking about that same sort of shot into the leg side. It's just a natural thing for him, and he was squared up there. Dealt with it of a fashion in the end. And warm applause for Stephen Patterson, who's not taken a wicket yet, but you wouldn't be surprised if 2 or 3 go his way, the way he's been bowling so far. And it's a real good opening partnership, this, for Yorkshire. 3 wickets between them, 7 overs apiece. 3 for 14 for Jordan Thompson, none for 11 for Stephen Patterson, and 25 for 3 after 14 overs of Warwickshire's second innings. Here he comes then, Jordan Thompson, round the wicket to the left-handed Will Rhodes, who opens the face and drops that out into the offside. Nobody, certainly not Yorkshire supporters, leaving here. Still a long way to go today. Just under 34 overs remaining. Thompson in again, and that's turned by Rhodes backward of square on the leg side for a single. Sam Fletcher says Thompson, exclamation mark. Thompson can't be far off England's radar if there are any more injuries this season. Ken says hi JD, typo, Cricinfo was showing 14 runs off the over 142.
Blake. Thanks very much, Dean.
Just a pause while Sam Hain takes his guard as I look around the outfield. And Jordan Thompson comes in to bowl to him. Shouldering arms there. Sun just behind cloud at the moment. And it's a little bit greyer over to the west, which it looks like it's where it's gradually drifting in from.
You're saying there's 2 days rain coming?
Might be about 2 seconds of it, Clive, if you're lucky. Here's Jordan Thompson coming in over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Hain and goes short at him, and he ducks under that one.
Of course, Warwickshire wouldn't want that. They wouldn't want rain to save them much. It's been a struggle again for Warwickshire. They're facing the potential of a second 3-day defeat of the season. As long as they don't lose any more than 3 wickets, they've probably got 33 overs to see off today. If they were to be 7 down, then there's a good chance they'd have an extra, well, I think it's 10 these days. It's still called the extra half hour, but I think I'm right in saying you can actually add 10 overs in that time.
Thompson to Hain, it's wide of off stump though and dies as it's going through to Duke. It's given a wide. Now the Jordan Thompson just holding the bottom of his back after
That's
bowling
not
that.
good, is it?
No, that isn't good. Just going to have a stretch now. Well, he dragged it wide, and clearly, if he's feeling the back as well, that he might have just done something.
Actually going straight off, I think he is.
Technically wrong.
Or is he? Is he going back? No, it's just going to the end of his run-up. I thought he was walking off. Well,
he's a tough customer, Jordan Thompson.
Might just be a little twinge that you can run off, but we'll probably find out after the next couple of deliveries. He'll probably find out after the next couple of deliveries.
Just has a little bit more of a stretch and comes in now. See if he feels it this time. No holding of the back at this point.
He came in well enough, didn't he, there?
Yeah, just putting his hand on his back again. The only player, of course, playing county cricket who is type 1 diabetic, so he's got his own tough stuff to deal with in that respect. So, a little bit of a back tweak might not necessarily phase him, but then again, with the future in mind, and Yorkshire already with a dearth of seam bowling, you wouldn't want him to pick up a longer term injury here. That's just short of length and on the rise. Looks like he got that one through well enough.
I'd say for someone with a bad back, that was a pretty lively delivery, wasn't it?
So 15 bowled, 27 for 3. I mean, yeah, I'd be happy enough to see it wrapped up tonight, Clive. We've not had a 3-day finish this year, and I've got a night out tonight. I'm going to see AFD, the big local band.
Oh, okay. 27 for 3 here. Well, that was his 8th over, so he might be. He was due potentially to come off anyway. Nathan Thompson.
Or even Jordan.
Jordan Thompson. I keep calling him Nathan. Who is Nathan Thompson? A footballer, I think. Anyway.
They disappear off the field at all sorts of moments these days, don't they? You'd have thought he might have actually gone off for just a bit of a manipulation on that while he's having a rest.
Well, maybe he's saying, look, I'm all right, keep me on.
He's still moving gingerly and feeling it a little bit by the looks of things.
Well, Stephen Patterson will come into bowl to Will Rhodes, who didn't look in good nick in the first innings, although he did make 29. Plays that onto the onside, there's no run. 27 for 3, Warwickshire. Having started 205 behind.
I do hope AFD are not starting their set till about 9, because we could be here till 7, Clive.
Bands never do they? They always come on hours late, don't they?
Well, it's not. It's just a local cricket club, actually. It's just a bit of evening entertainment. Local lads. Good fun, though. Bit of new wave, bit of punk.
That one is a bit of a leading edge from Rhodes. He's squirted out to the offside. You'll get a single. Can we call it new wave now? Because it's pretty old by now.
Still called that, though, isn't it? It's like new romantics.
Yeah.
New York.
28 for 3.
Yeah, they play a few of those oldies at Can't remember all the set lists. I've seen them a few times before, but they'll play My Perfect Cousin, for example.
The Undertones, great record. Must be the only chart hit to mention Sabutio, I would think.
Yeah. So one of the lads last night, Dave Reed, plays the drums. He said they'd rehearsed the other night, first time in 2 years, and they were terrible.
Be all right on the night. That one, I think, a slower ball from Patterson. Push out to the offside. Still setting this leg side trap for Sam Haynes. So 2 fielders close in that. And the one that was mid-wicket's come quite a bit closer as well. So it's pretty much got 3 fielders close in on the leg side. And temptation to hammer one towards that 3 and scatter them must be talking into his ear a little bit. Patterson comes in to bowl to him, and he opens the face of the bat and runs out past the 2 slips and will earn himself 2 runs to double his score and take Warwickshire to 30 for 3.
Yeah, nicely played. Just a little bit too off-stumpish, and it's not something you're used to saying about Stephen, just a little bit too off-stumpish. That's where he bowls, but he's just trying to straighten things up here and bring those fielders into play. And there's just a couple of occasions when he's not been so far off. There was one in the previous over where Bess kind of been too far from getting his hands underneath it.
Did you mention the result at Taunton?
No.
This next one is hit into the ground by Hayne, beats those fielders on the next side. Hampshire has set a thrilling run chase. They needed 1 to win. It took them 4 balls, but they got there. Yes. The ball sums out for 69 in the second innings. Keith Barker 6 for 27, setting Hampshire 1 to win. So a big win for Hampshire. Somerset's 4th defeat of the season, yet they beat Warwickshire by an innings. But that's their 4th defeat of the campaign. And that one is turned just wide. I don't think that was a chance. I think we've seen one very sharp chance put down at back of square leg. Whether that one carried or not, difficult to say. But he's got through for a single anyway, Hayne. And will be quite relieved. 31 for 3.
There's literally sort of no time to react, is it really? You just got to hope it hits you either goes straight to hand or hits you somewhere, and you can dolly it up to yourself, because being able to move after the ball's been played by the bat, especially off a bowler who's bowling at 70, early 70s, Stephen Patterson, and the distance that Bess is away from the bat, it's more really there that you're hoping for the ball to just be dollied up, isn't it? Bat pad, that type of thing.
That win for Hampshire, by the way, has put them top of the table. 2 points ahead, well, at the moment, of Yorkshire. So Yorkshire potentially will go top. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Ignore me. I'm misreading that table. I'm sorry, I shall read that again, as they say. Do you know what? An advert got on the way of the top 2. That was the problem. So let me look again. Internet's not all it's cracked up to be, you know. It puts Hampshire 3rd, I think, is the correct answer. But that is, Yorkshire will be back ahead of them. Yorkshire win. Yorkshire actually will go 2nd if they win, by the looks of things.
Revis replacing Thompson at the Kirkstall Lane end. First delivery is worked square on the leg side by Hayne for 2 runs.
In fact, Yorkshire will go 2nd, even if they just draw, unless Lancashire salvage something from their game.
And they're 112 for 3 in the second innings.
Okay, they might then. But so Hampshire, anyway, for the time being up to 3rd. They have won 4 and lost 1, Hampshire. So they've actually got a better win record than Surrey. And yet, are 19 points behind them. But that's what you get when you get 8 points for a draw, I suppose. Surrey have drawn 3.
Yeah. Revis, right arm over the wicket. Bowling to Hayne, who pushes into the offside. Will Luxton, who's out there on the field, does the fielding. So wondering, I didn't see him come on or anybody go off, but you've got to think that Jordan Thompson might be the man who's gone off. And that Will Luxton might be out there for a little while. Looks as though that's the case.
Somerset don't do draws, have won 2 and lost 4 now. They're on 60 points. Warwickshire currently on 65.
Here's Revis. Hayne gets it away through the point region. Best with a despairing dive, and that's nicely done by George Hill, I think it was, giving chase from Gully. He's managed to keep it in and keep them to 2.
That's 65, including the 3 points that they've got from this game. Yorkshire, including their bonus points, are at 82. So even a Yorkshire draw takes them up to 90. Lancashire at this moment in time are on 87. Hampshire finished this round on 86. If Warwickshire were to get the draw out of this, they'd be on to 73. They'd stay in 5th place by the looks of things.
Revis into Hayne, who plays it into the offside, not 100% convincingly, but there'll be no run. So hopefully Jordan Thompson will be all right and able to continue, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, he carried on, didn't he, with a couple of balls, so he was obviously hoping that wasn't anything too serious. It might just need a bit of a massage, maybe a bit of a rest.
Revis with 3 slips and a gully. Pushes off in again to Hayne, who's able to leave one that's on the rise as it goes by.
Pity for Thompson, because he was on for all 10.
May still be if we get him back out there fairly quickly.
Still 31 overs for Warwickshire to see off after this next ball today. That's just to take it into a final day.
Revis bowling to Hayne. It's up there to drive, undriven, and Revis fumbles in trying to pick it up in his follow through. Hayne still teasing, and then he might go for the run, and he doesn't in the end. Matthew Revis, he always comes over as, you know, quite a chilled out, relaxed character in his interviews, but he's been quite combative on the field. He was penalised 5 runs in a recent match when he threw the ball at the other end, having picked it up in his follow through, and it hit the batsman.
It's often the way, though, isn't it? I mean, Glenn McGrath's got a reputation of being one of the nicest, gentlest people off the field, and an absolute animal on it. So you sometimes get that. Stephen Kirby was another one. His character off the pitch was very different from his character on it.
Remember, he's got the longest follow through I can ever remember seeing.
Well, I saw his debut for Yorkshire. It was quite comical, to be honest. Not everybody liked it, but most people were just quite amused by it as he followed through, just saying, glared at the batter after every delivery. Patterson coming round the wicket to bowl to Rhodes, who hits that. I think Patterson did get a hand on that, so jolly good job that Will Rhodes had kept his, Sam Hayne rather, had kept his bat in the crease, because although I'm not sure, did it hit the stumps? Maybe it didn't hit the stumps in the end, but I think he would have been all right, Sam Hayne, anyway.
He'd have been playing in that game at Scarborough, wouldn't he, the 2001 Championship?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was.
I seem to remember standing side on.
Did he not get the final wicket? Maybe I'm wrong on that, but a vague recollection that's the case. Patterson round the wicket to bowl, and Rhodes plays that onto the onside. There's no run.
I just remember sitting in the popular seats at the side there, and so you could see him coming down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and yeah, he finished up pretty much in the batsman's face, didn't he, at the end of his follow through. Certainly a good 16 yards and more.
Was it against Glamorgan, that match? I know certainly a game against Glamorgan at Scarborough, where Eddie Bevan was telling me, as Patterson comes in round the wicket to bowl, and that's left. Apparently Stephen Kirby tried to buy a drink for one of the Glamorgan batters, and he flatly refused. You can't say the things you said to me out in the field and expect me to have a drink with you afterwards. 35 for 3.
Yeah, some people take it personally, some people just say it's part of the game, don't
they?
Across the white line and all that.
Not keen on abuse, I must admit myself. Witty quip is okay. That's well, what's happened to that one? That's hit him high on the bat there, Rhodes.
I think he missed it, fortunately for him.
Yeah,
Clive,
sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to see where the ball had gone there.
It came straight through to Duke, but it took off, didn't it? And he managed to just save himself by getting inside it.
Every delivery like that must make Warwickshire think blind where we've got best part, well, about a day's worth cricket to get through. It looks a very long job for them. Rose plays that back down the pitch. There's no run.
I guess they'd be hoping for a bit of respite. I mean, Patterson's been going on for 9 overs now, unbroken from the Howard stand end. When's he going to give himself a breather? Tom Loughton maybe, or Don Bess?
Well, Danny Briggs caused 1 or 2 problems. I wouldn't say he was turning the ball square or anything, but he did cause 1 or 2 issues. Round the wicket comes Patterson, and Rhodes plays out onto the leg side for no run. The positive from Warwickshire's point of view is if they do get away with a draw from here, it will have been a really good effort. And I'm not saying it wasn't a good effort against Northants, but on that pitch, they would have probably expected to be able to bat long enough to save the game, which they did with masses to spare. But if they were to do it here in this game, I think they'd feel that was a really good effort.
Now, Patterson's taken his sweater, and he did look over in the direction of Bess, and something was said, so whether or not he's asked him to get loose and have a go, I'm not sure. He's not obviously winging the arms around yet, isn't the off spinner? Could have been to George Hill, I suppose. He's also potential for bowling here. So, for the moment at least, it's going to be Matthew Revis at the Kirkstall Lane end. In the Headingley sunshine, comes in past umpire Nick Cook, bowling to Hayne, and similar to a couple of deliveries in the previous over from this end, he's able to have a relatively easy leave. Those hats in evidence round the side, Clive, that were for warmth are a bit more about keeping the sun out of your eyes at the moment. There's a lady on the front row with rug wrapped around her legs, suggesting it's still not the warmest out there.
Nice and sunny though. Crowd picked up a little bit after a slow start. Still not huge, but a few in now.
Revis in again. It's short and smashed away off the back foot. That's a beautiful thoroughbred stroke by Sam Hayne, and he'll get 4.
Look, he's been in good form, Sam Hayne. I know he was out cheapy in the first innings here, but he's been in good form. He had lacked the big score until he got a very big one against Northamptonshire, but he batted well on a number of occasions, and he's a good player. Had a good season last season with the red ball, which he hadn't done. There were a few seasons in a row where he did really well with the white ball, but slightly mystifyingly, even though his style didn't seem much different, he struggled with the red ball. But let's have a look at scores this season. They're pretty sound.
Here's Revis. That's dropped into the offside by Hayne. No run.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 half centuries before that, 202 not out. He got 78 against Surrey. He got 54 against Somerset. That's first innings failure was really only his second, what you'd call complete failure of the season. It was his 8th innings. Of the other 6, 29 have been his lowest score, and then the next lowest 38. So he's made some sort of contribution almost every time.
Revis to Hayne. Again, another delivery wide of off stump that he's able to leave.
Narrowly failed to make it to 1,000 runs last season. What was Warwickshire's top run scorer with the red ball. Good cricketer.
Here's another one, Matthew Revis running in to bowl to Hayne. It's a good length ball this time, full, and Hayne pushes back to the bowler who flicks it on to Luxton. Well, Luxton been in and around the first team on a couple of occasions this season. Talented player. I suppose this is a fairly big call when I say it these days, but of the sort of mould of a Harry Brook in terms of that sort of wristy fluency when he's out there, when you see him play. Enjoyed a good RL50 campaign last year. Bit of England under-19s during the winter, and he's chasing this latest push by Hayne into the offside. Good bit of fielding from Luxton. They've got back for 2. Revis then 2 overs for 10. Warwickshire 41 for 3. A mini recovery, 16 this partnership worth. There's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a long session potentially this for Yorkshire. 40 overs I think due to be bowled in the final session. But they can afford to be patient. This is the 6th over since these two. 7th over since these two came together. Of course, if they do get sort of 7 wickets down and potentially go to the extra half hour, they're not actually obliged to take it, the fielding side. I have seen fielding teams choose not to in the past. I mean, with it having been a long session, as Steve Patterson looks around and thinks his bowlers are a bit weary and tired, he could quite legitimately say, no, we'll come back tomorrow and finish it off then and check the weather forecast first.
Yeah, you're going to say you'd be a bit miffed if it rained all day, wouldn't you?
Well, I have seen captains do that. Particularly if it's about 7 wickets down, we've still got a fair bit to do to wrap it up. Anyway, Warwickshire have got 3 helmets to aim at to try and get those 5 runs back, lined up behind the wicketkeeper. I'm still waiting for a player to play the deliberate shot where he lofts it over the wicketkeeper's head and tries to hit the helmet. It's quite a big target there now. If he hits all 3, does he get 15? It's Rose on strike, and he turns that round to mid-wicket for no run. I think a 12th. I know he's been sent back. I think he was coming on to take some of the helmets away, but he's been told, no, don't bother. Duke says, I've got it, don't worry, I'll protect them. Sometimes when the slip fielder drops the catch, isn't it, the ball? And just to add insult to injury, the ball can hit the helmet. Loughton in, and Rhodes drops bat on that, but squirts behind him as the anxious look around. The ball rolls to the wicketkeeper. As with the first inning, he's not looking entirely convincing, Will Rose, but he's an experienced player. He's battling out there.
Somewhere there will have been a game when they settled it, where a team needs 5 off the last ball to win it, and somehow it's hit the helmet.
Let's see Warwickshire lose a T20 game by, I think it was something like 3 runs when they conceded 5. During the course of the innings, they conceded 5 with the ball hitting the helmet. That must have been a bit of a sickener. That one is left by Rose. It's drifting away. It requires a dive, a tumbling dive from Duke. Looking like one of the Dukes of Hazzard as he stops that. 41 for 3. That's showing my age, isn't it? It was a pretty awful.
Waiting for that one for 3 days.
It was a pretty awful programme, that, actually. To be honest, I never quite understood the attraction of that. It was a bit silly.
Yeah.
Loughton comes into bowl, and that's played to back of square leg for a single. I wasn't waiting for 3 days to say that, but the one that I've always, twice now I've had to wait a very long time for, in fact didn't get to do the second time, is Will Young. Every time he's batted against Warwickshire, he's batted for so long, it's taken me a very long time to be able to say that he'd better leave right now.
Yeah. I think I managed that one at Northampton when Matthew Revis yorked him. Said he'd think he better leave right now. Yeah, the General Lee, was it the car in the Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh, I don't think I watched it that much, actually. I can't really remember. I just vaguely remember the programme.
The Dukes of Hazzard comes up more in my mind in that Only Fools and Horses scene where Grandad's messing about with the microwave. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to find the Dukes of Hazzard.
And Hayne hits that one onto the leg side, and also to be careful, it's a sharp piece of work by the fielder down there to throw the ball at the stumps while Hayne was dawdling slightly. Having hit the ball, it was Brook again, of course, in that short leg position, and Hayne had hit it just short of him and was possibly out of his crease as Brook threw the ball at the stumps.
I bet you were an A-team fan though, weren't you? Winter Saturdays?
No, I didn't really.
I watched Coventry lose and then back home in time to watch the A-team.
It's, Loughton comes into bowl, and that's played onto the onside. There's no run. I know it's sort of nice that no one gets killed in the A-team, but it's also a bit ridiculous. No, I never got into that, really. Starsky and Hutch quite like that on a Saturday night. Kojak, those sort of programmes. 42 for 3 is the Warwickshire total. 28 overs left today. They've still got a deficit of 163. So I was being a bit optimistic. I was saying that we're about 50 odd behind by the end of the day. I'd say now they do well to be much under 100 behind.
Now then, John has kindly clipped up the 5-run incident, which I've just been having a quick look at. So yeah, it was the ball I was thinking of. It goes down the leg side of Stephen Patterson. Michael Burgess misses it, hits the helmet and disappears off. Yeah.
And they ran a run which shouldn't have counted. As I say, the innings should be void because the batters were at the wrong end then.
So here's Revis bowling to the left-handed Rhodes, who pulls out of it. Yeah, and so because for a start we probably couldn't even see the helmet more or less from where we're situated. I've not picked up that it had hit it on the way through. I think we probably called it, or I did, as 1 run. I got 5. Thanks, John. Good bit of editing as well. Here's Revis, who's gone full, and Rhodes digs that out. Best doing the fielding.
It would be quite funny if Warwickshire get bowled out of the last ball of the match 1 run ahead, won't it? Come back down to that run they've taken off.
Might be funny for you. I'm not entirely sure there's going to be many Yorkshire folk who see the funny side of that Revis in. Will Rhodes, he might be the only funny Yorkshireman, and maybe only Hannon Dolby who find it funny. As he pushes that into the offside, no run. Mark Robinson maybe as well.
It's easy to be critical from up here, but he's slightly surprising that the umpires got that wrong. It seems fairly straightforward. The ball hits the helmet, it's a dead ball, 5 runs. You can't have runs that you run.
Revis then, trying to create an opportunity. Not with this delivery, that's nicely played by Rhodes, who hit it top of the bounce into the offside. Luxton gives chase and hauls in a couple of metres short of the rope on the western side of the ground. So 2-2 Will Rhodes.
I'm not entirely sure, maybe umpires, experts out there, Shame we haven't got Graham with us, will tell us, if they'd completed the run before the ball had hit the helmet, would it potentially have counted then? Maybe that was the issue. Maybe the umpires thought they'd completed the run. I don't know.
Answer on a postcard. London W1 1AA or whatever it used to be. Here's Revis, driven nicely by Rhodes through the offside this time. Will Frayne will give chase, but he won't be able to stop Will Rhodes, taking 2. He's on to 9, I think, as a result of that.
There was that kerfuffle in the World Cup final, wasn't there, where some of the pundits were saying the umpires had got it wrong and added 1 run too many when Ben Stokes, when those overthrows, and the ball hit Ben Stokes and went away for 4.
It's always in game. It's often in games, isn't it, where it's tight.
Yeah.
Pressure's on everybody, including the officials. Here's Revis going round the wicket to Rhodes this time, straightens him up. No run, he's not on to 9, by the way. That 2 runs to his previous shot had already been added, so he's on 7, and Warwickshire 46 for 3 at the end of the 21st.
The worst one I witnessed really is the very early days of T20 and the early days of Duckworth-Lewis, when Warwickshire were playing Surrey in the quarter-finals. I think it was the second year of T20 at the Oval. And we got to the last ball, and it had been a rain-affected match. Surrey were chasing a Duckworth-Lewis target, and that's what we would know now as a target. The umpires got a bit confused and thought they needed, I can't remember the exact circumstances. The long and short of it is, and Surrey captain asked the umpires, how much do you need off the last ball? And they said 2. And it turned out by getting 2, the scores were actually tied. So they ran 2, started celebrating winning, went into the changing rooms, and about half, and I'd signed off for the radio and we'd gone off air. About half an hour later, they're all trooping out again to have a bowl out at stumps, because in fact the game had been tied. It apparently needed calls to Adam Fordham and at Laws and everywhere to actually. I think one of Messrs Duckworth and Lewis got involved as well to explain. As Loughton bowls, that's left, there's no run. It sort of ended up all right in the end because Surrey won the bowl out, which made them slightly less grumpy about it, but they were pretty cross at the time.
Yeah, it's a similar sort of situation playing league cricket, where in the league I was in, they used to have a different point system to what they do now. 6 for a win. If you got 5 points as a winning draw if you the opposition didn't score 75% of your runs.
It's a wonderfully complicated system, is it? Loughton comes into bowl. That's asking for trouble, that, isn't it? That's played to mid-ons, no run.
So 75% you'd get. Sorry, less than 75, you'd get 5 for a winning draw and 1 to the losing side on that draw. 4-2 if they got above 75% but didn't get your score. And it was a similar thing. I was bowling the last over and asked the umpire, what the situation was, and he told me how many runs that were needed to get to that stage.
Loughton, little skip comes into bowl, and it's a run to point, and there's no run.
And I sort of kept it within the bounds of to give us 5 points, and then there was some change afterwards when we went off the field, and I was skippering that team, and I remember getting quite irate because the umpires were saying, well, it's not our responsibility, it's yours as the captain to know what you need. So yes, all right, we might have given you the wrong figure, but that's not our fault. And after a bit of persuasion from one or two of his senior players, the other captain said, no, fair enough, within the spirit of the game, I think you did do what you were told you should do, so we'll give you the extra point.
That's generous. I wouldn't have. Hayne played that down into the ground, a short leg, it's fielded, there's no run.
And that was, in fact, at Will Luxton's club, Steaton, club that he's played at.
46 for 3, Warwickshire battling here. It's a battle.
I'm pointing out there to save Will Luxton, Clive, aren't I? And he's actually not there, I don't think. I think
No.
Jordan Thompson's back on. He is.
That's good. As Hayne plays out to the offside for no run. Things have calmed down maybe slightly. Maybe these two have just settled things down a bit, but they have so much to do. They really need to still be there at the close, which is 26 overs left. If they're still there at the close, then Warwickshire will still have hopes of saving this game. They can't really afford to lose many more today. Loughton bowls, Hayne leaves outside off stump. End of another over, so that's 26 to go now. Whether bad light helps, I doubt it at the moment because it's pretty clear overhead, but you never know. As I get towards the evening, it can get a bit dark. Floodlights not needed at the moment. 46 for 3.
And Luxton coming back on. Harry Brook just jogging off.
Men out, Alex Davis caught frame ball, Thompson 8, Yates caught Loughton ball, Thompson 1. And since tea, Dom Sibley caught best ball, Thompson 14. That was in the 13th over. We're about to start the 23rd, so a little bit of resistance on these two. A little.
So slightly different field being set here. Revis has asked Jordan Thompson to come in and field. He's about just over 1 strip off the straight at short extra cover. Bess has gone about 3 yards to his right in a second catching position. Still the 3 slips in place. So Revis to Rhodes, who drives into that area where Bess had been moved, and he does the fielding.
Well done to Central Sparks, who've beaten Sunrisers at Edgbaston by 24 runs, 80 to England and Warwickshire wicketkeeper Amy Jones. She also claimed 2 catches and a stumping, so a good performance from Amy.
Revis, full toss, whacked into the turf and bounces up for Best to field.
On the one hand, he missed out there, Rose. On the other hand, he's probably quite relieved he didn't get out to it because that would have been a sickener. But wasn't the best of balls on that occasion. Let's check all the Charlotte Edwards Trophy games.
Here's Revis and Rhodes dropping into the offside. James North said, I played against Rawdon seconds for Otley at Cross Green and exactly the same thing happened. Martin Hings wasn't best pleased. And Dominic McMullen says, good hearing about league cricket and the points on offer. There's too many different systems up and down the country. It's a nightmare trying to understand league cricket. At least in first class, the rules are the rules.
Sadly, Katie Levick's 5 of 15 proved to be in a losing cause.
Has a drive here from Rhodes, finds Bess again. 3-man game at the moment, dot ball.
The Northern Diamonds were restricted to 115 for 7, so they lost by 11 runs. It's a bit of a sickener to the Southern Vipers at Chester Street.
Oh, that's some good banter then on Wednesday, because she clearly didn't keep it tight enough to win the match with the fifer.
Well, perhaps if they put her up the batting order, she might have got the winning runs, but she never got on.
Revis round the wicket, ball into Rhodes. It's up there and pushed up to mid-on where Patterson fields. 2 to come in the over. Rhodes on 7. Been out there a while now, Will Rhodes. 44 minutes since that most recent wicket of Dom Sibley fell.
Lightning had beaten Thunder at Leicester by 5 wickets with 7 balls to spare. I think that's it. I gave you the one earlier in the day. So the South East Stars beaten Western Storm.
Mr. Rhodes again, similar, tucked up and pushes to Patterson, and that will complete the over. 23 now bowled in this Warwickshire second innings. They're 46 for 3.
County Championship, Northants heading for another high-scoring draw. They've still got a bit of work to do. 266 for 6, trailing Kent by 253. We already know that Hampshire have beaten Somerset by 10 wickets. Lancashire have lost a 4th, 123 for 4. They're still 165 behind following on, so they've still got work to do. Lawes, Middlesex in the second division have moved 2 runs ahead of Durham, 7 wickets down, 352 for 7. Derbyshire in bother, they are ahead, but not by very many, 194 for 7, 96 runs ahead of Nottinghamshire. And Worcestershire are on the verge against Leicestershire. They have them at 165 for 9, still 264 behind. So we've got Loughton to come in to bowl. It's a forward defensive by Hayne. We split quietly, but these batters have looked relatively untroubled in the last few overs, having had their moments earlier. And possibly Revis and Loughton at the moment not being able to cause the same problems that Patterson and Thompson did. Thompson got the wickets, but Patterson also looked a big threat. So that should talk Loughton into a wicket here as he comes into bowl. Ooh, it's nearly. Hayne just about gets his bat out of the way in time. It's taken by the wicket-keeper. Duke, who stays down on one knee. He's not injured or anything. I think he's just pondering life. It's back up. Had a good game of the bat. Did Duke getting his half-century. As presumably one's come off one of the individual scores as well, actually. I have to check that. That one, he's stretching for that one. Hayne plays it to the offside. There's no run.
I think he missed it. Patterson, the ball that went for 5.
Yeah, but they ran a 1. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So it would go down as a bye. Yeah, okay. So 46 for 3 as Loughton comes into bowl, and that's left by Hayne. Quite an elaborate leave, front foot a long way forward, that sort of curving around as he lets it go past.
25 overs to go, Clive. We must have faced how many balls today between us? A lot. Not sure I'm going to see this out concentration-wise. I might play a silly shot soon.
I hope we don't get the extra half hour then. Loughton comes into bowl, and that's off an inside edge to Hayne. And once again, Brooke throws the stumps. He actually hits the stumps in that time. Hayne's got to be sharp, make sure he's back in his crease. Playing forward to that. And still, they've lessened the leg side trap a bit. There's just the one fielder there now, but they're still hoping to snare Hayne there. He's on 15, Sam Hayne. 202 not out in his last match, so despite a failure in the first innings, he should be pretty confident at the moment. Loughton into bowl to him. And he's clipped that nicely round his powers, but won't get any runs for it. It's a stumbling stop at mid-wicket. And so it's 46 for 3.
Yeah, you don't get this on Sky Sports, do you? 2 commentators for the entire day. Cast the thousands there. About 10 minutes on air each time before they
Well,
change.
if it was the IPL, we'd be having to tell everyone how brilliant everything is, wouldn't we? Nothing's ever bad in the IPL.
But you get stuck with the same 2 blokes for the entire day. Sorry, folks.
It was, by the way, Nathan Thompson with that stop. Good stop in the...
Or even Jordan.
Jordan. Someone stopped calling him Nathan. I apologise.
He's
Jordan Thompson.
You might have a twin brother, but I'm not aware of it. His mum and dad are just down here, actually, somewhere. Might confirm or deny. He's got an older brother, Chris. Here is Revis in and around the wicket to the left-handed Will Rhodes, and there's no run. Just thinking about how Hayne got out in the first innings. He was the one, wasn't he, who feathered it through off Revis to Harry Duke and parried it up, and Joe Root took the catch.
They got those 2 fielders that became quite fashionable a few years ago. You don't see them quite so often now, mainly because no catches ever went there. But they have got 2 fielders in sort of catching positions around the closest mid-off area.
Revis to Rhodes, who flicks it to Will Frayne at mid-wicket, no run.
You sometimes used to see a line of 3 fielders there, didn't you, for a while? The captains had some theory that would get catches there. As I say, it very rarely happened. They put 2 in there now. Miscued drive or miscued offside defensive shot, perhaps.
Don Best just went and had a look at the pitch, and then Sam Hayne patted it down.
Get off the pitch.
Revis to Rhodes, goes short, and the batsman ducks. Rhodes was caught, Brook bowled Loughton first time around for 29. Trying to think about that dismissal and just guide it to slip.
Can't remember now. I remember although he got 29, got a bit of a partnership going, he never looked particularly comfortable, Will Rhodes. He's looking a bit more settled now after an edgy start.
Here's Revis, and that's pushed back to him by Rhodes, no run. David Bates says, as I understand it, Yorkshire scored 450, a lead of 206. Why then does the on-screen graphic show 46 for 3 and Warwickshire trail by 159? Add these together, it's 205. Elementary maths error. Not quite, David. If you'd been listening for the last couple of hours, there was a run deducted that Yorkshire were given when they were batting, so they actually did make 449, as this one's pushed out into the offside by Rhodes, no run. So we've just been talking about an incident where Danny Briggs bowled the ball from the Kirkstall lane end. Stephen Patterson missed it, went down the leg side. Michael Burgess missed it as well, or maybe it clipped some part of him, but it ran on and hit the helmet. They ran through for a bye, and they were given the 5 runs for hitting the helmet plus the bye, which was then taken off later. So 449 was the correct total as Rhodes turns the last ball of the over into the leg side, and so that what you're seeing on the graphic is correct.
I must say, I actually sort of said, I'm surprised the umpires got that wrong, but actually thinking about it, it may not have been them that got it wrong. It may be that the scorers put that run on by error and that the umpires actually, and so the batters might well have been at the right end at the end of it. That you would have thought would have confused the scorers if they had been. But anyway, so I don't know. It might have been the scorers. Anyway, it's all sorted now, and it probably won't make a huge amount of difference at the end of the day.
Mighty Mariner said, afternoon all, just been watching the Northern Diamonds. How did they manage to throw that away? And M. Bloomfield says, re-elongated commentary stint. Dare I ask, what do you do for a comfort break? Cross your legs.
Loughton comes into bowl, there's no run. You might hear one of us talking quite a bit. It's not because the other one's fallen asleep or not sitting there. They might have just gone for a cup of tea, or as you put it, a comfort break. 46 for 3. 23 overs still to bowl today, assuming the light holds. Yorkshire would love to get them all out, but if they get 1 or 2 more before the close, they'll be pretty happy. Hayne drives that one to mid-on. There's no run. Warwickshire not scoring runs, which is not a criticism. The state of the game, you can understand that, but it does mean they have to bat that bit longer. And they really will have to get pretty close to the close tomorrow. before they're anything like safe. When could they possibly be ahead? It'll be sometime between lunch and tea at the earliest, I would have thought. There's one thing what Yorkshire will have to look out for, is that's played down to back a square leg for a single. Showing -2 on the over rate. Just got to make sure if wickets suddenly start falling, we're going to have to check whether that is actually what the situation is, or whether they can negotiate that away, or if not, they're going to have to try and make sure that they don't want to lose a couple of points. I don't suppose they'll be worrying about that just now, but if they suddenly found Warwickshire 7 down and they were still -2, it'd be something they'd have to just quickly try and correct. Lowton round the wickets to Rhodes, who leans into that, plays it back to the bowlers. A few oohs and ahs, and obviously the ball was spearing towards his pads in front of the stumps, but Rhodes got a bat on it comfortably enough. And the Warwickshire captain, who is very unlikely to make it 2 wins out of 2 as captain on his former home headquarters, but he'd settle now for making it 1 win and 1 draw. Lowton round the wicket, and Rhodes took a late decision to get his bat out of the way of that one, and more justified head in hands there. Both slips have still got their hands on their heads, possibly on 2 grounds. One, that it might have been pretty close to hitting the bat because he took it away at the last moment, and secondly, it might have been quite close to the stumps.
The reaction. Adam Lyth, if he's driving down the street and a car goes past him the other way, I bet he puts his hands on his head. Oh, that was close.
Next one's going down the leg side. Rose has a glance at it, and he's a bit cross himself. I think he feels he missed out there. Just a nice little touch on that. He would have got 4 down to fine leg, but he didn't make contact. So it stays 47 for 3. Well, the scheduled close of play would have been 6:30 today, so we're running a little bit behind that, with 22 overs to go at 5:35.
You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or at Jonathan Doige for Twitter, or at BBC CWR Sport. David Bates thanks us for that, and notes that the BBC Sport app still shows 4:50. Had to go out, so missed your earlier explanation. You cannot do that, David. You can't leave the commentary.
It's a free country, you can.
You see, you're obviously too easy on the Warwickshire listeners, but I've got expectations of mine. We'll discuss it. In the end, we'll decide I was right. Revis in, and that's pushed out into the offside by Hayne. To Bess at point. There's no run. So a quick look elsewhere. Derbyshire have got a 109 run lead against Notts and 3 wickets left. So if they got it above 150, they might fancy the chances of having a little tilt, but you'd be fancying strongly Notts to win that one. Worcestershire have won by an innings and 259 runs as Revis bowls to Hayne, and it's down the leg side, misses everybody, everything, and goes for 4 byes. 51 on the board then for Warwickshire, 51 for 3.
Slightly apologetic applause from about 2 people for Warwickshire bringing the 50 up. 51 for 3. I see congratulations go to York City.
No, they've done it.
They've won their playoff final, beating Boston United 2-0.
Well done to them. Middlesex leading by 23 against Durham at 373 for 7. That's still their first innings though, so precious little time to get a result in there. Lancs still 150 behind against Essex at 138 for 4. So they could be heading for an innings defeat. As Revis is in, and that's turned backward of square leg to Lowton by Sam Hayne for 1. What else have we got for you? We already know Hampshire won by 10 wickets. Northamptonshire 273 for 6 against Kent. That's a deficit of 246 in their first innings. Possible innings victory for Kent as well, but if that deck is anything like the one we saw a few weeks ago, then it's still going to be hard work taking another 14 more wickets. Revis bowling to Rhodes, who's just worked that one out to Best, sweeping at square leg, and they get a single.
It's all become a bit calmer and quieter out there, which is good news for Warwickshire. Yorkshire can afford to be patient. They've still got plenty of time, but it's not quite as lively as it was, and Warwickshire at the moment are ticking along slowly but surely, counting the overs off.
Revis then to Hayne, goes short. That's really climbing on Duke as he takes it two-handed above his head. Neil Dutton says, almost afraid to admit that I'm playing tomorrow and won't be able to tune in at all.
Good luck with your playing. Might rain, of course. So. Although I don't think it's forecast. Is it? I haven't checked the forecast for tomorrow. I should imagine it'll be similar to what we've had. Each day really has been the same, but overcast spells, but sunshine as well. And only a little bit of rain during the course of the match.
Revis worked off the legs by Sam Hayne. Loughton makes good ground quickly to cut off thoughts of a second. It's the end of the over, and Hayne on to 18, and Warwickshire 54 for 3. Neil, admitting that you can't tune in tomorrow. Dear me. Need to go have a long hard look at yourself in the mirror. Let the BBC down. Most of all, let yourself down.
I don't think you've quite got the relationship right there, Doige. 54 for 3. Well, they're scoring at 2 and over, so at that rate, well, let's give them a few extras, so they might get to 100 by the end of the day, so they'd still be just over 100 behind. So they'll still be behind by lunch tomorrow if they get that far, you would think. So you are looking, I think I said earlier, probably somewhere between lunch and tea. Therefore, they'd have to get beyond tea tomorrow, I think, before the game will be anywhere near safe. Obviously, it depends a little bit on the run rate, which might change. But that's at the moment what we're looking at. So we're going to see Dom Bess come into bowl. A couple of practice deliveries. You might want to get a move on there because Yorkshire do need to get rid of that -2 on the over rate, which he can do. There's a short leg and a slip. I don't think the helmet's quite right for the short leg, or is it? He's just, what's he doing? He's giving his sunglasses, I think, to Adam Live, as Henry Brook takes his position at short leg. You can be sure if he plays for England, he'll be stuck in there, won't he? In that position.
Boot Hill.
So Hayne on 18, taking his time, as is his wont. As Bess comes in the bowl to him. Oh, and he plays that down well enough in the end, Hayne, but was close to that short leg fielder. Enough to elicit a few shouts from the Yorkshire fielders. Hayne again. There's a bit of a Jonathan Trott about him, and he just delays things a little bit, keeps the bowler waiting. And he always come down the pitch there to negate the spin. I don't think he's trying to hit it for 6, but comes charging down the pitch and plays it back to the bowler.
Interesting.
Right, so he'll look a bit daft if he gets stumped, given the state of the game. But he'll feel he was under control there. Bess bowls to him. This time he stays in his crease, leans forward, plays it to the offside. There's no run. 54 for 3, Warwickshire, starting their second innings as it turned out. 205 runs behind. Hayne clips that one onto the leg side along the ground, doesn't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, so there's no run. He's itching to score a few runs here, Hayne, to try and get the scoreboard moving on a little bit. There's a chat with Harry Brook. Maybe in the same England as the England A team, maybe the same England under 19s, maybe. As Hayne comes down the pitch, I wouldn't be under 19s, would it? But I think they might have been the same B team or England Lions team. So he plays that down the pitch. It's fielded. There's no run. 54 for 3. Bess to Hayne, who defends that. So he sees off that over comfortably enough. Still 20 to go today, though. 54 for 3, Warwickshire.
Yeah, 10 more each. Fatigue could be kicking in shortly, Clive.
What for?
Workload. We'll be getting an email from the top about managing workloads.
Just thinking, a new ball is going to be available around about lunchtime tomorrow, isn't it? If I did all my calculations right.
Yeah. I'm going to go off the short run here, but Tom Loughton's coming off a longer one. He's coming on at the Kirkstall Lane end. Jordan Thompson did have a little tweak, didn't he, to the bottom of the right-hand side of his back after taking those 3 Warwickshire wickets that have fallen so far. Spent a little bit of time off the field, not too long. Hopefully he'll be okay. Try and get a word on that after the day's play. But interesting to see if he does bowl any more in the final 20 today, or if they're going to use the part-time seamers such as Tom Loughton, whose first delivery of the over is allowed by Will Rhodes.
Well, you think that the fact that he's on the field at least suggests they're confident he can be in a position to bowl tomorrow. I think I'm right in saying if he stayed off the field, would that mean that he wouldn't be able to bowl straight away tomorrow? So presumably he's staying on the field. I'd be surprised if he bowled today. It would seem an unnecessary risk, but perhaps they just keep him on the field to make sure that after a good night's sleep he can come in tomorrow morning.
Loughton in again. Rhodes pulling out of playing a shot. Still George Hill to be used in this innings as well. And there's obviously other possibilities, such as the likes of an over or 2 maybe from an Adam Lyth or a Joe Root. No David Milan here. He's bowled a little bit this year as well with his leggies. So Rhodes stands as tall as he can and waits for Loughton, who turns up with a good length ball turned to leg. Hill doing the fielding.
Test of concentration and patience for the batters now. They'll see those overs down into the teens. I think that's really concentrating and get to the end of the day. As I said earlier, if they can get to the end of the day without further loss, their chances of saving the game will be back on. Can't really afford to lose any more today.
Loughton round the wicket. Rhodes shouldering arms. Who's the best batsman in Warwickshire colours that you've called during your time, Clive?
Well, there's a chap called Brian Lara, was quite decent. Incredible shot placement with him. Most batters, you hit a good shot, but every now and again they find the fielder. Lara, when he hit a good shot, never found the fielder, always beat the fielder.
Here's Loughton bowling to another left-hander in Will Rhodes, who pushes it into the offside where Brook fields. No run.
But that's,
were you doing the massive?
Well, no, that's in pre-commentary days. I was covering Warwickshire at the time. We weren't commentating at that time.
Were you doing the huge innings that he got?
I did, yeah. The 501, yeah. That one I did commentate on. Put ourselves on the wireless for that one in the closing stages.
What was that, 94?
It would have been something like 94, yeah, I think it was.
Loughton round the wicket. Rhodes letting one go by. End of the over, 54 for 3 once again.
Might have been 93 now I think about it. Be around that time anyway.
I remember reading about it the following day. Was it a Saturday?
No, I think it was a weekday.
Probably lasted about 4 days.
Yeah, it was a weekday. I know that because I recall this a little bit because a local filmmaker made a film about it, which should have been shown in various places. And he spoke to me a little bit. My recollection is that I turned up. We didn't do every day's cricket in those days, and I turned up at work at Pebble Mill, and I was told to get over there because we knew actually early in the day, even though he was only on 100 or something, that he was going to attempt this. I don't know exactly why. We knew the game was dying, so he'd asked Dermot Reeve if we could just go for records. And we knew that he was chasing this one as it's placed in the offside. There's no run. 499 was the highest ever score at that time.
Hanif Mohammed.
Yeah, run out, wasn't he? For 499. So, yeah, I was dispatched early in the day to go and follow it all. That one's clipped to mid-wickets. Well, stop there, and it almost gets Hayne in trouble as he come halfway down the pitch. Is that
Jordan Thompson?
Jordan Thompson again, yeah.
Not a lot wrong with the back there.
No. It was a really good stop and a quick pickup and took Hayne by surprise. Just about gets back. So, next one's a 4 defensive, there's no run. 54 for 3.
Dominic McMullen says, agree about Brook fielding at Boot Hill if he gets picked for England, but why is it called Boot Hill? And is he there just to offer Stokes a shoe in if he needs one?
That's a 4 defensive by Hayne. 54 for 3.
Boot Hill was kind of the cemetery, wasn't it, in the westerns, where people got taken when they died. So I'm guessing because you're in the firing line at short leg, Boot Hill. That would be my guess.
Hayne hits that one uppishly, but bounces well short of mid-on. Not entirely in control of that. He's got to keep patient here. And you can see he wants to score runs, and I get why. Could do with moving the scoreboard on a little bit once you're scoring at less than 2 and over, which is not ideal, but at the same time, he's got to protect his wicket. Best in. Oh, he's come down the pitch there, hit that. Back to Best, who hurls towards the stumps. Hayne scrambles to get back. And Don Best kept Sam Hayne become a bit frustrated that over, but Hayne is still there. Another over goes by. 54 for 3. 18 more due to be bowled today.
Yeah, competitive bit of cricket. Cricket all round. So these two, as you say, Clive, just holding things together. 29-run partnership. They've been together for an hour and 12 minutes now. So that's not to be sniffed at in the greater scheme of things. They're going to need another few of those types of partnerships there if they're going to see this one off. But if they're batting this slowly, they're going to struggle to row off the deficit at the same time. Plenty of time for that to change. Michael Burgess, of course, still to come in, and he certainly upped the ante when he came in the first innings. Here's Loughton bowling to Rhodes, who's wide of off stump. And allowed through. Quite busy today, isn't it? Plenty of flights coming in. Up above.
.54 for 3. That's after 30 overs, so run scoring has been something of a problem, but these two have looked pretty solid in terms of keeping the ball out.
Loughton in again. Rhodes dropping into the offside where Brook will fire the ball into Duke's gloves. And there's no run, just getting a little breeze again around the ankles, suggesting it might be getting a little bit cooler. There's no real sunshine at the moment. There is a bit of shadowing from the brightness, but I'm entirely sure it's shining like it was earlier. But plenty of blue sky still. Loughton turning again. And we'll come in now past umpire Nick Cook round the wicket. Rhodes turning it to leg. Good diving stop in there by George Hill at a straight mid-wicket. No run. But they'd certainly like to break this pair and get another 1 or 2, I'm sure, in the final 17.5 overs of today's play. So we're going to be here a good hour still yet. 7 o'clock, you reckon?
Well, it looks that way. We'll probably have a spinner on one end for much of the time, won't we?
To get that negative over rate back up to level. Loughton wide of off stump again. And Rhodes happy to watch it go.
The extra half hour is looking less likely. I don't know if it's actually a written rule, but the general guidance tends to be that he must have 7 wickets down before the umpires would consider allowing the fielding side the extra half hour. For those not familiar with that, that's had a bit of extra time at the end of the day to try and finish a match off. You don't get that as extra because it comes off the next day if you don't complete the victory. You see what I mean?
Yep, here's Loughton. Rhodes stepping right across and leaving. Loughton's interested and does appeal. Nick Cook, I'm not sure what he said, if anything, but he didn't give the thumbs up to it, or the finger up to it. Imagine that if the umpire gave a thumbs up. How's that? You're out, lad. Thumbs up. Last ball of this, the 31st over of Warwickshire's second innings then. Loughton with his little gallop at the start and jump, and in he comes, and it's wide of off stump, and that's left by Rhodes. Neil Dutton has tweeted. You can do the same on at Jonathan Doidge or at BBC CWR Sport, and he says, in quotes here, it was Tombstone's first city cemetery, established in 1879. It wasn't called Boot Hill until the 1920s, probably as a result of Hollywood westerns or dime novels. Boot Hill. So there you go. On the cricket field, it's usually the tag given to the man who's closest into the bat on the leg side, isn't it? Where you might wear one. Don't know if you've ever done that before. I certainly did once at Silly Mid Off.
No.
Somebody picked one up on the half volley, no helmet. And you think about it now, ridiculous, really.
So best to continue. Bowling to Hayne, who clips it off his toes to mid-on. It's cut off there, no run. Feel that Hayne wants to score runs here, but he's not quite getting the ball away. He's got to be wary of the short leg and the slip. There's 6 fielders saving 1, in addition to those 2 catches. Hayne defends. That's a quicker ball, and Yorkshire feel they nearly got it through. Hayne keeps it out.
Just felt like it might have shot on a little bit lower than maybe he'd expected. He does a bit of gardening.
Sun's out now. That's what the batters want here. Sunshine as opposed to cloud cover. Hayne turns that round to short leg on the bounce, fielded by Brook. And still the score stays stuck on 54 for 3. The only thing that's moving is overs remaining. Bess wanders in, bowls, and Hayne clips that away. Again, he won't get a run. He's found the fielder at mid-wicket.
Last run scored was off the last ball of the 27th over. So going on for 5 overs ago.
Crikey. It's thrilling stuff, isn't it? Who needs the 100? It's 54 for 3 as Bess comes into bowl, and Hayne turns that around his pass. He's not going to get a run there. It's fielded at back of square leg. There's going to have to be a very ironic cheer and applause if and when he gets a run, isn't there? Well, one of them does. But they are doing a job. It would be better if they were getting runs as well, but the main thing is they're still there. Bess bowls, Hayne defends that resolutely. Another over goes by. Another maiden, 54 for 3. 16 overs left today.
Yeah, and it all counts, doesn't it? So 30 deliveries without a run scored, and we know they're both experienced batsmen, and you'd think that they would be unruffled out there, but they're also human beings, and we just all know that however good your temperament is, you're still happier when there's a little bit of ticking over on the scoreboard going on.
Well, they're still 54 for 3 by tea tomorrow. They'll have to bat through the whole of the final session to survive.
Loughton then, with his shirt flapping in the Headingley breeze, coming in around the wicket to Rhodes, bowls him a straight one. It's turned to George Hill in the onside, no run.
Intriguing stuff. Yorkshire keeping a good tight rein on things, good tight field. But I wouldn't say the batters have looked in much trouble either. Not scoring runs, the occasional one that's caused oohs and ahs, but
Yeah, just the first sort of 15 overs or so, but the last 17.
yeah, I meant that lately. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a bit difficult to start with, but these two have looked a lot
More comfortable,
calmer.
yeah.
Yeah.
Loughton then bowling to Rhodes, who drops it out into the offside. Brook again fires it into the gloves of Duke. Joe Root has a look at it and gives it a shine. Everybody wants a piece of the ball. And as I was saying earlier on, I don't think we've had a single change of ball for either side in this match so far. And when I think back about the previous games, you know, 3, 4, 5 changes across the days. So a little bit happier about it, both sides, as Loughton's in. And that's pushed into the offside by Rhodes, and again no run.
52 balls for his 8 now, Will Rhodes. Sam Hain has faced 75 balls for his 18.
Plenty of encouragement being shouted by the Yorkshire fielders. Adam Lyth, vocal at second slip, gives a few claps as well. Tom Loughton takes his little jump and comes in and bowls again, but it's wide of Will Rhodes' off stump. And there's no run. He's bowled 6.5 now, Tom Loughton. Did have a go at the Howard stand end. I wouldn't think it'll be too long in coming. Another change for Yorkshire here. I dare say Stephen Patterson will probably fancy another dart before the close of play today. Maybe 4 or 5 overs. I'll try something different. In fact, Patterson is just doing a bit of flexing of each leg. Heel across the other knee. And Loughton in and bowling to Rhodes with one down the leg side. Getting to that time of day, 6 o'clock, shadows beginning to lengthen. Sun shining. There is cloud around, but not sure it's going to save Warwickshire tonight. We'll see what the weather brings tomorrow. I dare say Yorkshire wouldn't mind a little bit of rain, because that might just freshen things up, make it more difficult. They wouldn't want much, would they? Don't want to delay proceedings too much. As Loughton bowls wide of off stump and misdirected, so a bit of a waste of energy, 1 or 2 in that over. He's bowled 7 overs, 5 maidens, none for 2. It looks neat and tidy on the board, but not been asking huge numbers of questions of the Warwickshire batsman, who's now faced 6 overs in succession without scoring a run, a 54 for 3.
That includes 3 maidens in his first 3 overs for Dom Bess, who'll come into bowl his 4th over. 15 overs left in the day now. Warwickshire battling for survival. We've got a short leg, a slip. We're going to get a second slip. Fielder's trotting over. Is he going to end up? No, not at slip. So just the short leg and the slip as the catches. Fielder quite close at mid-wicket. Sam Hain stuck on 18. Here's Bess to bowl to him. And Hain clips that to mid-wicket, where another good stop by Thompson. All adds to the pressure. The fielder's not letting anything past. No chance to jog a single and rotate the strike. And Bess in again, and solid defensive shot that time from Hain, leaning a long way forward, front foot a long way down into the ground. And to use a phrase we've used quite a lot over the last hour or so, there is no run. Bess bowls to Hain. Hain pushes that out to the offside. Guess what? There is no run.
Lily says Yorkshire are keeping it tight with the ball and in the field. You two are doing a great job on commentary. You're the best commentary duo. We're the only commentary duo in this box, Lily, today. So, therefore, by virtue of that fact, I suppose we are. But then again, we're also the worst.
$54 for 3.
We should bring a few jokes in tomorrow, Clive.
I wouldn't. Bess comes into bowl, and that's defended by Hayne.
Did you hear the one about the commentator who couldn't tell a joke to save his life?
More air traffic overhead. And Bess bowls to Hayne, who desperately wants to run. He's clipped that to mid-on and gone off looking for a run and realises, no, it's gone straight to the fielder.
Yorkshire will be happy enough with that, won't they? Because that's the pressure building, and what I was talking about. Something may happen here. There's just no let up at the moment from Yorkshire.
Bess over the wicket. Hayne defends that. And it's another maiden over. Bess 4 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets, no runs. 54 for 3, Warwickshire, after 34 overs. That is a slow scoring rate. But their main purpose is to survive, and perhaps they've decided we'll back ourselves to bat long rather than worry about seeing off the deficit. They've got another 14 overs still to see off today, and Jordan Thompson, despite his back problems, is coming back into the attack. Still on for all 10.
Yep, it's got to be good news from Yorkshire's point of view. Not yet turning to the other part-timers. Giving it back to the opening bowler. So 54 for the loss of 4. Will Rhodes on strike. 7 overs then that now, isn't it, since the last run was scored? I think 7 complete overs, or is it 6? No, 7, yeah. There's Thompson's in, and that's down the leg side. And Rhodes sees it go through. Let me just check back again as to what I said. The last run was scored at the end of the 27th. We've seen 34 and 1, haven't we now? So yeah, 7 overs and 1 ball. 43 deliveries since the scoreboard last ticked over in the run respect. And there you go. It's taken 44 deliveries to break that sequence.
Oh,
and Rhodes picks up a single.
Disappointed in the crowd. Where are the ironic cheers and applause?
They've probably fallen asleep. Yeah. I think they realise.
So it's racing to 55 for 3. Sam Haynes called Will Rhodes down and said, "What are you doing? We'll score a run. We'll take the strike. It means you're going to have to face the spinner now next over."
Don Bess won't mind that, will he? Of course, left-hander. Off spinner. Challenge the outside edge, perhaps. We'll see. Jordan Thompson over the wicket to the right-handed Sam Hayne, who's not asked to play a delivery wide of off stump. Run rate rocketed up to 1.6 after that single. 150 runs the deficit now. 3 wickets to have fallen. Alex Davis caught frame bowled Thompson for 8. Robbie Yates, last ball of the afternoon session, caught Lowton bowled Thompson for 1, and then Dom Sibley caught Bess bowled Thompson for 14. The score was 25 then, so they've added 30 more since. Without further loss, as Thompson bowls to Hayne, who drops it into the onside, and Frayne fields. Hayne and Frayne. Sam Hayne 18 from 84 deliveries, 104 minutes, just the 1 boundary. And we saw in the previous over, just beginning to get itchy feet. Here's Thompson. Oh, now then, he's working that to leg, and it's ended up at Stephen Patterson's feet at mid-off. Danger time for Sam Hain, who got a leading edge on it. Didn't cost him on this occasion, but he clearly does have a penchant for the leg side, doesn't he? They placed those 3 men in there from the other end.
He's always played that way, played across the line a bit, but seems to be able to manage it pretty well.
Jordan Thompson in again, passes Nick Cook, but too wide to interest the batsman. 55-4-3, 13 remaining in the day.
Yeah, well, they are doing an important job here. It may not be exhilarating, it may not be perfect in many ways, because the ideal would be to have them to score runs as well as hang around, but they have been together now for more than 25 overs, and well, I suppose they've got about 109 to go. That will take them to the close tomorrow. They might not have to go quite that far if they score a little bit more, but won't be far short of that needed to save the game. Don Bess to bowl to Will Rhodes for the first time in this spell, in this innings. 2 slips in place for the left-handed Will Rhodes. Bess bowls to him, Rhodes pushes it back to the bowler. Yorkshire making 449 in their first innings as Bess comes round the wicket. Quicker ball, and it's pushed out to the offside for no run. 145 to Adam Lyth, the highlight of that. Bit of an unbeaten half-century, unbeaten 53 for Matt Revis. 50 stand for the last wicket. That's pushed by Rhodes down the pitch for no run. 4 wickets in the end for Nathan McAndrew. So Warwickshire starting their second innings 205 behind. They've got 55 of those back as Rhodes plays that back to the bowler for the loss of 3 wickets. 7 more wickets needed by Yorkshire. Looks like they won't get them today now unless something very spectacular happens. Bess round the wicket, and Rhodes steers that to the offside for no run. It's getting a little bit gloomier, but no issues with the light at the moment. Floodlights not required. Rose drives at that, and it's stopped in the covers. It's another maiden over. Don Bess has now bowled 5 maidens in a row in this spell. And it's 55 for 3 off 36. Can't say you've missed a great deal there, don't you?
No.
Another over goes by, though. 12 to go.
Yeah, Warwickshire, I was almost going to say very happy, but clearly not very happy at 55 for 3, but quite a bit happier than they were a good hour or so ago to see these 2 unbroken, and now starting to think that they might still be there come the end of the day. And then 3 sessions tomorrow, 7 wickets to try and hold out, with a pretty deep batting lineup as well, competent tail enders, as we saw in the first innings, helping out Michael Burgess a bit. As Jordan Thompson's in, and that's wide of off stump, and Hain allows it to go through. Crowds dwindled quite a bit in recent times. It's a long day today, isn't it? It's got that feel of it. Still about 12 overs to go. Sun in at the moment. Patterson's doing a few stretches and Thompson's bowling to Hayne, who's shouldering arms again. Just the feeling that, okay, maybe the ball's not doing that much for us out there, lads, so let's just hang the ball out there, wait for them to play at it. Have they got the discipline to keep leaving, keep leaving? Sam Hayne, we know, wants to score runs. We got that a few overs ago when he flicked it to leg and set off for the run. He's leaving again here. But can they find a chink, a break in that concentration? Somebody just to play a shot that's not really there to be played.
It's an effort of concentration now, isn't it? They're not scoring runs, not diverting themselves that way. They're just having to concentrate and keeping every ball out. It's still a fair way to go. If one of these gets out now, there's still be plenty of time for Yorkshire to get one or two more.
Here is the man that makes things happen. Straightens it up, and Hayne pushes into the offside where Bess is round to field, looking blue bottle-like with the shades on the top of his cap. Not seen many of them this season, actually. Occasionally get one in the box that you can't get rid of.
What, spectators with hats?
I seem to remember you used to get more of them in the rabbit hutch over there. Anyway, Thompson coming in and bowling to Hayne again. He's getting another one wide of off stump and
got all sorts on that hutch. I'm half surprised that David Attenborough didn't appear at some point. The amount of bugs and things we had in there. Floodlights just coming on, which I don't know what that suggests. Well, I suppose it is getting sort of evening gloom, even though it's blue sky overhead.
comes Jordan Thompson again then, and Hayne does play this time, top of the bounce, pushes it out square on the offside, and George Hill fields to complete over number 37. So 11 left in the day. Jordan Thompson, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 17, 55 for 3.
Partnership of 30 in 28 overs. It's T20 next week, guys.
Yeah.
We've got to take a bit of adapting too, based on this. Will Rhodes won't captain the team in the T20. Carlos Brathwaite will be the Bears captain.
From the Howard Stand, Stephen Patterson.
So Stephen Patterson is going to try and break the deadlock himself. And he'll be bowling to Will Rhodes, his opposite captain. Patterson with 3 slips and a gully. Right arm round the wicket, and Rhodes defends it onto the offside. It's a dot ball, surprisingly enough.
Sam Flesher asks, wondering what your thoughts are on Root working on his T20 game this year and potentially getting an IPL contract next year. Now he's got less responsibility for England, he may as well cash in while he still can. He might have other ideas, but in some T20 matches where sixes are hard to come by for everyone, it's hard to...
And hint of a leading edge from Rhodes there. It goes out to the offside for no run.
In some T20 matches where sixes are hard to come by for everyone and it's hard to score quickly, Root is the exact person you would want at the crease. Yeah, well, he's done that. He's played that role well for Yorkshire, hasn't he? When he's come back to play a few games a season in the last few seasons, running the ball around, 60-odd not out type innings.
That's left by Rhodes. Patterson, the bowler, outside off stump. Rhodes lifts his bat in the air, lets the ball go past.
Stuart McArdle entitles his email Partnership Breaker and says, methinks it's time to invest in Lyth and or Root to break this partnership. With apologies to Clive.
Have to apologise to me. I'm only an observer, not playing. 55 for 3. And Patterson round the wicket. And Rhodes turns it onto the leg side. Can't get a run there. Well, yeah, you kind of have to make something happen. It wouldn't be the end of the world if it drifts like this to the end of the day, but I'd like to get one more.
Malcolm Palmer says, hi JD and Clive. When that first run for ages was scored, I distinctly heard a jackdaw call. Was it derision?
That one is left, there's no run.
That's where we do need David Attenborough, isn't it? Because I'm not familiar with what the jackdaw call for derision is. I'm not sure if you are, Clive. Lily's happy to see Mr. Reliable Stephen Patterson bowling.
I've got an email from John, regular. A few questions. I'll try and go through these. As Patterson bowls, and that's play to mid-on. There's no run. I've listened to the last few hours commentary today. That's a good effort, John. And that was hard work for you and Jonathan. It's good that Warwickshire stopped the loss of wickets, but oh my, why do we have to be so passive rather than having more intent to wipe off the deficit? This is about the third game this season where we've batted at barely more than a run per over. I suppose they would argue, John, they have actually succeeded in most of the games playing like that in saving them, with the one exception being the Somerset game. But I also maybe have to give some credit to the Yorkshire bowlers and fielders who've made it difficult for Warwickshire. But to take your point, and it could still come back to bite them if it gets sort of late in tomorrow and they're close to being bowled out and they still haven't got many runs on the board. He says, anyway, my main query this time is why you and the other local commentators not give your email address anymore, encouraging listeners to be in touch. That's left. Well, we still do, John. Maybe I don't do it often enough, but we still do. But invite people to email clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk. You've been given an email address out, haven't you, Jonathan?
Yeah, giving it loads today, yeah. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
Some commentators from other parts of the country do still give out email, as does Jonathan. So he doesn't acknowledge that. But I notice his is a personal one rather than a BBC account. Does this represent a change of policy by the BBC? No, John, it isn't. I mean, it's just down to individuals, really. Some prefer to use social media more than emails.
Thompson in.
Sorry.
And shouldering arms.
I nicked your dot ball there, didn't I? Sorry. Certainly a few emails to you today would have helped to add some spice to your commentary, because not much to talk about on the field this afternoon thanks to Warwickshire's non-compliance with the entertainment agenda. Will there be DAB coverage of the T20 Blast this season, referring to BBC WM and BBC CWR? Yes, John, I'm happy to tell you there will be. And we will be covering the games as a joint effort between BBC WM and BBC CWR throughout the T20 Blast.
Here is Jordan Thompson bowling to Hayne, who pushes into the offside to Bess, no run.
So clive.eakin@bbc.co.uk if you want to comment on anything.
Harry Duke is the voice you can hear piping up behind the stumps. Plenty of encouragement for his team. Jordan Thompson a little bit closer to the money ball, but still allowed Hayne a leave there.
It has suddenly got a bit different, doesn't it, likewise? So it could still be an issue with 9 overs left.
It's just been gradual movement in from the west all day, and that's where it's a bit darker over to our right. Just taking his time to get his feet right, and then he comes Jordan Thompson to bowl to him, and that's worked nicely off the legs, and he's got a single. Goodness me. Put it in the diary. Matthew Revisfield. And 56 for 3.
He's on to 19. Well, I take John's point. It would have been nice if Warwickshire had scored some runs and been a little bit, as he puts it, less passive. Give these two credit, though. They have been there now for 30 overs. So they've taken quite a big chunk out of the amount of time the team has to bat to save the game. a win was pretty much impossible by the start of the innings. Very strange things would have had to have happened for them to win. So it is about getting the draw, whichever way they do it.
Thompson round the wicket to Rhodes, who's tucked it into the
Two
leg
in a
side.
row.
Could be a 2. Oh no. It's kept to 1. Don Bess. Bit of pride in the Yorkshire fielding. We're not letting him have more than a single. Yorkshire supporters will be sick to the stomach to know that Lancashire are 186 for 6. Trailing by 102. All good-natured banter, obviously. Dane Villas, he's obviously done pretty well with a decent rearguard action, but his LBW to Simon Harmer for 62. Stephen Croft had made 39 and Phil Salt 31. So getting down towards the tail now. Matt Parkinson and Luke Wood are together at the moment. Tom Bailey, Hassan Ali and James Anderson, the last 3 with pads perhaps strapped on.
Did you mention Worcestershire's win earlier, by the way?
Yeah.
Thumping Leicestershire. That's a thumping win that was. Poor old Leicestershire. It's Patterson round the wicket to bowl, and Rose turns that round as pass towards mid-wicket. Thinks about a run and then thinks, blimey, we've had 2 runs in the last couple of balls. Calm down. There's no run there. Let's have a look. So Worcestershire lift them up to 3rd in the table, but they're only a point behind Notts. That's before Notts' game is completed. 10 behind Middlesex. Leicestershire, dear me, played 7, lost 4, drawn 3 on 42 points. 8 teams in the 2nd division, of course. That's left, there's no run. Some talk about what the format will be next season. I haven't heard the latest. The last I heard what was being looked at, potentially, was 3 groups of 6, but the two of the groups would be the top, effectively the top tier.
Have you been commentating with Mr. Topley recently?
No.
Okay, because he proffered that theory when we were down at Essex the other week.
Yeah, I know that's been discussed. I personally don't like it much, but no one listens to me. It's played a bit on. There's no run.
Although I think he actually said, Clive, 3 divisions, so there would be just 3 straight divisions.
Well, what I'd heard suggested was that it would be 3 groups of 6, but the top 2 would be effectively the top division, and there would be some sort of play each other twice, so that's down to 10 games. It's not enough in my view, but there we are. And possibly some sort of playoff between the group winners to decide who will be the champions. That's played to the onside. There's no run, and then I presume that the other group of 6 would effectively be a 2nd division with some sort of promotion or relegation.
That was the debate that went on for about 4 hours one Friday afternoon down at Chelmsford, where Don said that there was too much Championship cricket and it needed to be reduced to 10 games, and that was perfect because it went away twice.
I'm not convinced by that, but there we are. That's played but one of the reasons I'm not convinced by that, of course, there won't be 10 games effectively, because you're going to have 1 or 2 games ruined by the weather. So then you're down to about 8. I don't know. But there we are. That's I think that the idea then would be that the 50 over, what the knock-on effect of that is the 50 over competition could then be moved away from the 100, and therefore given a bit of life again. Patterson comes into bowl, and that's played onto the leg side for no run. And then there was some suggestion, I heard some suggestion that there might be some sort of cricket going on during the 100. And one of the things I'd heard before in the past is it could even be something similar to what they did with the 50 over format a while ago, and have a sort of north v south game or a couple of games like that going on for those players that are not involved in the 100. But anyway, there'll be lots more discussion to come under before anything's decided, I'm sure. But if it goes to 3 straight 6s, then promotion and relegation becomes a complete waste of time this season. But if it goes to the format that I'm suggesting, there would still presumably be promotion, but there wouldn't be relegation this season, which in some ways would be a shame.
Hayne retakes his guard. Jordan Thompson coaxed to the lane end over the wicket, straight, and Hayne pushes it back to the bowler, who shapes to throw the wicket down. Batsman Gets his foot back in his crease. Yeah, the argument from Don was that there's just too much cricket, and so need to elbow 4-day games. The turnarounds are too quick, and this is why we've got this list as long as your arm of fast bowlers who are injured. Here's Thompson coming in again, and that's wide of off stump and too short as well to interest Sam Hain in playing at it. Dot ball. So 57 for 3. It, yeah.
Be a shame if it only plays five other counties though all season, isn't it?
Now then, umpires walking across to meet each other.
Or was it just the light?
Oh no, it is. Yeah, it's raining.
Well, there we are.
Just starting to drizzle from the west, and well, they're not. Have they said to go? Well, they've said to go now, and so we are going to have either a rain break or, more likely, I would imagine, this could be the end of day 3. The cover's coming on.
Well, there's not much overhead, is there? This might go past quite quickly. It's then a question of whether the light's good enough. I can't really see much rain, I have to say. It did say on my laptop it's saying rain. Oh, it's saying rain coming.
It's definitely here. If you look across towards the trees, the far side, you can see a bit of speckly stuff coming down.
Oh yeah,
on this side of them.
Yeah.
So 57 for 3, 7 overs and 5 balls left in the day, and at 6:29 they have left the field of play. And I guess we'll probably do the same, Clive. Sam Hain 19, Will Rhodes on 10. Warwickshire trailing by 148 at 57 for 3. We'll report back as and when they walk out again. The two umpires are staying out in the middle, which is encouraging in respect of getting further play, but none in the short term. TTFN.